This book is dedicated to my daughters, Saba and Roja. Everything I have ever done has been for you, and to my parents. Prologue. Searing heat, unlike any I have ever known. Sweat runs down my face, soaking and pooling below. My skin burns. My throat aches for water from a bottle that has long been drained and discarded. I look down at my 5-year-old daughter. Roja collapsed for the second time on the hard mountain face. My legs hurt, Mommy. I can't walk anymore, she whimpers. We have to keep going, Roja. It is not safe here, I plead, pulling her up to her feet. Iran's harsh Zagros mountains had looked so enticing and magnificent from a distance, but close up, they are covered with loose rocks and rise at a treacherous incline. As we climb, I deliberately keep Roja to the right of me. One wrong step, and we plummet to our deaths. But this desperate journey is the only way I know to get Roja and me out of Iran. I'd rather we die than go back and subject my daughter to the lifetime of oppression that awaits her there with her father. We have to get out of here. We're never going back to him. Chapter 1. Finding out that your partner wants to be with someone else is difficult. For me, at the age of 34, with a broken marriage behind me, and now a failed 2-year relationship, I struggled to cope. I was living in Dublin, where I thought my dreams had come true. In many ways, yes, Iran, where I had grown up, happy, but with limited freedom after the revolution, was behind me, and I cherished the liberties of my new country. But I had grown apart from Jabbar, the husband I had left Iran with. We had filed for divorce in 2003, and the relationship I then entered into with an Irishman had also floundered. Too much Muslim for him, too little for my ex-husband. For a year, I tried to pull myself together, but I found myself increasingly unable to focus on my work as a financial advisor, and I had very little interest in life. I was immensely depressed, immersed in feelings of failure about who I was and where I was going. I no longer knew where I belonged, in the traditional and conservative culture my ex-husband and I had come from, or with the freer way of life I had discovered on my own in Ireland. Lost and alone. I didn't know where to turn, so I did what many people do in hard times. I went back to my parents. I returned to Iran. I was granted a month's leave from work, and with my 6-year-old daughter, Saba, traveled to my homeland. She was excited at the prospect of a trip to see her grandparents. She had loved our last trip there, and reveled in the attention my family lavished upon her. It was so good to see my family again at our home in the city of Rasht, near the Caspian Sea in northwest Iran. I am the eldest of 4 children, and the only girl. My brother Sina is 2 years younger than me, and I am 7 years older than Salar. My youngest brother Sasan is 16 years younger. I love him as if he were my own child. While I was growing up, my parents had worked long hours in their restaurant, and responsibility for Sasan had often fallen on my shoulders. So many S names. It was traditional at the time of my birth for children to be named by the father, although these days it is usually a joint decision by both parents. It was also traditional for all of the children born to a couple to be given names starting with the same initial. This created great confusion for my Mother Bozorg, my grandmother, because not only did she have to remember 4 S names, but also one of my aunts had named her 3 daughters, Susan, Simin, and Sepide. We were always greatly amused watching grandmother trying to remember the names of her grandchildren. She used to call out the wrong name, or tell us stories about our earlier days, and get our names mixed up, resulting in much laughter and cries of, "That wasn't me," or "I never did that." My grandmother was a beautiful woman with a wicked sense of humor. She had the brightest blue eyes I had ever seen, and I would often gaze into them longingly, silently wishing I had inherited them. She doted on me particularly, for I was always polite and respectful. I always made time to listen to the stories she told about my grandfather, my Pedar Bozorg, that my brothers and cousins dismissed as boring. I could sit for hours listening to her talk about my grandfather, watching her blink back tears as she reminisced about her lost love, who died of a heart attack when I was just 5. Even as a young girl, I wanted to meet a man I could love as deeply as she loved him. I was glad I had taken the chance to come to Iran to rejuvenate in the hometown I love. As a child, when anyone asked me where I was from, I would always grin broadly and proclaim with great pride, "I am from Rasht city." Like Iran's capital, Tehran, Rasht is considered a modern city. It is close to Russia, so it benefits from all the latest imports of electrical goods and furniture. Caviar production is a big industry in Rasht, and it is exported all over the world. I never tried it, as it was only available in very upmarket restaurants and cafes. Rasht is also the capital of the Gilan province, known throughout Iran for many delicious types of rice and silverfish and the famous Lahijan tea. Iranians are big tea drinkers, and the tea from the town of Lahijan, which has a strong aroma and an even stronger taste, is a national favorite. There is nothing particularly remarkable about Rasht itself, with the exception of the huge Park-e-Shahr, city park. But I loved it regardless, and have many wonderful memories of growing up there. My school, Heftay Shahrivar, or Furugh High School, was one of the most reputable girls' high schools in the city. Year after year, it achieved the highest university acceptance rate, something the school was understandably proud of. Our family home stands right in the heart of Rasht, near the food markets. When I lived there, it had 2 big bedrooms, one belonging to my parents, where Sasan also slept, and the second shared by myself and Sina and Solar. The house had a large kitchen and a sitting room that doubled as a guest room. We knew the rules about the sitting room. Do not mess it up under any circumstances, as back then people typically did not call before they visited, and my mother did not want to be embarrassed by our clutter. Over time, my father renovated our house, transforming it into 3 2-bedroom apartments, one of which was their modest home. My mother still took great pride in decorating. In years past, Iranian homes were furnished with Persian rugs and carpets because people sat on the floor, but that was before my time. We did have a Persian rug in the middle of our sitting room, but that was just for decoration. We and everyone else I knew sat on a couch. Like all the houses on our street, we had a big backyard. When we were children, my mother had been an enthusiastic gardener, and our backyard was bursting with flower pots holding geraniums, roses, and pansies. They were my mother's pride and joy. Even now I can hear her fretful warning, "Stop running, you are going to break them." Later, too old and tired to be gardening, she insisted on lots of artificial flowers, which did not require any attention and were strewn lovingly throughout the apartment. My siblings and I had often asked my dad if we could move a bit farther out of town, where it was quieter and less busy, but he had inherited our house from his mother, and the street held far too many memories for him to just up and leave. Despite being 77 now, my father is healthy and fit. A night owl, he was always reading, and I took after him in that regard. Many people have said that I look like my dad. We have similar-shaped faces and eyes, and like me, my dad is small in stature. Rasht is close to the Mosul Mountains, home of the famous Mosul steppe village, so called because the land is so steep that one house's front yard is another house's roof. Beyond that village, you come to the most beautiful waterfalls. The narrow roads leading up to the mountains are lined with village women dressed in traditional and colorful gilaki tunics and scarves. Women in Iran are not allowed to show their hair and are expected to wear loose clothing in public. These women sell traditional homemade bread sweetened with honey, saffron, and vanilla, and served hot. The scent is so inviting that no matter how hard I tried, I was never able to walk past the women without buying some sweetbread. Only half an hour from Rasht lies the Caspian Sea. It stretches all along the north part of the Gilan province and shares a border with Russia. Iranian summers are very hot, and in the summer months, people flock to the beaches to cool down in the water or just sit on the sand and feel the sea breeze brush their skin. Above all, the people of Rasht are renowned for their hospitality and love of entertaining, and my mother certainly fit this mold. Whenever we had someone come visit, she would busy herself in the kitchen for hours, making colorful dishes that would give off the most delicious aromas. The only thing I did not like about Rasht was the climate. It rains almost all year round and is dreadfully humid. I'm not the only person I know who sometimes took 3 or even 4 cool showers a day, as the heat and humidity make you sweat so much. The humid climate of Rasht is particularly uncomfortable for women. Although males can wear short sleeves, By law, young girls from the age of 9 have to cover themselves up with long-sleeved tunics, shalvar trousers, and rusari scarves. When I was a child, I had constantly complained to my mother about this as I trudged around in heavy garments while my brothers ran around cool and carefree in their T-shirts. "That is the law, Sami," she always replied, the dutiful Shia Muslim forever trying to raise her daughter properly. Upon being told about this law in school, I consumed myself with the injustice of it. Why should boys have the freedom to wear what they want, and girls have to endure uncomfortable, heavy clothes in the hot, humid summers? But of course, there was an answer to that question. We were taught that if men see a woman's flesh, it would make them stare and could cause excitement. At the time, I did not understand this excitement. I only knew that it was very dangerous and to be avoided at all costs. This law about women's clothing was one of many enforced by the Revolutionary Guards who patrolled the streets in Iranian cities. I cannot remember a time when I had not been aware of the Revolutionary Guards, even as a child. Those men and women in uniform came in after the Iranian Revolution of 1979 and still today are the military elite whose role is to protect the regime, by force if necessary. The revolution certainly brought changes, but not the kind of changes the people I knew so desperately wanted. The wealthy took the opportunity to leave Iran, but most people did not have the money to escape and had to stay and anxiously await what the future would bring. No matter what people may have thought of the police under the regime of the Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the Revolutionary Guards proved far more hostile and power-hungry. They did not tolerate resistance, and protesting against the new regime could, and often did, result in death. The Shia clergy, Islamic priests educated in Islamic theology and law, were granted far more authority than they ever had before, resulting in stricter rules being imposed on society. This included the way people dress, how they act, and whom they are seen with. When I was growing up, alcohol was strictly forbidden, as was casual mingling of the sexes in public. Attending or hosting a party with both women and men where music, dancing, and alcohol were present was considered a serious crime. If the Revolutionary Guards were not paid money to stay away, a cash payment could make a corrupt guard turn a blind eye to almost anything. They could show up unannounced and arrest people on the spot. Everyone was afraid of the Revolutionary Guards. Unless you had money or political connections, getting arrested, even for something minor, such as listening to music in public, could result in a long prison stay. Sometimes women who were arrested and did not have money were given the option of having sex with a corrupt guard to avoid prison and a criminal record. A prison record almost guaranteed no chance of securing legitimate employment later on, so for many women, allowing the guards to do what they wished with them was a price they paid reluctantly. Of course, not all guards behaved this way, but the problem was, you never knew what sort of guard was going to arrest you. My brothers and I had little interaction with the Revolutionary Guards when we were children, as we were always with my parents, who were very careful to abide by the government's rules and not draw attention to themselves. This changed when we became teenagers and were free to roam the city. The Revolutionary Guards patrolled the cities in white Toyota Jeeps with a green band around it emblazoned with Rast Ershad, which means Police of Islamic Guidance. That always struck me as odd, because the Revolutionary Guards did not guide anyone. They enforced rules, and often very harshly. Even now, I can recall the sheer terror that would rise in me when one of their jeeps approached. Whoever spotted it first would call out, "Gashed! Gashed!" as loudly as they could without being noticeable. Everyone would instinctively look to the ground, averting their gaze, and desperately willing them to pass by without stopping to interrogate. Although the guards mostly traveled around the cities in their jeeps, they also patrolled on foot. One summer's day when I was 14 and out with my brother Sina in Park Ashar, we were approached by a Revolutionary Guard. I remember suddenly looking up to see him standing there, his severe gaze bearing down on us. In his hand, he held the standard baton wielded by all Revolutionary Guards, and his gun was clearly visible in its holster. "What is your relationship with her?" he said to Sina, harshly, nodding in my direction. "She is my sister," Sina replied, immediately. "Show me your ID cards," the guard said, looking at Sina, and then shifting his focus to me. "Why do you need to see our ID cards?" I replied. "Can't you see that we look alike?" All Iranian citizens have to carry ID cards in case they are stopped by Revolutionary Guards, a practice that angered me even as a child. The government should not be controlling people's lives. The guard dismissed me by raising his voice and hitting the inside of his hand with his baton. "Show me your ID cards at once," he barked. I nervously dug my hands deep into my bag, searching for the ID card. Finding it, I pushed it forcefully into his open palm. As he read the card, I couldn't help myself. I told him I would ask the next person who walked past if they thought Sina and I looked like we were related, and I bet they would say yes. Handing over his ID card, Sina glared at me. "Quiet, Sami. You can't argue with them." "Don't tell me what to do, Sina," I snapped. We continued to fight in front of the guard, who by now had checked our ID cards and realized we were bickering like brother and sister. He explained that he had to check ID cards because too many people were indulging in inappropriate relationships. I was enraged, but could not say anything. Whom we chose to spend time with should be our own free choice. My brother Salar, the most spirited of us siblings, suffered far more from the new regime during those years. Around the age of 9, he started borrowing Hollywood movies from his friend for us to watch at home. Hollywood movies were illegal in Iran, but they were smuggled in, and if you knew the right person, you could get a hold of them relatively easily. My brothers and I loved watching the movies any chance we got. One movie was broadcast on television every Friday, but they were really old black and white comedies such as Laurel and Hardy and the Three Stooges, which I never found funny. Salar, like my oldest brother Sina, took classes in karate and loved Jackie Chan movies, so these were a prominent feature in our video cassette player. I also remember watching Die Hard, Rocky, and The Exorcist. None of us could understand the words because the films were in English and not subtitled, but we loved them regardless. The West was a strange, enticing world to us. Our family looked forward to seeing which movie Salar would borrow from his friend each week. My mother always said she was too tired to watch the films, but my father would often join us. We would sit huddled around the small TV in our sitting room, stuffing our faces with nuts and sunflower seeds, my brothers carefully watching the karate moves, and me collapsing in hysterics. Salar's journey to his friend's house and back usually only took about 10 minutes. But one evening, Salar didn't return. We waited almost an hour until the worry got too much for us, and we went out in the streets searching for him. Eventually, a man admitted he had seen Salar being dragged off by revolutionary guards. My dad became frightened, frantically contacting his friends and eventually managing to locate Salar. He had been beaten black and blue by the guards for being in possession of non-Islamic material. They had tied his feet together with rope and beat him with sticks. My father brought him home, and upon seeing Salar, my mother and I had burst into tears. I was so angry, but there was nothing I could do. Salar was in terrible pain and unable to walk for a week. Now, many years later, on this trip back to a repressive country that was so different from my adopted Ireland, I vowed to show Saba the real, enduring beauty of the country of my birth, taking her to all the places I had loved in the cheerful innocence of childhood. Despite its current government, Iran is a beautiful country, and I love every corner of it. I took her to the Lahajan Mountains and introduced her to my favorite restaurants and traditional food, like the delicious chelo kebab, the national dish of Iran, which is made with ground beef, lamb, or other meat infused with aromatic saffron and served on skewers with Persian rice. I hired a small boat to take us out to the Anzali swamp, which lies parallel to the Caspian Sea and is covered in water lilies. The water was so clear that we could see the fish swimming below. "Look, Mummy," Saba squealed, pointing. My eyes followed her outstretched arm to a beautiful silverfish that glided toward us and quickly disappeared under our boat. It was such a beautiful, peaceful place, and in that moment, with my daughter so happy beside me, I was glad to have taken the chance to come back to the hometown I loved. As I peered over the edge of the boat, I saw my reflection staring back. I almost didn't recognize the woman who held my gaze and looked so tormented, her self-esteem in tatters. So weak, vulnerable. What had happened to the vibrant, defiant young woman who had left Iran with so many great hopes and dreams? I dropped my hand into the water, and ripples shattered my reflection. I could not bear to look at that woman any longer. Chapter 2. Rasht had changed in many ways since I had left in 1995 for a new life in Ireland. Money from oil and agriculture had been pumped into construction, and it now seemed as urban and modern as many European cities. Streets had been widened, and access in and out of the city was now greatly improved with the construction of numerous flyover bridges. Skyscrapers and multi-story office blocks had sprung up amid the traditional buildings, and shops and restaurants lined the streets, just as they do in any major city in the West. Other changes had occurred on a more personal level. It amazed me how Iranian women now wore so much makeup. I recently read that Iran is the 7th largest market for makeup in the world and the 2nd largest in the Middle East. It makes sense that Iranian women want to highlight the one part of their bodies they can freely expose: their face. I had always made an effort to look nice as a teenager and college student when I lived there, but what I saw women wearing now was in a whole different league. Such a change from my experience. When I was 17, I was going to a private tutor in Rasht to help prepare for the college entrance exam. One evening, as I was coming home, a white bus pulled up, and 2 middle-aged women got out and hurried toward me. Each of them was dressed in a black chador, the traditional large piece of cloth wrapped around the head and the upper body, leaving only the face exposed. Their pointy, angry faces made them look like 2 crows about to pounce on their prey, and that's exactly what they did. Grabbed roughly by each arm and flung toward the bus. All I could manage to stutter was, what did I do? Glaring at me, one of them squawked, "You have not covered your hair properly." Terrified, I knew that if my father found out, I would be in big trouble. He was always warning me, "You must be careful. Never do anything to allow those people to harass you." These women were Revolutionary Guards, their role to arrest women because the male guards were not meant to touch females when arresting them. Upon being pushed into the bus, I found myself surrounded by young girls with eyes as big and scared as mine. We were driven to the nearest police station and taken in. Fortunately, I was not wearing makeup. Brandishing dirty cloths, the women moved from one girl to the next, harshly scrubbing their faces and cursing at them. The young girls cried in pain, but the guards were unmoved. Once the makeup had been removed, leaving the girls' faces swollen, red, and raw, the guards started hitting them with the back of a heavy gun. Unbelievable. Angry, I could say nothing. Given that most young women wore makeup in Iran now, perhaps some things had changed since I was a girl. But while the laws regarding makeup may have been more relaxed, fear was still there. In the 21st century, that fear was painted on the women's faces as clearly as the makeup itself. Wanting to make the most of my visit, I made sure to visit with as many relatives as possible. It was at one of those get-togethers I heard that Farzad, one of my first cousins once removed, had been divorced recently and was eager to see me. One of my relatives had given him my phone number. But I wasn't sure that I wanted to see him. Farzad was the eldest child in his family and the only boy. He had 2 younger sisters and had been the only grandson for more than 15 years. I remember the extraordinary attention lavished on him as a child. He seemed to get whatever he wanted. Once, when I was about 9 or 10, Farzad had a violent tantrum because he had been asked to give a toy to his sister and did not want to. He went into a rage in front of everyone, screaming, throwing things around, and smashing anything he could grab. I looked on in shock with my brothers. I had never seen a child disrespect his parents like that. When I look back now, it is clear to me that Farzad's conviction of his own self-importance was difficult for others outside his family to accept. School friendships were fleeting. He passed by me on his way home every day and was always alone. An intense teenager, Farzad had been attracted to me, calling to talk about books or movies that I had no interest in. At the time, I was too shy and polite to cut the call short or tell him to stop contacting me. It had been 15 years since I had seen Farzad. Surely he had changed. Out of both impulse and curiosity, I decided to meet him and see what he was like after all this time. I had been given his phone number by one of his relatives, and he seemed excited that I had contacted him. Because my mother was not particularly fond of her sister-in-law, Farzad's grandmother, I thought it best to keep the meeting to myself. It was only going to be a one-time thing, after all, so there was no point in ruffling anyone's feathers. Farzad had suggested we meet in a cafe in Golsar village, a trendy suburb in Rasht where the wealthy go to dine and shop. A broad smile lit up his face when I walked into the coffee shop. "Sami, you have not changed a bit," he exclaimed. He looked me up and down, still smiling. "No, you have changed," he murmured. "You have gotten more beautiful." I just smiled nervously. Compliments about my appearance have always made me uncomfortable, and it had been a long time since I had received a compliment from anyone. I have to admit that Farzad had grown into a not unattractive man. His hair, once brown, was now a salt and pepper color. He still had thick glasses, which I remember from years ago. As a young boy, Farzad had been watching a street protest at the time of the revolution. The protesters had been burning cars, logs, anything they could get their hands on, and he had been standing a little too close to the action. Something exploded in the fire and ricocheted into his right eye. I had heard that Farzad had undergone various surgeries over the years, but judging by the thick lenses, his eyesight was still very weak. "I am really glad to see you," he said. "You travel here often?" "Maybe once a year to see my parents," I replied, trying to avoid his steady gaze. After the waitress took our orders, he leaned closer. "I have been thinking about you a lot recently. I was shocked to hear that we had both been married and divorced." He pulled his head back and smiled. "Maybe we were meant to meet each other again." I said nothing. Perhaps this meeting had been a mistake. As our coffees were placed in front of us, I took time to study him more closely. That same intense expression I remembered, but he was now far more confident in the way he spoke and held himself. "I'm an engineer now," he announced, sitting up straight with pride. I was pleased to know that Farzad was doing well for himself. He had struggled in school, and I'd heard that his relatives had paid to get him into college. It was like that in Iran. Money could get you almost anything, but only if you knew the right people. He returned the conversation to the two of us. "You know, I have never stopped thinking about you since we were kids," he said softly, looking directly into my eyes. "You know I loved you dearly, Sami." Oh boy. Sipping coffee, I thought about my next words. "Yes, I remember," I replied carefully, putting my cup down. "You're always following me around." I laughed nervously. Looking past his shoulder and out onto the busy street, I realized I felt just as I had as a young girl when I had struggled to find something to say to him on the phone. Perhaps thinking I was losing interest, he blurted out, "I really want us to be together. I realize that I still have a lot of love for you in my heart." My eyes returned quickly to his face. Thinking of that conversation now, after all the pain that followed, it is so hard to believe I took him seriously. But I did. It had been such a long time since anyone had made me feel special, so I indulged myself a little by believing that his sweet words were genuine. Too many years of feeling worthless and depressed, and now this engineer was giving me his undivided attention. Nonetheless, I did try my best to talk about other things, but Farzad always brought our chat back to his feelings for me. I must admit, I was flattered. When we finished our coffees, he indicated to the waitress to come over so that we could order another. I gently refused, however, saying I had to return to my parents' house and my little girl. Such an awkward, quick goodbye, given all that had been said. On the way home, my cell phone beeped. It was a text message from Farzad. I opened the message and was surprised to see a love poem by the famous 14th century Persian poet Hafez. "I have no use for divine patience. My lips are now burning and everywhere. I am running from every corner of this earth and sky, wanting to kiss you." Wow! The possibility of a new relationship was the last thing I had expected on this trip, especially given my resume of romantic disasters. I didn't even have time to reply to the message when the phone beeped again. Another one of Hafez's poems. "For I have learned that every heart will get what it prays for most." The barrage of Hafez poems continued throughout the evening, and soon I started to just delete them. Same old Farzad, unceasingly intense. I wanted to tell him to stop because the phone was my mother's. My Irish cell phone had no reception in Iran. And God only knows what she would have thought if she discovered Farzad sending me poems by the great Hafez, but I did not want to hurt his feelings. Thankfully, the messages eventually stopped. That night, as I was turning in for bed, Farzad sent me a text message, inviting me to join him for a meal the following day. Wanting to clarify our relationship and with plenty of time at my disposal, I agreed. We met in an Italian restaurant called Pizzeria, again in Golsar. I love pizza, and was studying the menu when Farzad gently pushed it down onto the table so he could see my face. Sami, he began, looking into my eyes. I thought about you all last night, and I want us to be together. He took a sip from his water, still holding my gaze. I want us to get married. I stared at him in disbelief. This has gone too far. I'm sorry, Farzad, I replied firmly, but I am not ready for any kind of commitment. There's nothing to worry about, Farzad urged. All that matters is I love you very much. I knew I did not love him. How could I? I didn't even know him, but Farzad was very good at choosing the right words to make me trust him. We have known each other since childhood, Sami, he explained rationally. That is far more than many people who marry. He had a point, but not the one I thought needed making. I am not the 15-year-old girl you used to call on the phone, I said patiently. We don't even know if we would get along. Farzad shook his head and leaned forward. Come on, Sami. You cannot be serious. We know each other very well. This was getting out of hand. I tried to get the attention of the waitress to diffuse the situation, but she was nowhere to be seen. He placed his hand on mine. I've never wanted anyone in my life as much as I want you. Gently pulling my hand away, I smiled faintly and picked up the menu again. He did the same. Farzad became relentless in his pursuit. He continued to mention the proposal throughout that evening and over the following days when he called. His constant attention and words of endearment, which no man had spoken to me for so long, began eroding my resolve. If I let this man go, would I ever find another who wanted to be with me so desperately? Eventually, I consented to see Farzad one more time. As Saba was at my brother Sina's house playing with her cousin, I agreed to meet him. Quietly leaving my parents' house, I spotted Farzad parked in his little gold Peugeot a few hundred yards down the road. As I ducked my head and got into the car, Farzad smiled at me warmly and offered his hand for me to shake, which I took. Pulling quickly away from the curb, Farzad took off down the road at high speed. He was clearly not a careful driver, but that is not uncommon in Iran. Taking his eyes off the road, stealing glances at me, he finally said, I can't believe we are together, Sami. This surprised me. We were not together at all, but knowing how much he wanted to be with me made me feel good. Soon he began again. I love you, Sami. I want us to be married. But I am leaving, Farzad. My holiday here is over soon. I saw the sorrow spread across his face. Looking out the window, as the city of my childhood sped past, I thought of my life in Ireland. Whom was I returning to? No one. No special person. Few friends at the most, for my circle of Muslim acquaintances had shunned me when I filed for divorce. I had been so sad and depressed in Ireland. Maybe I needed a change. If Farzad, devoted Farzad, were in Ireland with me, perhaps I would not feel so alone and lost. Sami. Sami. Deep in thought, I did not hear him. Do you think you could extend your stay a little longer? He pleaded. I looked over at him. So worried, so much caring for me. I am not sure, I replied softly. But I could try, if you want me to. He started to laugh. Of course I want you to. Still looking directly at him, I went on. But I need you to tell me something, Farzad. Anything, he replied, nodding eagerly. All this talk of marriage is making me uncomfortable. A light scowl flashed and vanished. I thought it was making you happy. Shifting awkwardly in my seat, I explained calmly. We don't know each other well enough. Today is the third time we have met in 15 years, and you were telling me you want to marry me. It takes at least a year to know someone, Farzad. Not wishing to glimpse the inevitable look of disappointment, I turned my face to the window again. Rasht continued to fall behind us. In what world, Sami? Your thinking is too westernized. Your parents and my parents met on the day they got married. True, but things were very different back then. I turned back toward him. Crushed, he looked at me so intensely that before I could stop myself, the words were out of my mouth. Yes, Farzad, I said, sighing. I will agree to a relationship with you for now, and if things work out, we can marry in a year. Farzad was visibly delighted. "We are going to have a wonderful life together, Sami," he shouted. "This is a wish come true for me." "I don't want to rush into this," I emphasized. "We have both made mistakes in the past." "Yes, yes," he said, not really listening. One thing I knew with certainty was that I had no intention of staying in Iran. This was no longer my world. I told Farzad that if things worked out between us, I wanted him to move to Dublin with me because I was not prepared to live the rest of my life with so little freedom. "But I've never thought of leaving Iran," Farzad said, now unsure. I understood what he was saying. Iran was his home, just as Ireland was now mine. If this was going to work out, someone was going to have to give, and I knew with total certainty that it was not going to be me. "This isn't just about me, Farzad. I have to think of my daughter. Sabah's father lives in Ireland." We drove on a little farther in silence. Nodding his head decisively, Farzad finally spoke. "It will take me at least a year to finalize this project I'm working on, and I will then come to Ireland to be with you." And just like that, I was engaged for the second time in my life. I had no idea at the time how much I would live to regret my words and promise. Chapter 3. The long road to the coffee shop, to that fatal decision, began when I set out many years ago to become educated and see the world. My father had drilled the value of learning into us from a young age. "You must educate yourself," he would say. "Success in life comes from education." Like many young Iranian students, I was desperate to go to college. Higher education meant I could travel, and I dreamed of settling in a country like England or America where I could live without the restrictions that were part and parcel of life in Iran. At the age of 18, I packed a suitcase and boarded a bus with my father for a 12-hour journey to Elam, a small city in the northwest of Iran, on its border with Iraq. I was going to study nursing at the Medical University of Elam. Leaving my beautiful hometown of Rasht for the first time, I was nervous. On that September afternoon in 1990, seated next to me as the bus idled in the station, my father sensed my fear and said it was not too late to change my mind. I had also been accepted to a college about 25 miles away from Rasht, the Azad University of Lahijan. Azad universities in Iran are private universities, to study for a degree in microbiology, but it was a private college, and I knew my father lacked the funds to send me there. He insisted that he would find the money somehow, but I could not and would not place that financial burden on him. "No," I told my father as the bus pulled out of the terminal, "I will go to Elam." The bus first headed toward the city of Ghazvin, about 2.5 hours from Rasht, and for me the most enjoyable part of our journey. The bending roads climbed high up into the Alborz Mountains through lush green scenery. We passed the little town of Rudbar, famous for its olive oils and pomegranate paste, which Iranians used to make curry dishes, and then on to the windmill town of Manjil. At Ghazvin, we came to a junction where the road diverged. One way was the road to Iran's capital city, Tehran, and the other road, which we took, led to Elam. I occupied my mind with the same thoughts as every first-year college student. Will I like the courses? Will people like me? Will I be able to cope with the workload? I soon discovered that I should have also asked myself, will I make it to Elam alive? Continuing farther up the Alborz mountain range, my father remarked that the area we were approaching was notable for its bitter winds, even in the summer. That observation did not particularly interest me, but my father's next words did. "These roads are sometimes closed," he grunted, cocking his head to the right and trying to see ahead. "Heavy stones fall down from those mountains." Satisfied we were safe for now, he nodded and settled back into his seat. "Thanks a lot, Dad." Now terrified, I kept my eyes fixed on the mountains, scanning for boulders that might be hurtling toward us, praying to God to keep us safe. Once we had safely passed the Alborz mountain range, the magnificent Zagros Mountains came into view. The roads over these mountains, nearly 3 miles at their highest peaks, weave up and down and around very dangerous bends. On one side of the road loomed an awesome mountain range, on the other, a dangerous, dizzying chasm. Any minute I thought our bus would topple over the edge and we would hurl to our deaths. I decided on that journey that once I was safely in Elam, I would not be visiting my family often. I had never been to Elam, but had heard a great deal about it growing up. The city had been a regular feature on the nightly news, as it had come under intense bombing during the Iran-Iraq War. The government in Iraq, seeking to take advantage of the volatile and unstable political situation after the revolution in Iran, had attacked on September 22, 1980. Saddam Hussein had hoped for an easy victory over a disorganized and fragmented enemy, but that proved not to be the case. The war lasted 8 years and resulted in staggering losses on both sides. It was an incredibly frightening time, and at age 9, I was fully aware of what was happening. I saw the bodies of dead soldiers being brought home to grieving families, whose anguished faces and wails I will never forget. I thanked God I was the eldest and did not have older brothers. Every day I left my house to go to school, not sure if I would return. Although Rasht was not in the direct line of fire, I could hear the air raid sirens. If they sounded when I was at school, our teacher would lead us to an underground bunker where we would huddle together and pray until the alarm stopped. Sometimes, when word came that Iraqi warplanes had been spotted on radar, the teachers would allow us to run home as fast as we could, into the safe arms of frightened parents. During the evening, all electricity was turned off in the cities and homework had to be done by candlelight. Many times I sat outside in the pitch dark on my own, looking up in wonder and fear, wondering what the night sky might reveal. 2 years after the war ended, my father and I arrived in Elam. Traces of conflict were still everywhere, with many buildings in ruin. Although heavy construction was underway to build it up again, Elam was still very much broken. As we drove into the city center, my father pointed out bullet holes in houses. It shocked me to see how close the war had come to the people of Elam, literally exploding on their doorsteps. Stacked up sandbags which had served as life-saving barriers when Iraqi planes strafed from the sky still littered the city. Looking at those sandbags, I could not help but think of the men, women, and children taking refuge under them, and I wondered where they were now. Elam was very different from Rasht, and living there became a major turning point in my life. For the first time, I was exposed to people from across the country. I met students from Tehran, who spoke in posh Persian accents, and others from Iran's famous ancient city of Esfahan. There were students from Ahvaz, Abadan, and Khorramshahr in the south of Iran, and a girl from Mashhad, the most religious city in Iran, which every year attracts millions of pilgrims. I stayed in the college hostel, where my designated roommate was a beautiful and kind girl from Tehran named Haleh. Within 6 months of starting college, I secured a position as a trainee nurse at Taleghani Hospital in Elam. I no longer needed my father's money. I was the most independent that I had ever been in my life, and I loved it. Jabbar Qureshi was one of a group of young doctors who had traveled to Iran from Pakistan to work at Taleghani Hospital with trauma patients. Short in stature, Jabbar had thick black hair and bright eyes. He also had a sweet smile. Even before I got to know him, I knew by his smile that he was a kind man. Jabbar's skin was a lot darker than that of most Iranians, and looking at him, I was reminded of the romantic Indian movies I had watched as a teenage girl. I liked him as a person immediately, especially upon seeing how respectful he was to the patients and staff. One evening, when I was working on the wards with him, Jabbar started asking me questions about a particular patient. I rattled off the answers with ease. "You have a good grasp of this patient's medical history," he said, nodding at the old man lying on the hospital bed between us. "It is as good as any young doctor would have." He asked me why I had not studied medicine, remarking that I was a bright girl and that my interests seemed to lie more in medicine than nursing. I did want to study medicine, I told Jabbar. I liked that an older and respected doctor thought I was bright. And it was true that it was medicine that had originally interested me. Unfortunately, I did not get the marks needed for medicine, I admitted as we moved on to the next patient. Jabbar smiled and nodded his head sympathetically. When I next saw Jabbar several days later, he asked if I would mind going to a book fair that was being held at my college and buying a couple of medical books that he wanted. He claimed he was being run off his feet at the hospital and would not have time to go himself, as the book fair was being held for only a few days. I agreed. The following evening, after finishing my shift at the hospital, I set off to give the books to Jabbar. Such a bitterly cold evening. I carried those expensive, heavy books through the hospital grounds as if holding a newborn baby. To my great surprise, the next day Jabbar gave me a gift to show his gratitude and to say thank you. "There is no need for you to give me a present," I said shyly. "I didn't mind doing you a favor." This was the first time a man outside my family had given me a gift, and a generous one, too. It was an expensive bottle of perfume that I could not afford on my student nurse salary, and it caused quite a stir when I brought it back to my room at the college hostel that evening. "That's nice perfume," commented my roommate Halle. "Where did you get that from?" "Dr. Roreshi gave it to me," I replied, holding up the bottle and examining it. "That is expensive. He must love you to give you a present like that," she said, now very serious. "Don't be silly," I laughed. "This was just his way of saying thank you because I did him a favor." Halle shook her head. She had been secretly going out with a young doctor from the hospital for a year, and he had not bought her a single present in that time, even though he owned a pharmacy. She scrunched up her face. "Actually, I'm the one buying presents from his pharmacy for myself so that he stays interested in me," she admitted ruefully. Taking the bottle of perfume from my hands, she studied it closely. "Trust me," she finally declared. "That Dr. Roreshi is definitely in love with you." I had not thought of Jabbar as anything more than a kind colleague, but after he gave me the perfume, I noticed his eyes constantly on me whenever our paths crossed. I began to wonder if maybe Halle was right. He really did have feelings for me. A few days later, Jabbar and I exchanged numbers, and over the following weeks, we started to get to know each other better. We mainly talked over the phone. I did not want to be seen with a man in public, since that is how rumors spread, and rumors always cause big problems in Iran. As I have said, Iran is exceptionally strict about relationships between unmarried men and women. If I had been seen with Jabbar outside of the hospital, I would likely be thrown out of college, and Jabbar would lose his job, or we would have been forced to marry. It was way too risky, so we got to know each other on the phone, and whenever we were working together. I soon learned through our conversations that Jabbar was 13 years older than me, and especially close to his family. Never having spent so much time with a foreigner before, I found it funny how he pronounced some Persian words. Of course, I didn't say anything that might hurt his feelings, but I did find his efforts at pronunciation cute and would try to stifle my giggles. One day I asked him something that I had been curious about for some time. Why had he come to work in Iran? "Iran pays a good salary to foreign doctors, so I can save money," he replied. "What are you saving for?" "I want to go to England and study there, and I need money to do that and to support my family in Pakistan." The doctor had a plan. I had read about England in books and thought his future sounded exciting. I could only dream of living and working in a European country. Despite my love for Iran, I was increasingly interested in living in a country where women could have more freedom. It was a hope cherished by many young women I knew in Iran, but for most it would never happen. "Would you like to come to England and study medicine with me there, Sami?" he asked me one afternoon as casually as he would ask for a patient's file. I was so stunned at his request, it took me a few seconds to be able to respond. "As far as I know, young women need their husband's or father's permission to leave the country," I said slowly, looking at Jabbar with some confusion. "My father does not have the money for me to go study abroad." "Then marry me, Sami," he said without a moment's hesitation. We were standing in what was known as the doctor's room, a small room that doctors used for talking to patients and deciding whether or not they needed to be hospitalized. Not the most romantic of settings for a proposal, but not the worst either. I was dumbfounded, not even sure if he was serious, but it turned out he was. I was just 20 years old, and marriage hadn't seemed imminent in my future. But Jabbar was a good man, and the idea of leaving Iran and living abroad was enticing. So was the idea that I could go to a Western university and pursue my long-held dream of becoming a doctor. "I will need time to think about this and talk to my parents," I told Jabbar, my calm demeanor not betraying the surge of excitement inside. "Take all the time you need," he said, smiling. I did not want to rush my decision. As young girls, my friends and I often fantasized about what our future husbands would be like. Tall, dark hair, and devilishly handsome were obvious prerequisites, followed by kind, intelligent, funny, and easy to get along with. I also knew that my husband and I would be so madly in love with each other that we would never be apart. Ardent love between Jabbar and me? Perhaps not at this point. But he was indeed kind and career-minded, and the opportunity for me was irresistible. I accepted. I was fairly certain my parents would not want me to leave Iran or to marry a man from Pakistan. I knew that many Iranian people believed they were superior to Pakistanis, so I was going to have to do a bit of gentle coaxing. First, my mother. Imagine if your daughter was a great doctor from a London university. Just think about how that would be, Mum, I said. She wasn't convinced. We don't know anything about him or where he is from, Sami. Come on, Mum, I pleaded. I work with him, and I know what he is like. Just meet him once, and if you don't approve, I will not marry him. She nodded her head, and I knew the marriage was sealed because everyone liked Jabbar. The day Jabbar came to meet my parents, my grandmother, who was also living with my parents at that time, made sure she was there. I knew she wanted to get a good look at the man I was hoping to marry and leave Iran with. Sina and I set off to pick up Jabbar at a designated landmark, in front of the Audiobook Hotel in the famous Shahdari Square. I was suddenly anxious for Jabbar and myself. So much weighed on this meeting. But I needn't have been. As we pulled up, I spotted Jabbar, dressed smartly in a suit, smiling and looking much at ease. Once in the car, I introduced him to Sina. My future husband then promptly informed us that he had just been ripped off by a taxi driver. I was so mortified. Jabbar had hailed a taxi and asked to be dropped off at the entrance of the Audiobook Hotel. The taxi driver, realizing he was talking with a man who was not familiar with the city, had eagerly told Jabbar to hop in. As Jabbar sat in the car, the driver had driven very slowly around Shahdari Square and then pulled up in the exact spot where he'd initially picked up Jabbar. He had then pointed with one hand and said, "There is the entrance to the Audiobook Hotel," holding out the other hand for the fare. My brother and I expected some indication of annoyance from Jabbar, but it never came. He just burst into laughter, and Sina and I both joined in. It was a great icebreaker, and as we drove back to my parents' house, any little fears I had quickly disappeared. Looking at Jabbar animatedly taking in his new surroundings, I felt a sudden flush of pride. Back at the house, excitement was paramount. Everyone was fussing around Jabbar and chattering away. Jabbar, obviously struggling to keep up, remained quiet. Unlike my parents, who immediately fell for Jabbar's quiet charm, my grandmother was not as easily convinced. Fastening her eyes on him, she eventually looked over to me and whispered, "Can he speak?" "Of course he can speak, Grandma," I laughed. "He speaks 3 languages, English, Farsi, and his own language." Grandma nodded her head slowly. I still have a bit of work to do here, I thought. Kissing her sweet, wrinkled face, I casually mentioned, "Did you know Jabbar is a doctor?" "Oh, is he now?" she said, raising an eyebrow. Here we go. "Yes, Grandma. He can answer all your questions about your blood pressure and heart disease. He knows about all the latest medicines and treatments for your conditions." I winked at my mom, but she couldn't hold back and started laughing. She knew as well as I did that my grandmother loved talking about her illnesses to anyone who would listen. As my mother and I expected, Grandmother had a sudden change of heart and embraced the idea of her granddaughter marrying a doctor from Pakistan and leaving Iran to pursue her studies. I was going to be leaving Elam before completing my nursing degree, but since I was planning on studying medicine abroad, I wouldn't need to complete my degree anyway. Other thrilling prospects beckoned. Jabbar and I were married in a small ceremony in Rasht in the autumn of 1993. My father had difficulty finding a hall to rent because it is illegal to hold events in Iran where men and women are allowed to mix. The only way it would be allowed was if the women wore Islamic dress, all dark clothing, including a dark scarf. But I did not want my wedding photos looking like we were all at a funeral. Fortunately, my father found a man who agreed to rent us his hall, and after a Revolutionary Guard was paid off to keep quiet, my wedding and reception went ahead. It was not the sort of lavish wedding many young girls dream of, but my family and I decorated the hall with flowers, and even though it was a very simple and low-key affair, I knew that my father had done his best for his only daughter. A few months later, Jabbar went on to England to pursue his fellowship, an exam doctors take when they want to qualify for work in a particular medical specialty. He relocated to Ireland from the United Kingdom after 6 months, and I applied for an Irish visa so that I could join him there. During the early 1990s, there were not many foreigners in Ireland, and the visa requirements were incredibly strict. It took over a year for my visa application to be processed and approved. Good news finally came at the start of 1995, when my visa was sanctioned, and in April of that year, I flew to Dublin to live with my husband. From the moment I landed in Ireland, I fell in love with it, and knew I could happily spend the rest of my life there. so much smaller than Iran and easier to travel around. Ireland is also cleaner and better organized than my homeland. Something I noticed immediately is that people stop at red traffic lights in Ireland. This was very odd to me, as no one would bat an eyelid if someone went through a red light in Iran. And free. Irish citizens live their lives seemingly however they wish, in a world of choices that has never stopped intoxicating me. It took a while to be able to look police officers in the eye. Old habits die hard, and I was constantly worried I would be questioned for something or another, but it never happened. How wonderful it was to know that the Gardaí, the national police force in Ireland, were there to protect people, not control them. I soon felt like a child who had been told she could have any toy she wanted, but with so many choices available, was then prevented from selecting. I wanted to sample everything from the wide variety of European foods, but Jabbar was religious, and I did not want to offend or upset him by eating meat that had not been prepared in the halal way. This ruled out fast food restaurants, but no harm could come from smelling what they served up. God, it smelled so good. I also admired the wonderful array of choices in clothing shops. There, too, Jabbar's religious conservatism soon became an issue, for he did not like me showing too much of my body. I had thought that once we were in Ireland I would be able to dress as I wanted, but I loved my husband, and if it made him happy for me to dress more conservatively, then that was the least I could do. After all, if it had not been for Jabbar, I would not have been in Ireland and enjoying all it had to offer at such a young age. I had known I would leave Iran eventually after completing my nursing degree, but through him I had found a much quicker access to my goal. I enrolled in extra classes to learn English, and had never been so studious. How proud my dad would have been if he could have seen me. I loved learning English and stayed up night after night practicing, often falling asleep with an open book in my lap. Vastly conscious that I was a foreigner in another country, I tried to speak slowly in public, because I did not want the Irish people to think foreigners are ill-mannered. It was important to me that they be proud to have me in their country. However, not everything went according to plan. It turned out that studying medicine was incredibly expensive as a non-European Union student. Even on Jabbar's salary, there was no way we could afford for me to continue my medical education. Jabbar could see my disappointment, but convinced me that it would be better to work in an office and not a hospital. Reasoning that the long hours in a hospital would be too much of a strain when we started a family, Jabbar recommended I study business and work toward a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance at Dublin Business College. The world of figures and calculations proved quite different from nursing, and my poor English made it extremely challenging, but I just had to work harder than most. At first, life seemed beautiful and blessed, but I was young, naive, and a little too optimistic. Gradually, the differences between Jabbar and me, exacerbated by the new world of opportunity and choice we found ourselves in, could not be ignored. Jabbar mingled with a large circle of Pakistani friends in Dublin, whom he got to know before I arrived. He insisted I visit his friends with him. At those meetups, I felt I was traveling back in time. The men and women stayed in separate rooms. To my dismay, I did not have much in common with the wives of his friends. Much of their time together seemed to be spent quietly discussing how annoying their husbands were and how much they disliked their in-laws. I did not feel comfortable joining in, and for the most part just sat quietly until Jabbar wanted to go home. My marriage was not perfect, but I did not like the idea of talking about my husband while he was enjoying time with his friends in the next room. Worse yet, Jabbar frequently invited his friends along with their wives and children to our home for lunch on weekends. Having crammed all week at my studies, I was usually exhausted and just wanted to curl up with a movie or book. For me, who had been guided by my mother not to do housework but to focus instead on my education and my future, it was somewhat disheartening that I now became a cook for Pakistani people. As Jabbar's wife, it was my traditional duty to cook for them. And it wasn't like I could just throw something together. His friends expected traditional Pakistani dishes, like biryani, karahi fried chicken, and curried mutton that all took lengthy preparation time. Jabbar helped with the cooking, which I was grateful for, but it was still draining to constantly be cooking for a house full of people I barely knew. Once dinner was finished, I was expected to clean everything up on my own. No one ever offered to help carry plates to the sink or wash up. The women and men just sat there chatting away while I worked around them. "It would be nice if someone helped me tidy up sometime," I complained to Jabbar one evening after all the guests had finally gone home. "Sami," he explained patiently, "it is not traditional in Pakistan for the guests to help out in other people's houses with the food preparation or the tidying up." What a great tradition. His friends could eat at our home and then sit and relax afterward. No wonder everyone was so willing to visit. After one Saturday spent cooking and tidying up on my own, I could no longer hold my tongue. "I don't understand why I have to cook every week for these people," I snapped. "Why don't they eat at their own houses on the weekend?" "You are being unfair, Sami," Jabbar replied, a little less patiently this time. "These people were very kind to me when I was here on my own, waiting for you to come over. It is only right we repay the favor." With that, he turned and left the room, signaling to me that the subject was no longer open to discussion. I understood the sentiment, and I wanted his friends to see that I was a loving wife. But there was a big difference between cooking for one man and doing the same for a family of 5 or 6. I didn't like arguing, so I reluctantly went along with what he expected of me. That time. Jabbar had ambitions of being an orthopedic surgeon, but since there were few work opportunities in that field, he had settled on anesthesiology. When he failed the fellowship exams he had taken in England and Ireland, he was very disappointed. I was supportive, until he told me that he wanted us to move to Kuwait so that he could train at the Kuwait Institute for Medical Specialization and then get a job there. No way. "If you think I will go to an Arabic country with you, you are wrong," I told him sternly. Jabbar looked at me, clearly startled. This was a side of his wife he had not seen before. "You know Arabs don't like Iranian people," I continued. "I am not leaving Ireland. If you want to go so badly, you can go on your own." Jabbar was not willing to let the matter go so easily. "They're paying very good money for doctors," he said heatedly. "I can't work here now that I failed my exam." "I don't care," I replied, my anger also rising. "I am not leaving Ireland." Jabbar stormed out of the room. Over the next few weeks, we had the same argument again and again, always ending with him stomping away, enraged, and refusing to speak to me for several days. His behavior made living under the same roof intolerable, and it was always me who gave in and apologized. He would accept my apology, but as soon as he mentioned our moving to Kuwait, I could not help but fight back. Eventually, the cycle of argument ended because Jabbar received news that he did not meet the requirements to go to the institute in Kuwait after all. He was understandably annoyed, and it was apparently my fault that he had not been accepted because I had spread so much negative energy, but I felt nothing but relief. Life settled down into a working accommodation between us. I finally graduated from college with honors and landed a job at Tallaght Hospital in Dublin as an accounts assistant. With me working, Jabbar was able to study for his fellowship exam again. It had been difficult for him to study when he was working long hours, so in some ways, losing his job prospects was a blessing in disguise, as he could finally dedicate the time needed to pass the exams. When Jabbar got word he had passed the first part of his fellowship exam, it was a cause for great celebration. And the celebrations continued. Before long, after a difficult pregnancy, we were blessed with a beautiful daughter, Sabba. Sadly, our daughter's birth drove us further apart. Jabbar loved and doted openly on his little girl, but soon I realized that he no longer wanted to spend time with me. From the moment he would come home from work, he would pick Sabba up in his arms, and that is where his attention would stay for the rest of the evening. If I thought a baby would repair our marriage, I was wrong. Jabbar and I had become two people at opposite poles. I did not enjoy the movies he liked, and he dismissed the music I listened to, so we did not enjoy those things together, as most couples do. I loved the idea of immersing myself in a new culture, but Jabbar did not. I was not as religious as Jabbar and never would be. He attended the mosque to pray, but I preferred to pray in the privacy of our home. I had arrived in Ireland full of dreams of becoming a doctor, but they had not materialized. I had hoped to express myself freely and wear clothes that I wanted, but life was not working out that way. More and more, it seemed as if my husband was trying to control me. Now an aesthetic registrar at Connolly Hospital, Blanchardstown, Jabbar leveled the same complaints over and over. "Your top is too low cut, Sami. Everyone can see the shape of your backside in that dress." I never wore anything revealing, so I struggled to see his problem with the way I dressed. I looked like every other respectable woman in Ireland who took pride in her appearance. A couple of times, Jabbar suggested I wear the traditional Pakistani dress, but that request was always met with stony silence. When I suggested in 2002 that we go see Iran play Ireland live in a World Cup qualifier in Dublin, he refused, without explanation. He also forbade me from watching the match at a local pub with Iranian people I knew. I was falling out of love with him. Enough of playing the obedient wife. I had been a spirited young woman before getting married, and a part of that person still thrived inside. I fought back, in my own way, a woman on a mission, applying for and securing a job as an accountant in a small firm. Sabah was put in play school, much to Jabbar's dissatisfaction. But I was entitled to a career too, and I was going to have it. I may have been only a trainee accountant in his eyes, but that job was important to me. When Jabbar began repeatedly telephoning me at work to check on Sabah in play school, or to ask me to pick her up early, it was clear that he didn't respect my job, my choice. I was in no position to be leaving work early to collect our child. No other employee took such liberties. I knew Jabbar wanted me to be with Sabah all the time, but, much as I loved my daughter, it was not going to happen. His unceasing, domineering attitude was the final straw, and one day I told him I could take no more of it. Our marriage was over. We filed for divorce. At the start of our separation, bitter words were exchanged on both sides. I soon realized that the hostility was not going to get either of us anywhere and was hurting Sabah. We finally managed to accept that we were just two very different people. Word spread quickly of our separation in the Pakistani and Iranian communities in Dublin. Numerous women asked how I could leave such a good and successful man. True, Jabbar was a good man and becoming successful, but I was not the sort of woman who stayed with a man for money. I wanted to be successful in my own right. Moving out and into my own place with Sabah was incredibly liberating. No one told me what to wear or forbid me to go places I wanted to go. I never got tired of walking through the door to my home, closing it behind me, and shutting out the rest of the world. I was finally free to do whatever I pleased, and even began a new relationship with an Irishman. But my new happiness was short-lived. I was shunned by the Pakistani and Iranian communities in Dublin for leaving my husband. I did not anticipate the backlash from Jabbar's Muslim friends over my new relationship. Leaving my husband was bad enough, but daring to start a relationship with another man was something so sinful that I was to be punished for it. After the separation, I had no contact with Jabbar's friends, which was not surprising. Most of the Muslims I had met through Jabbar were more acquaintances than friends, but there were a few I did want to stay in touch with. One was an older Iranian woman who lived near me and had always been kind and welcoming. Passing by her home one afternoon, I decided to stop by and say hello. I knocked on the door, and her husband answered. When he saw me, he let out a gasp and ran to the back of the house, leaving me standing bewildered on the doorstep. I could hear some sort of argument in the process in the back room, but I could not make out what was being said. Should I stay or go? I stood in front of the open door, waiting. Moments later, my friend appeared, her head bowed. I could not see her eyes. "I cannot understand why you left your husband," she said sadly. "My husband is very angry at you and does not want me to see you any more. I must obey my husband." "But She closed the door firmly. I stood there for a few seconds, unable to comprehend that a woman I had considered a friend had just ended our friendship without letting me explain my version of events. Mouth still open in shock, I walked back to my car and got in. What had Jabbar told these people? As I pulled out of their driveway, my tears began to fall. I had never been treated like that by a friend, and it hurt deeply. By the time I got home, however, I had become furious. Who were these people to judge me for leaving my marriage? They did not know what had gone on behind closed doors. And it wasn't exactly as if they were pillars of society. I knew that my so-called friend's husband was collecting his dole every week and supplementing this money illegally by working on a cash-only basis in a restaurant. They were obviously fine with cheating the Irish taxpayer, but it was not suitable for me to leave an unhappy marriage and meet someone else. If this was the reaction of someone I considered a friend, I wondered what everyone else must be thinking of me. I soon found out. One evening I was in the kitchen putting away groceries when the phone rang. The caller ID showed it was a young Iranian woman whom I had always got along well with, but had not heard from in some time. "Hello, stranger," I said, happy to hear from her. I almost didn't recognize the voice, which was full of venom. You are nothing but a prostitute for leaving your husband for another man. You should be ashamed of yourself, you cheap slut." The line went dead. I had not left my husband for another man. I had left my husband because we could no longer live together. I sat down as Saba played happily around me without a care in the world. Too shocked to even cry, and not wanting to upset Saba, I sat in silence for a long time. Things did not improve. Any time I saw Jabbar's friends at the shopping center, they would roll their eyes or turn their faces from me in disgust. I tried to be strong, but it was hard not to feel ashamed, and I cried myself to sleep many nights. If the shunning wasn't hard enough, my new relationship began showing signs of strain. I came to understand with a heavy heart that those cultural qualities about me that my partner had once found cute and endearing had become a reason for judgment and ridicule. Then the day came when I learned he was cheating on me. When I spotted him walking hand in hand with another woman, it was over. I felt so lost, so different from everyone else. Not traditional enough for Jabbar, and too much so for my former Irish partner. I wondered if I would ever fit in anywhere. For almost a year, I tried to rebuild my life, but having fallen into a deep depression, I just couldn't. I finally made my way back to Iran, seeking refuge with my family and child at home. Still adrift and unsure, unable to gaze at the reflection of the woman I had become, one day I washed up on shore at a coffee shop, drinking coffee with Farzad. Chapter 4. Well, I had gone and done it, but now I was reluctant to mention the engagement to anyone. Farzad had other ideas. "Please, Sami," he insisted over and over, fixing me with that intense gaze. "I want everyone to know we are going to be together." His constant badgering eventually wore me down. I was afraid to tell my father. He was a serious man, and as we had grown up, my brothers and I had witnessed his angry outbursts over minor misdemeanors many times. He was a man who commanded respect, and even though I loved him dearly, part of me was still that fearful child, always wanting his approval and afraid to upset him. I decided to tell my mother first and gauge her reaction. There never seemed to be a good time, but one evening I noticed her looking at me in an odd way. "You seem disturbed, Sami," she said gently, walking toward me and taking my hands. "Has something happened?" Something certainly had happened. I took a deep breath. "I met Farzad, Mum, and he has asked me to marry him." My mother's face told me she was horrified even before she spoke. "No, Sami," she screamed, stepping back. "No way can you marry him. I remember him as a boy, and he was a wild and crazy child. You cannot do this." I rushed in. "Stop, Mum, he is not crazy. You are remembering a boy from 30 years ago. He is not like that now." I was surprised at my willingness to defend him. I went on, reassuringly, realizing how upset she was. "We are not actually getting married yet. It will be in a year's time, if at all." My mother looked close to tears and kept shaking her head vigorously. "I am not happy about this at all," she sputtered. "He had an evil character from a young age, and that is not something that can be changed. I have a very bad feeling about this." Hearing the commotion, my father came into the room. My mother immediately told him the distressing news. I braced myself for his harsh words. He was silent for a minute and then shrugged. "Sami is not a baby anymore. Maybe she needs to be with someone who is from her culture and can understand her better," he said quietly, to my great surprise. Possibly as stunned as I was, my mother did not say another word and hastily left the room. I left the house for a little drive to clear my head, so conflicted. I thought about my marriage to Jabbar, and how I had tried to live by his Pakistani rules and beliefs and had failed, and then the relationship with the Irishman, who I thought was too reserved. Maybe my father was right. Perhaps I did need to be with someone from my own culture. I thought about my dad's words about culture, but what culture was he talking about? I do not belong to any culture. But then my mother's words resurfaced. Was it true that a person's character could not change? Was the adult Farzad as unstable as he had been as a child? So torn. I agreed with my mother's memory of Farzad, but I could not live my life based on her premonition. There was already so much restriction in Iran. I did not need to be told what to do by my mother as well. And didn't she know the one way to get your children to do something is to tell them to do the very opposite. I was a mother now in my own right, must make my own choices, and my mind was made up. I drove home, convinced I wanted Farzad in my life. Now that my parents were aware of the engagement, I needed to tell Sabah. She was enjoying her holiday with relatives and was delighted to hear I was extending our stay by a week. It had been a long time since I had seen Sabah so happy. I had tried to hide my depression from her in Ireland and thought I had done a good job of it. Seeing Sabah laughing, her dark eyes sparkling with joy, I realized that she had not been herself in Ireland either. She particularly loved spending time with my brother Sina's little girl, Setare. Having a cousin to play with was a new experience, and she constantly asked to stay with Sina's family so that she and Setare could play together. One morning, when she was getting ready to be picked up by Sina for a visit, I sat her down and told her I had something very important to talk to her about. She was a bright 7-year-old now, and deserved to know what was happening. "What would you think if Mummy was friends with a lovely man?" I asked her. She smiled back at me with a cheeky grin. "You mean Mummy wants a boyfriend?" I laughed and kissed her little forehead. "Possibly more than a boyfriend, but I am not sure just yet. We will see." She smiled and skipped away, leaving me relieved. The following day I took Sabah to meet Farzad. When he extended his hand to her, she bluntly refused and stepped back. I had seen this reaction before with the Irishman I had dated. "It is okay, baby," I said, hugging her. "This is the friend of mine I told you about." Sabah stood firm. She was not going to hold his hand. Although I was embarrassed and disappointed, I was not entirely surprised. It appeared the only man she would ever be happy for me to be with was her father. The next day, as was traditional at the start of an engagement, Farzad's mother and grandmother came to visit my parents. Since our families knew each other, there was no need for formal introductions, and the occasion was short and straightforward. Farzad's mother formally announced that her son was in love with me and wanted us to marry. She continued that Farzad and I had agreed that we would be committed to a relationship for a period of 1 year. Because my stay in Iran had been extended by only a week, Farzad's family was eager for us to hold a small engagement party before I returned to Ireland. That evening, both families decided that the affair would be held in 2 days' time at my parents' home. As soon as I could, I sat Sabah down to tell her of the latest developments. "Sweetheart, Mummy is engaged to the friend I introduced you to the other day." She paused and looked at me searchingly. "Is he coming back to Ireland with us?" I shook my head, smiling. "One day he will, but first he needs to get a visa, like when Grandma and Grandpa came to see us that time." She nodded to show she understood. "Can I tell you a secret, Mummy?" she asked softly, looking around. She leaned in, pushing my hair out of the way, and whispered in my ear, "Okay, but I don't like this friend of yours." A bit startled by her candor, I did not dwell on this revelation. Sabah did not know Farzad, and I was not going to call off the relationship based on the opinion of a child who had met him only once. I reasoned that all Sabah needed was time. Once she got to know him as I did, she would see him for the kind man I knew him to be. The day of the engagement party was rapidly approaching, and my parents were bustling about, making sure everything was organized. My mother had been cooking for hours, as a sit-down meal was a traditional part of the engagement party, and I helped her clean the house from top to bottom. My father, happy to do his bit, had bought the most expensive and best cookies and fruit he could find in town to mark the special occasion. Anxious for the proceedings to start, I was relieved when Farzad, his parents, and his 2 sisters arrived on time. Opening the door, I immediately had to stifle my giggles. Farzad looked as if he had dipped his head into a big tub of hair gel. He looked ridiculous, but it was endearing that he clearly wanted to impress my parents. His elder sister pushed a bucket of flowers into my hands. I took them to the kitchen and then returned to the sitting room where everyone had assembled. Taking my seat on the couch next to Farzad, I listened as my father said that because we are family, we are all aware of the cultural differences I'd had in my first marriage. He hoped this time my marriage would be a much happier one. Throughout the party, Farzad was in my ear, now trying to persuade me to tell my father to arrange for an official wedding ceremony at the local registration office. It was too much, too soon. "Stop pressuring me, Farzad," I eventually snapped at him. "You are behaving like a persistent child. I'm not going to marry you now. You agreed to wait a year." In the kitchen, where I retreated to get some space, I noticed my hand shaking as I poured a cup of tea. I could still hear my mother's words. Was he really still that wild child at heart? I could not bear to think I had just made a huge mistake, so I tried to banish the concerns. Farzad was just very much in love with me and eager for our lives to begin together. With one failed marriage on his hands, he just wanted to make sure this one was official. Surely that was what his urgency and pestering were all about, wasn't it? I returned to my place at his side and sat quietly as people chatted. It appeared Farzad had not listened, as within a few minutes he was in my ear again. "Sami, just do it. Go tell your father we want to get married as soon as possible." I could not believe the level of his persistence and reminded him that my divorce to Jabbar had not been finalized, according to Irish law, which requires living separately for 4 years. Under that law, I still had 6 months to go before my divorce could be granted. Farzad shrugged, seemingly not bothered, and replied that from an Islamic point of view, I was already divorced because I was not living with my husband. Well, good point. He then added a new line of defense to his case. We need a temporary marriage certificate if we are to be seen in public together. I hadn't thought of that problem. A temporary marriage contract is a piece of paper that allows people in Iran to date freely in a way that is acceptable in Shiite Islam. In Iran, an unmarried couple can be arrested, fined, or flogged for something as innocent as holding hands in public. Panic gripped me. I had taken risks meeting Farzad for coffee and going for dinner. Big risks. I had lived away from Iran so long. I needed to remember that I was not in free Ireland now. I had not really entertained serious thought about being caught by the guards, but once the fear had been put in me, I could not shake it, and reluctantly agreed that we needed this piece of paper. When my father agreed to arrange for a temporary contract, I was floored. In the past, he had said temporary marriages were nothing but a ridiculous procedure dreamed up by the clergy so that they themselves could marry multiple times. A temporary marriage contract can last for a matter of hours to years. "I shall talk to a friend of mine," he said, "and he can come and give you the piece of paper to make Farzad happy." A short time later, my father's friend, an Islamic priest, arrived at the house and gave us our temporary marriage certificate. On the contract was a place for my father to fill out a sum of money that Farzad was to pay to me if for any reason our marriage did not work out. This was a standard formality that stemmed back to times when women did not work and relied upon a man to support them. Farzad signed the paper. Our situation had changed so rapidly it felt surreal. Am I doing the right thing? When the formalities were out of the way, Farzad's family suddenly stood up and announced they were leaving. Farzad's youngest sister was returning to college, and they had things to do. Farzad then surprised me by saying he was going to be leaving with his parents. Leaving without eating the dinner prepared for them. How insulting. I glanced at my father, whose face was thunder. He's a very proud man, and it was clear he felt like he was being treated like a fool, but of course he couldn't force anyone to stay. He had done his part, taken care of the temporary marriage contract, and, in his eyes, for the guests to leave as soon as that was done was clearly disrespectful. I felt particularly bad for my mother. She had spent hours preparing a wonderful feast for our guests who had literally turned their noses up at it. I knew, though, that she would say nothing, and, true to form, she smiled politely while seeing them out. Within 5 minutes of their departure, Farzad called and said he would be back soon. My parents agreed to hold off on serving the meal until he arrived. Farzad kept us all waiting for over an hour. When he did return, he reeked of alcohol. I don't know if anyone else could smell it over the aroma of the feast my mother had so lovingly prepared. On the menu was zedishk polo with morg, which is a traditional chicken dish served with saffron rice and barberries, my all-time favorite Persian dish, khoresh de aloo, a prune stew, and one of Sina's favorite dishes of juja kebab, chunks of chicken marinated in onion and lemon juice. Finally, she also served up fried silverfish fresh from the Caspian Sea with plenty of green salad. My mother had enlisted the aid of her sister, my Aunt Homa, a master at food decoration, to help decorate the table. As my family and Farzad took our seats around the table, there was no denying we were sitting down to an impressive feast. We all dug in, and my brothers joked with Farzad that he must be mad to get married again. Getting into the spirit of things, Sasan pointed at me and laughed. "Here's your ticket to Ireland," he teased. I smiled at Farzad, thinking he would be happy since so many Iranian people can only dream of moving to live in a European country. But he was no longer laughing. "I am very happy in Iran," he muttered defensively, glancing around quickly. "I have a respectable job here, and lots of people working under me." Everyone stopped talking and looked at each other. What could you say to that? And I didn't understand why Farzad now seemed to be going back on his agreement with me to move to Ireland. "Ireland is a beautiful country, Farzad," my father said, trying to lighten the mood. "I have been there twice and found it very peaceful." Fortunately, the conversation then shifted to less uncomfortable topics as we chatted about our childhoods and people we had all once known. It had been a long day. I was eager for everyone to leave so that I could get some rest. As we stood up from the table, Farzad turned to me and asked if I would like to go for a drive. I wanted to tell him that I was too tired, but since I had been in the house all day, I thought some fresh air would do me good. "See you later," said my father. "You will," I casually replied, grabbing my coat and scarf and following Farzad out the door into the still, moonless night. As we walked toward his car, away from the warmly lit windows of my parents' home, the dark stole close around us. It would be a long time until I truly stood in the sunlight again. Chapter 5. As we set off in Farzad's car, I let out a sigh of relief that even though the evening hadn't been exactly as I had expected, overall, it had gone well. I then remembered the alcohol I had smelled on Farzad's breath. "Are you okay to drive?" I asked. "What do you mean?" He didn't sound happy. "I mean, you have been drinking. What if you get pulled over by a Revolutionary Guard?" He guffawed loudly and boasted, "Nothing is prohibited in Iran when you have money and the right connections." As we sped on through the darkness, I started to feel uneasy. Farzad's next words confirmed my concern. "Oh, and you can call your parents now and tell them you are not going back there tonight," he proclaimed confidently, looking over at me. "What?" was all I could manage to sputter. This was going wrong, fast. "Tell them I said my wife is going to be spending the night in her new home with her husband." I laughed nervously. "But we are not married yet." "Oh, really? Then what was that piece of paper we both just signed?" he bellowed, now angry. I tried to stay calm, tried to reason with him. "That is to show the Revolutionary Guards if they question our relationship." Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Farzad frowned and shook his head. "No Revolutionary Guard is going to come knocking on my door in the middle of the night and question why we are together." Glaring, he pointed at me, his finger wagging with each word. "Just call your mother, Sami, and stop acting like a baby." "But this is not what we agreed," I protested. "We were to get to know each other first." Farzad let out an exaggerated sigh. "We are not a couple of teenagers," he spat, the smell of liquor strong in the car. "You are staying with me until we get married next year." He then slammed his foot down hard on the accelerator, and we flew toward Gulsar Square. Closing my eyes, I began praying for a way through this. We tore into the main roundabout in the center of the square, which circles a large fountain surrounded by beautiful flowers. Suddenly, we lurched forward into our seatbelts as the car screeched to a halt in the middle of the road. Farzad stormed over to the fountain and ripped 2 fistfuls of daisies from the ground, roots and all. Brandishing them like trophies, he threw the flowers onto my lap. Dirt and roots exploded everywhere across the seat and on my clothes. "How many men have risked their lives stopping in the middle of the road to get flowers for you, Sami?" he demanded, wildly gesturing with grimy hands. "Huh?" Too stunned to speak, I started dusting the dirt off my lap. "None. This shows how much I love you." Throwing his head back, Farzad began cackling crazily, banging his hands on the steering wheel. Who is this person sitting next to me? I was too afraid to move or utter a word. Roaring out of the square, Farzad picked an argument with me about the figure my father had written down as compensation if we did not go through with the marriage. "Does your father think he is giving me a virgin girl asking for that amount of money?" he sneered. How hurtful and personal. The compensation was just a tradition. I never intended to take money from him. Now, really frightened, I sat silently in the car until we reached Farzad's home. Farzad lived in a neat, well-furnished 3-bedroom apartment in a pleasant part of Rasht. Cautiously looking around, I noticed a PlayStation game console connected to the TV, which I thought was rather juvenile for a man of his age. In the kitchen, he stood in front of an open refrigerator that was bursting with little plastic containers of food. "My mother and grandmother favorite foods for me," he said, bending over and rummaging through the prepared meals. Lucky you, I thought. The family is still spoiling their very special son. I stared at his back, wondering what was next. "Hey," he said, suddenly whirling around. "I have some of my work that you can help me with." "Work? Huh?" I don't know anything about engineering," I replied, puzzled. His mind was now made up. "I will show you what has to be done," he declared, "and then you can work away yourself. You were a smart girl at school. You can figure it out." As Farzad went off to get his paperwork, I received a text message. "Who is that?" Farzad demanded as he walked back into the room, eyes fixed on my phone. "Sasan, my father is angry I did not come home. Tell him to tell your parents to stay out of our affairs," he growled. I had had enough. "What has happened to you, Farzad? You were like a different person. Stop being so nasty, or what?" He approached, full of menace. "You will go off and look for another man?" "No, I did not mean that. I was becoming so angry I could not stop myself. I did not even want you," I retorted, the words rushing out. "I just met up with you because you wanted to see me." Caustic laughter tore through the apartment. "Why else does a woman meet a man, unless she wants to trap him?" he said contemptuously, standing uncomfortably close to me. "Oh, and tell me, Sami, how many men did you sleep with when you were single?" "How dare you ask me such a disgusting question?" I yelled angrily, turning away. I had always been timid about discussing those things. "But isn't that what European women do? Go and sleep with different men when their husbands are away, or when they are not in relationships?" No longer laughing, Farzad stared at me, through me, frowning, expecting an answer. "No, that is not what they do at all," I screamed, dashing past him to the bathroom. I locked the door and stayed in there until I could no longer hear Farzad moving around. I then crept out into the sitting room, tiptoeing past his bedroom, where he was passed out on the bed. I spent a tense and sleepless night on the couch, horrified at what had become a volatile situation. The next morning, Farzad was full of apologies. "I am so sorry, Sami," he mumbled sheepishly, not looking at me. "It was the alcohol. It made me lose control." Staying silent and ignoring him, I was relieved when the doorbell rang. Farzad's mother seemed happy and not surprised to see me at the apartment. Settling herself next to me on the sofa, she started talking about the demise of Farzad's first marriage. "It ended because of his in-laws, you know," she confided in a disapproving tone, shaking her head. "His ex-wife did nothing without running it by her parents first." Keeping a host of questions about her son politely to myself, I just nodded. She leaned toward me and went on in a hushed tone. "All lives have their ups and downs, Sami. You both have had unhappy relationships in the past. Try to be content with your life and keep him happy." She placed her hand on mine and patted it, the way a mother pats a child and says, "There's a good girl." I could hear Farzad coming down the corridor. "And don't let anyone know if you do have problems with each other. Keep that to yourself," she said hastily, her voice dropping as he approached. What is she really trying to tell me? With Farzad back in the room, I offered to make tea. "Not for me," she said, standing up. "I have things to do." She left quickly, leaving me unsettled by her words. As Farzad and I drank tea, he asked if I had ever been to a certain restaurant. He said the food was wonderful, and we could go there for lunch. "I can't go," I explained carefully. "I have to see Saba." Farzad shrugged his shoulders dismissively. "Oh, Sami, think about your own life for once. Saba will be all grown up soon and will leave you. And who will still be by your side?" "Me." Smiling, he suddenly began laughing, and then abruptly stopped. "You know," he said, clenching his fists and scowling, "I have not seen my son for a year." I knew that Farzad had a son who was no longer in his life, but this was the first time he had mentioned him to me. "My ex-wife stops me from seeing him," Farzad cried angrily. "She poisoned his mind against me." I thought of Sabah and how Jabbar could see her any time he wanted to. I knew that if Jabbar were refused access to Sabah, it would break his heart. However, as sad as I might have felt for Farzad, I was not going to ignore my own child. I put the cup down on the coffee table with a defiant thud and stood up. I am ready now, Farzad. Will you take me to my parents' house, or will I call a taxi? Okay, we will get Sabah and all go together, he exclaimed, throwing his hands up, clearly defeated. Lunch with Sabah went surprisingly well. Farzad made jokes, and Sabah seemed happy. Maybe last night was an aberration, I thought, enjoying our time together. After the meal, Sabah asked to go back to see her cousin, and Farzad seemed delighted to have me all to himself again. That evening, back at his apartment, Farzad brought his laptop over to where I was sitting and demanded I resign from my job in Ireland. Unbelievable. How can we get to know each other if you're not even here? He asked pitifully. Trying to put him off, I claimed I was tired and would resign the next day. I thought I could bide my time, but after 3 days, Farzad again brought the laptop, smiling, telling me to type the email. Tell your boss your mother is sick, and you have to stay here for a while and look after her, he encouraged, looking at me beseechingly. Go on, Sami. You belong with me. I felt so conflicted. Another man was taking my freedom away, piece by piece, yet it had been so long since a man had wanted me this badly. I recalled with a physical pang in my stomach the way I had felt when people had openly shunned me in Dublin. So incredibly ashamed and alone. The tainted woman no one wanted to associate with. The thought of returning to that isolated existence was not just upsetting but frightening. My depression had been intense and unremitting, but since I had been back in Iran with my family around me, those sad memories had faded. I had even been laughing again. And the same with Sabah, who had found a new best friend in her cousin. I thought of my parents, too. I had been away from them for 15 years, and they had grown old in that time. I knew they would like me to stay around longer. Farzad squeezed my hand gently. I love you, Sami. I want you here with me. My hand hovering above the keypad, I reasoned Ireland was only a flight away, and the Irish economy was booming, so it would not be hard to get another job with my financial experience. Within 5 minutes, I had sent the email. Farzad was delighted with himself, beaming and singing loudly. Sami, we are going to have the best night of our lives tonight, he shouted, looking at me lustfully. Embarrassed at the way he was behaving, I was grateful no one could hear him. He stopped in front of me and stared intently, clearly aroused. Sami, don't keep me waiting any longer. As I changed into my nightgown, I spied his shadow entering the room and turned around. He had a camera and was taking photos of me. What the hell are you doing? I screamed, pulling my clothes close around my body. He continued clicking. I am taking photos of my beautiful wife so that I can look at them whenever I want to. Click. Click. Farzad, please stop, I yelled, crouching down, my head buried in my clothes. I am not comfortable with this. Click. Sami, there is no need to be shy, he murmured, intent on his task, and ignoring my distress. Click. 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 He finished, and I tried not to be concerned. This was the man I was engaged to, after all. That night, I slept with Farzad for the first time. Awake in bed afterward, I tried to comprehend how quickly my life was changing, where it was going. Was I so needy that I would give up the beloved freedoms of Ireland for this? And was staying here with Farzad so bad? I finally drifted into a fitful sleep, still so conflicted. The following day, I heard from my bosses that my resignation had been reluctantly accepted, and I was expected to work out a month's notice period. It was now mid-September, and with our extended holiday at an end, Sabah and I returned to Ireland. Just as I had feared, returning to Dublin for my last month of work threatened to catapult me back to the miserable loneliness of the previous year. After only a few days, Farzad started telephoning, always with the same message. He missed me dearly. He wished I was with him. His calls, even if incessant and sometimes aggravating, were, I must admit, also oddly comforting. Everyone else was happily getting on with their lives, and I now had a future husband who desperately wanted to be with me. Though I had to keep reminding myself, mostly on his terms. And then Jabbar surprised me. Although he sometimes visited his family in Pakistan for a month at a time and was used to being separated from Sabah, he outright refused to allow her to move back to Iran with me, even temporarily. Not willing to be separated from my daughter, I immediately called Farzad and told him we had to call off the engagement. Not surprisingly, he did not take the news well. "You have broken my heart, Sami," he screamed, slamming down the phone. I put my head in my hands and cried. One holiday, and look at the mess I had gotten myself in. The following week, Sasan called. Farzad had told him that I had let him down and that he was now a laughingstock among his friends and family. The guilt I felt was overwhelming. I knew only too well what it was like to feel ashamed and be the subject of gossip. That Farzad was feeling this way because of me was terribly distressing. I had to sort this mess out. Believing I owed Farzad a face-to-face explanation for walking away, I decided to fly back to Iran for a few days when I left my job. I needed him to understand that I could not be away from my daughter. My hope was that once Farzad understood why we could not be together, our lives could return to the way they had been before my holiday. Farzad picked me up at Tehran Imam Khomeini International Airport. Looking exhausted and unhappy, he held my hand and stroked my hair, repeating how much he missed me, how much he desired me, and did not want me to leave again. As we made the 3-hour drive to Rasht, I let him say what he needed to, determined to sit him down and set our relationship straight once we reached his home. Back at his apartment, he acted like a lovesick puppy, with his sad eyes and downturned mouth. I kept telling him that we had no future, but he just looked forlorn and repeated how happy he was to have me back with him. Unable to get through to him for 2 days, I was preparing to leave when my mother and brother Sasan came to see me. "Are you all right, darling?" my mother asked. "We were waiting for you to visit us." "I'm fine, Mum." Aside from being extremely annoyed by a man who simply refuses to listen and understand what is happening to him, I was actually fine at that point. I waited for Farzad to leave the room so that I could speak with her privately, but he stayed put. Looking at us both, my mother asked kindly, "Would you like to come to the house for dinner tonight?" No, thank you," Farzad hastily interjected. "I'm taking Sami to her favorite restaurant for dinner tonight." First I have heard of this, but okay. "Well, any time you would like to come, you are both very welcome," my mother said, smiling. Farzad spent the next few days lavishing attention on me, which was both wonderful and guilt-inducing. He took me to different restaurants, showered me with gifts, and announced that he had taken a month off work so that he could spend all his time with me. And he meant all his time. He did not want me to go anywhere on my own. So if I needed to go out, he always accompanied me. His constant companionship was sweet at first, soon suffocating, and later even worse. 3 days after my mother visited, the time had arrived. I missed my child, and I had to go home, soon. One night we were in his apartment after eating out again, and his eyes, as usual, were glued to his PlayStation game. I chose my words very carefully. "Farzad, I need to tell you something." "Yes," he replied, still engrossed in the game. "I told you before I came that I could not be with you. I know that you have tried to change my mind, but nothing has changed. I have to return home. I'm sorry." He swung around to face me, throwing the PlayStation controller to the floor, and exploded. "What are you saying?" "Tread lightly. I'm saying that when I said yes to your proposal, I never had any intention of staying here, but you decided I had to stay." He glared at me. "Ireland is my home," I explained, looking at him steadily, not faltering. "I cannot stay here, and I certainly won't stay without my child." "Ireland, Ireland! I'm sick of hearing about Ireland," he yelled, now standing so close that I could see beads of sweat on his forehead. "You were born in Iran, not Ireland. What is it that you miss so much over there?" Is it not being able to wear all those sexy clothes and be with different men? I could feel my eyes brimming with tears. I miss my child so much, I said softly. I can't live without her. Oh, but it is okay for you to mess up my life and just leave, he screamed, spittle flying out of his mouth. Farzad, I never said we would eventually get married. You knew what we agreed to. Look, I was never meant to live here, I cried. Do you think it will be easy for me to marry someone else after this? What will people think of me? Exhausted, he slumped down onto the couch, head in hands. You have ruined my life, Sami, he muttered. You have ruined everything. I walked into the kitchen to give us both some space. Just a few more days and I would be back in Ireland. After that conversation, Farzad became so paranoid I might leave that whenever he went out, he locked me in the house. I soon became too ill to return to Ireland right away anyway. Initially, I started feeling lethargic and had no energy to do anything but sleep. When one day I started vomiting uncontrollably, I decided to go to the doctor. Since Farzad now would not allow me to go anywhere on my own, he accompanied me. The doctor took my blood pressure and gave me an overall checkup. Unsure what the problem was, he ordered some blood tests. Farzad dropped me off at home after the appointment, and I rested, falling into a deep sleep. Several hours later, I awoke to the sound of him bounding in through the front door, shouting at the top of his lungs, and waving a piece of paper in the air. Sami! Sami! You're pregnant! You're pregnant! I screamed and protested. Given his temper and controlling attitude, I was afraid to be the mother of his child. This must be a mistake. It was not. Chapter 6. You told me you could not get pregnant, Farzad screeched, jumping around the room. Obviously, I had been wrong. I tried to reason with him that this news didn't change my plans or the future of our relationship. I can't stay here just because I'm pregnant, Farzad. I have a little girl at home who needs me. We are just not compatible. He stalked over to me, angry again. You are not allowed to leave me, he commanded with a triumphal smirk, finger jabbing in my face. You are my wife for a year, and it's time you remembered that it is a man's world here. He grabbed a small box on his desk, flung off the lid, and held up my Iranian passport. Waving it wildly, he shouted, Let's see you try and leave me now! You are not in your precious Ireland now, missy! He turned and left the house with my passport, locking the door behind him, leaving me shaking, reeling from learning I was pregnant, and trying to digest what had just happened. You cannot lose your passport in Iran without serious repercussions. The government mistrusts the people, and replacing a lost passport is a long and arduous task. After a few hours, Farzad returned home. He had been drinking heavily and stank of cigarettes. Begging me to forgive him, he grabbed my hand and dragged me toward the bedroom. I fought back, kicking and scratching, screaming, no, over and over. That night Farzad raped me and then fell asleep. As he slept peacefully, I crawled to a corner of the bed and sobbed quietly for hours until finally falling asleep. The next morning, Farzad acted like nothing had happened. After he left for work, I called my sister-in-law, Sahire, who was married to my brother Sina. I told her that Farzad and I had argued and that he had taken my passport. I was too ashamed to tell her what else had happened. Farzad always came home for lunch. That day, he returned at the same time as usual. Not long after he arrived, the doorbell rang. Looking through a window and seeing it was my father, he turned and glared at me before letting my father in. What's going on? Farzad asked innocently. My brother has arrived from Tehran for a few days, my father said rather dismissively. He wants to spend some time with Sami, so she is coming home with me. I could tell by his tone that Sahira had told my father about our argument, and my uncle was not really enrashed. Well, of course she should go if that is the case, Farzad said sweetly, as if I were leaving with his blessing. I quickly grabbed some clothes and left with my father. As soon as we got into his car, he turned to me. Who the hell does he think he is to treat you like that? You are not going back until he changes his attitude and gives you your passport. I desperately wanted to tell my dad what else Farzad had done the previous night, but in addition to feeling ashamed, my father was already so angry that I feared if he knew the whole truth, he might actually kill Farzad and go to prison. That same afternoon, Farzad's mother and grandmother, my father's sister, came to take me back to him. Everyone began arguing. My father claimed if he had known Farzad was such an angry, volatile man, he never would have consented to the engagement. He told them that if Farzad did not change his attitude, he would send me back to Ireland immediately, where I belonged. That did not go down well at all. "You only want Sami to go back to Ireland so she can get a good job and support you financially," my father's sister screamed. Those words hit a nerve. Knowing that my parents were struggling financially in Iran, I had always felt compelled to help them out, although they never asked or expected this from me. I had told my parents the money was for Sasan's education, but it was an unspoken understanding that it was actually for my parents. My father has always been an intensely proud man, and I did not want to disrespect him by making it obvious that he needed my financial support. When we were children, they had worked so hard in their restaurant to give us the best life they could. I saw giving them money as my way of saying thank you for all they had done for me. My father used the funds wisely, renovating our family home and turning it into 3 two-bedroom apartments. My parents lived in one, another was rented out, and the third my father had given to me. As I was not living in Iran, my apartment was rented out, and the money went to help my parents. This rental income improved their lifestyle, and I was greatly satisfied to know that. For my dad's sister to insinuate that he wanted me to return to Ireland to work and support him was too much to bear. Furious, never expecting to be shamed in that way, my father ordered his sister and Farzad's mother, his niece, to leave his property immediately. That screaming conversation was the last time he ever spoke to his sister, whom he had always greatly admired. For the next few days, I took refuge with my parents, knowing I would eventually have to return to Farzad to get my passport. Applying for a new Iranian passport would take at least 6 months and involved a great deal of interrogation and forms. I was not prepared to stay apart from Saba that long. I had to get my passport from Farzad, and as soon as possible. That evening, at my parents' house, I spotted an old photo album nestled between some books on the bookshelf. It had been a long time since I had looked at family photos, so I made myself a cup of tea and settled down on the sofa. Turning the pages, I saw photo after photo of my siblings and me, at the beach, on our summer holidays in Mashhad, a religious place in the northeast of Iran. I then saw a photo of me in a purple dress, head bowed and looking forlorn. I laughed when I recalled the circumstances of that photo. I was a tomboy and had not wanted to wear that dress. In fact, I had steadfastly refused to put it on. My mother had scolded me and ordered me to wear it. Knowing I had no choice, I wore the purple dress, but had been miserable the whole day. Laughing at my sad expression, I turned the page, and then I saw it, a photo of Farzad and me, taken on his birthday. I was about 6, so Farzad would have been 7. Moving in closer to examine the photo, I saw an anguished look on my little face. Flashback. The two of us had argued that day, although I can't remember what it was about, and I had spent the remainder of the afternoon avoiding him. I had been doing a good job of it until Farzad's mother had pulled me gently by the arm over to Farzad, saying she wanted a photo of me with the birthday boy. Putting the camera up to her eye, she told us to hold hands. I did not move, but Farzad grabbed my hand roughly. "Say Sib," she said, smiling, which means apple in Farsi. Slowly, I felt Farzad's grip tightening. A sudden surge of pain. Farzad had dug his fingernail into me as deep as he could, then flung my hand off his and casually walked off. I had been too shocked and scared to say anything. Closing the photo album, I slowly slumped back into the chair. How did I forget that? He hurt me. That night, as I was drifting to sleep, I remembered another incident. I was at Farzad's house. He was 9, and was fighting again with his mother. Suddenly he dragged one of her Persian rugs across the living room floor and dangled it over the balcony outside. As she ran to save it, he let it go. I had looked on horrified as it fell into their backyard below. His mother was furious, and as punishment, forced him to his room. But Farzad showed no remorse. In fact, no emotion played across his face at all. Truly comprehending the mistake I had made, It now dawned on me that I could not recall ever seeing Farzad laugh in his younger years. The following evening, I accepted an invitation from my brother Sina to go to his house for dinner. When my cell phone rang, I answered without thinking, and soon regretted it. It was Farzad's grandmother. Her tone was sweet initially, but not for long. "I cannot believe you walked out on your husband," she yelled. "You are behaving like a child." I tried to explain that he was not actually my husband, but she just kept ranting, caustic, and gaining momentum. "This is not your first time married. We expected so much more of you, a grown woman and a mother. Have you thought at all about what people are going to think of you? They will be thinking, look at this woman just divorced from her first husband and pregnant after having affairs with other men." My face burning, tears welling, I finally interjected. "I have not been with lots of men. How can you say that to me?" "I am not the only one saying it, Sami. I am telling you what everyone is saying about you right now." Shocked and humiliated, I hung up the phone. The tainted woman once again. The woman bringing shame on herself and her family. I burst into tears as Sina tried in vain to comfort me. I did not want to be in Iran, a country that was so judgmental, a country that made me ashamed of who I was and what I had done. The following day I decided I had to go back to Farzad. My parents were not happy, but I decided that was my only choice. I would be as nice as I could and not mention leaving, but would search for the passport when he was not around. He saw through my plan immediately. "I know what you were trying to do," he said, pacing in front of me suspiciously when I arrived. "Your passport is no longer here. It is somewhere where you will never find it." I really did not know what else to do, so I stayed and tried to pretend to live a normal life. For the next 2 months, I became his prisoner and possession, the toy of the narcissistic adult who had never changed. My mother had been absolutely right. Farzad, who still didn't have any real friends after all these years, accompanied me everywhere and tried to control my contact with the outside world. He was suspicious of everyone. According to him, my parents were no good. It really annoyed him that they did not have a photo of him in their home. My brothers were not friendly. My friends should not be visiting, and contact with Sabah should be kept to a minimum. He ordered me many times never to discuss with anyone what went on in our relationship. The only time he was happy for me to be out and speaking with others was when he would take me to his building site to show me off to the men working for him. Farzad boasted many times that he was the best engineer in Rasht, and that no other engineer came close. He had no awards to validate this claim, however. One time, one of his workers suggested a better way of doing something. The man had a point, but Farzad became irritated and dismissed his idea, making it clear that the man had no right to tell him how to do a job. Farzad hated criticism of any kind. Another time at the building site, an old man approached me when Farzad was inside his office. He introduced himself as the security guard at the site. "Please, may I ask you a great favor?" he said nervously. "Of course," I replied reassuringly. "Could you try to get Farzad to raise my salary for me? I cannot afford to feed my family," he said, looking anxiously over my shoulder toward Farzad's office. His earnings were well below minimum wage. He admitted that he could not have a comfortable life with such a miserable income. I promised him I would do all I could to get Farzad to give him a pay raise. On the way home, Farzad started to argue with me for talking to some of the workers. "The labor should not talk to high-class people," he shouted. Taken aback by his superiority, I told him that he should be ashamed of the measly wage he was paying that old security guard. A week later, Farzad fired that poor man on the grounds of stealing, but there was no proof. I looked everywhere for the passport when Farzad was not home, but could not find it. My family, and even Farzad's family, begged him to give it back to me. He refused. My fathers and brothers went so far as vowing to rough him up, but Farzad had already gone to his lawyer about that possibility and warned my family of the consequences. Farzad's temper you had to see to believe. Extremely volatile and quick to anger, he could flick from appearing normal to screaming wildly in a matter of seconds. My sister-in-law Sara told me that once, while stopped at a traffic light, she heard someone cursing very loudly nearby. Swearing in public is considered especially disrespectful in Iran, so hearing someone do it is incredibly unusual. It was Farzad, sitting in a car a few lanes away. Sarah slunk down in her seat so he would not see her. He constantly picked fights about things he disliked about me. He did not like the way I dressed, saying it was too westernized. He forbade me from mentioning Ireland. It seemed he wanted to completely erase the person I was and mold me into the woman he wanted me to be. At least on the inside it didn't work. He couldn't touch me. As the days rolled by, my heart never stopped yearning to be with Saba, so far away in free Ireland. My daughter was so excited that Mommy had a baby in her tummy, as she had long wanted a baby brother or sister. How much longer, she would ask every time we spoke on the phone. A little while longer was always my reply. When I was almost 3 months pregnant, my father reluctantly suggested I consider an abortion. Of course, it was an option, albeit an illegal one, but I simply could not do it. Despite how I felt about Farzad, I loved the little baby growing inside my body. I told my father that I was keeping my baby. He nodded. "I understand, Sami," he said quietly. "But that man is going to make huge trouble for you and that child." Farzad never stopped trying to take more of me piece by piece, and soon it was my apartment in Iran that he had his eyes on. One evening, he suggested it would be a great idea if I sold the apartment and gave the money to him so he could expand his engineering business. I refused to go along, telling Farzad that my father had the documents for the house. He blew up, his face red with anger. "That is your property, and I am going to be your husband," he screamed, standing over me. "I want you to go there immediately and demand the document." To calm him down and get through yet another outburst, I promised to do so the next morning. The next day, I called and asked my mother to tell my father to send me the house documents. My mother was not happy, but promised she would ask my father to do so. Immediately after the documents arrived, Farzad took me to the land registry office to transfer the apartment to him. I felt deeply uneasy about this. That little apartment was supporting my parents, who no longer worked, and now Farzad wanted to get his hands on it. Thinking quickly, I told the clerk to change the documents in such a way that Farzad would be able to get a loan against my property, but he would not be allowed to sell it. It was still mine. Driving home afterward, Farzad was furious at me for, in his words, acting smart. Something snapped in me in that moment. How dare he tell me to sell my property? When we got home, all the anger and resentment I had been holding inside could not be contained any longer. "I have had enough!" I screamed at him. "I am leaving right now, and you will go and get my passport and bring it to me. You are not keeping me here against my will a moment longer." I began grabbing my belongings and throwing them into my suitcase. Without a word, Farzad turned and left the room. When I next looked up, he was standing in the doorway with a large butcher knife in his hand. I froze. He raised the knife, the cold gleam of the blade matching that of his eyes. "If you leave me," he hissed, "I will kill you, and then I will kill myself." All I could manage was to gently say, "Okay, okay." He walked away, and I quickly locked the bedroom door behind him. I cowered on the floor, sobbing like a child. What has happened to my old life? How have I gotten myself into such a horrifying mess? I remained in that locked room for several hours, afraid for my life. My first break in getting away occurred on a trip early in 2008 with Farzad and his sister to the west of Iran to see their youngest sister, who was studying there. The whole way they fought like children while I just looked out the window and said nothing, staying out of it. The only positive thing I got out of the trip was the discovery that Farzad didn't disparage everyone, but actually thought very highly of one of his aunts and her husband. This aunt was married to a wealthy businessman who had links to the Iranian government, and I thought maybe I could somehow use this to my advantage. His uncle was a right-hand man of Ali Akbar Rafsanjani during his presidential reign in Iran from 1989 to 1997. His wealth reportedly came from smuggling weapons into Palestine. Farzad claimed that his uncle had a large aquarium in his office with 4 or 5 small sharks. Farzad had taken great pride in telling me that when he had visited the office one day, his uncle became incensed with one of the staff for feeding fatty red meat to his pet sharks. He demanded that only the best quality meat be given to his sharks and all traces of fat be removed. How ridiculous, was my immediate reaction. But those sorts of things clearly impressed Farzad. As it turned out, I knew of Farzad's uncle because he had a reputation in Rasht of not paying his workers. When I mentioned this, Farzad was quick to come to his defense. People are just jealous of his power and are trying to make him unpopular, he said. It was clear that he held his uncle in high regard. Perhaps I could use that man to influence him, one patriarch above another. Even better, I learned that the uncle spoke English. One evening over dinner, I made a request of the wild man who was holding me hostage. I would very much like to meet this aunt and uncle that you speak so fondly of, I said, forcing a smile. Grinning in return like an excited child, Farzad agreed. I will get my mother to arrange it for us, he replied. Farzad was always running everything by his mother. Every time he took me to visit her, the two of them would hole themselves up in a different room and have secret meetings. I never asked what they talked about because, frankly, I didn't care. But this time, I did care, and was delighted when Farzad told me she had arranged for us to visit his aunt and uncle. I was not sure what I was expecting the day we set off to meet this uncle, but as soon as we pulled up at his house, I could see why Farzad was in awe of the man. He was clearly more than well off. His grand house was on one of the most prestigious streets in Golsar, and Farzad had boasted he had 5 other houses under construction in the city. We were greeted at the door by a maid. This was a first. I did not know any of my family or friends who could afford to employ a full-time maid. She welcomed us warmly and guided us inside. Farzad walked ahead, but kept looking back at me, beaming with pride. I wasn't sure why. It wasn't his house. Beautiful and notably expensive looking. Persian rugs were strewn across sparkling white-tiled floors. Above our heads was a chandelier, the largest I had ever seen. Everywhere I looked were vases of fresh flowers and unusual plants. We continued to follow the maid past the kitchen. Sneaking a quick glance, I was startled to see large bags of rice piled on top of one another. Nobody in Iran I knew had this much food. Finally, we arrived in a grandiose living room and were met by Farzad's aunt, my cousin. A small woman with clear white skin, dark brown hair and brown eyes, she welcomed us warmly and indicated for us to sit on a plush cream sofa that I quickly sunk into. Aged slightly, she was still as beautiful as she was when I had last seen her 20 years ago. I had always admired her intelligence. She studied medicine. As she turned her attention to Farzad, I took a moment to take in the impressive surroundings. Never in my life had I been in a house so immaculate. The maid was fussing over a vase of flowers, ensuring they were arranged to perfection. I felt like I was on a movie set. Moments later, I caught sight of a man strutting toward us. Tall and dressed casually, he had a neatly trimmed beard and appeared confident and relaxed. Farzad and his aunt immediately jumped to attention, leaving me sitting on the lounge. He was clearly the king of this home, one of his many castles. I knew I probably should have gotten up immediately as well, since it is traditional in Iran to stand for the elderly or people of influence, but something prevented me. Disdain. This man had no problem flouting his wealth while his workers went unpaid. Over dinner, the uncle asked if I liked being back in Iran. I admitted to him that I considered Ireland my home, having lived there for the past 15 years. Biding my time, when everyone was relaxing after dinner, I orchestrated a conversation with the uncle in English, which Farzad could not understand. I told him that I would like to have my baby in Ireland, so that the child would have European citizenship. I said the problem was that his nephew would not let me go. Farzad's uncle studied me for some time, and my heart faltered. Abruptly, he turned to Farzad and asked him why he was not allowing me to go to Ireland to have my baby. "Don't you want to have an Irish child?" he said to Farzad, shaking his head. "Come on, don't act stupid now. Let her go, and then you can go and enjoy all the pretty girls there." "Ha ha ha ha," he laughed. After a moment, Farzad joined him. The following day, Farzad quietly handed me my passport and announced I was to have our baby in Ireland. Chapter 7. It was June 2008 that I landed at Dublin Airport. When Sabah saw me, she ran to me, arms outstretched. I had been away from her for 6 long months and cried tears of joy as she wrapped her little arms around my swollen belly. In that happy moment, I decided not to dwell on the past. I was finally home, and my nightmare was over. Where to live was my top priority. The main bedroom in my Dublin house was being rented out, but the small bedroom was empty, so Saba and I moved in there. A tight squeeze, but I was just so happy to be home. Because I had no income apart from Saba's child support, Jabbar arranged for free medical consultations with a friend who was a gynecologist in Cavan at the hospital where he was working. I greatly appreciated the offer and drove back and forth to Cavan every week. I was getting heavier and heavier, and the pregnancy was very difficult, just as it had been with Sabah. The journey added to my exhaustion, but for the sake of the little baby growing inside me, I made it to every appointment. Farzad would not stay out of my life. The barrage of calls from Rasht began immediately. He called repeatedly until I answered the phone, which left me constantly on edge. He never asked how I was feeling or what was happening with the baby. It was all about where was I going and who was I talking to. I was an extremely pregnant single mother, so I don't know what he thought I could have been up to. I would have given anything to have Farzad erased completely from my life, but I was afraid of what he might do to my family if I just cut him off. Memories of his easy slide into violence never left me, and he was constantly reminding me of his political connections. I spoke to my baby all the time. I may have intensely disliked her father, but she was truly precious to me, and I could not wait for her to be born. However, on October 2nd, 2008, almost a month before her due date, I experienced severe pain, and the doctor suggested an emergency cesarean section. Roja weighed just over 6 pounds and was so tiny that I was initially afraid to touch her. I told her I was so sorry for all that she had already gone through, but from now on, she was going to be cherished for the special child she was. I never believed I would have a second baby, and in my eyes she was a miracle. Sabah, now 8, had been so excited that she called my closest friends. She could not get enough of telling everyone that she had a baby sister. I needed rest and told Farzad I had been ordered to remain in the hospital for 3 weeks to recover without access to a cell phone. As I looked at little Roja sleeping contentedly in my arms, I told her I had enough love for 2 parents, and she would always know that. After 3 weeks, the phone calls started again. Farzad, clearly stewing about me all the time, was furious and blamed my elderly parents for telling me to get away from him. He said I was a horrible woman to have taken his child away and out of Iran. This was something new. He had never asked about her at all during my pregnancy. The constant calls and insults began wearing me down. As much as I hated him, what he said immensely bothered me. During this time, I had a friend, Anna, who was going through a particularly difficult time with her 14-year-old daughter. Anna had separated from her daughter's father when her daughter was a baby. Her daughter was now being abusive toward Anna because she did not know where her father was and couldn't get to know him. I began worrying that Roja would grow up hating me for cutting her out of her father's life. Furthermore, was it right to deny my daughter access to the other side of her Iranian heritage? Since Roja was born in Ireland, she had an Irish passport, but as the child of Iranian parents, she was considered an Iranian citizen if she ever wanted to visit or reside in Iran. In order for her to travel to Iran as a minor, she needed an Iranian passport, and without a birth certificate with her father's name on it, she could not be issued one. I decided to do the right thing and put Farzad's name on Roja's birth certificate. If, when she grew up, she decided she did not want him in her life, then at least that would be her choice. I asked Farzad if he would sign the necessary documents if I sent them to him in Iran. "I won't sign anything until you bring her to see me here," he said quickly. As usual, I tried to reason with him. But she is too small, and I'm not well enough to travel yet. There was no way I was getting near him again. "Well, then I sign nothing," he proclaimed, holding up another card to play against me. Farzad's phone calls intensified even more, and I resolved to cut him out of my life, regardless of the consequences back home. I changed my number. For a few days, there was peace. But then the diatribe started through email. I changed my email address. Months passed quietly, and life started to settle down without Farzad in the picture. I was eager to get back to work again. Shortly after Roja's first birthday, I started looking for a play school nearby so I could go back to work full-time. I was happy and thankfully back on track. When Roja was 14 months, I got a call out of the blue from my brother Salar. I hung up the phone, stunned and bewildered, unable to find words. After all Farzad had put me through to keep me at his side, he had moved on. More than moved on, he had gotten married. That night I could not sleep, tossing and turning, conflicted. I had to admit that part of me felt hurt that Farzad, the man I despised, had so quickly married. Had he never cared for me at all? What is wrong with me? I was ashamed of myself for feeling any sadness over Farzad. This neediness for a man frightened me. A battle was being waged inside my head, and the sane, reasoned Sami struggled mightily that long night. The morning light brought a better perspective. Now that Farzad was married and had moved on with his life, I did not fear him any more. I became determined to get Farzad's name on Roja's birth certificate and left several messages for him to call me. When he finally returned my call a week later, he was quick to share his wonderful news. "My new wife is beautiful and has a law degree," he bragged. "She is very much in love with me." Rolling my eyes, I said pleasantly, "I'm glad you're happy, Farzad. I was just calling you about sorting out Roja's birth certificate." He sighed heavily. "We have been through this already, and you know where I stand. Let me see my daughter here in Iran, and I will give you what you need." Well, fine, then. He had someone else in his life, and, I hoped, was in a better place now. Several days later, I called my parents to tell them I would soon be visiting. I explained why it mattered to me that Roja knew her father and visit Iran as a minor. Their responses were not exactly welcoming. "No, do not come here. You cannot underestimate him, Sami," my father exclaimed. "He may have a plan for you here." "No, Dad," I assured him. "He is married now. He doesn't want me anymore. He just wants to see his baby." They weren't convinced. I went to the Iranian embassy in Dublin, explained my situation, and was issued an Iranian visa for Roja for 1 month. I was told that once in Iran, I must apply for her Iranian passport immediately. If I did not do this, the embassy could be in a lot of trouble for issuing a visa to a child with an Iranian father. I agreed to do what they asked. On December 19th, 2009, Sabah, Roja, and I boarded a plane to Iran, planning to return within a month. I was to relive this fateful decision in my mind afterward, too many times to remember. On the plane, Sabah excitedly chattered about building a snowman in the heavy snow of Iran's winter. Roja happily slept most of the way. I had mixed emotions. I had been so optimistic that all would be fine, but as we edged closer to Iran, the warning from my father kept playing in my head. "You cannot underestimate him, Sami. He may have a plan for you here." Upon landing in Tehran, we were greeted by Salar and Sara and returned to their home. Farzad arrived at their house later that afternoon. The man seemed very different from the monster I had known. As he approached, he held out his hands and gently asked if he could hold his baby. I passed Roja over to him, and he started to kiss and smell her, all the while smiling. For an instant, I felt a flicker of sadness for him, being apart from his child. Roja then started wriggling wildly, reaching out for me. I was relieved to take her back. "We need to talk privately," he said, not really looking at me. "Can you come with me to my car?" I handed Roja to Sara and silently walked outside with him. He looked so sad that I felt compelled to say I was sorry for the way everything had turned out. "I can never forgive you or forget," he muttered, almost inaudibly, still not looking at me. When he took my hand in his, I wanted to pull it away, but I needed his signature. "Now that you have seen your child, will you sign the paperwork for me?" He was silent for a moment, and then curtly answered, "I will think about it." A feeling of dread washed over me. We were not going to be doing this the easy way. He turned toward me. "I love you, Sami. Now that you are here, I don't ever want to let you go," he said softly, looking directly at me. I immediately pulled my hand away. "But you are married now," I exclaimed. He reached for my hand again, and I refused. "I only married her to get you to come back," he went on coolly. "I knew you wouldn't come back if I was still single." I stared at him in horror. This was insane. Surely he had not married a woman as a trap to get me to come back to Iran. Surely not. Maybe? I have no feelings for her, Sami. It is you I want, and always wanted. I left the car immediately. I would not enter this man's orbit again. The following day, Farzad insisted I change Roja's surname on her birth certificate to his. Once I had done that, he would sign the birth certificate to acknowledge he was her father. I told him I would do this once I was back in Ireland. However, he had come up with other plans. No, you are leaving Roja here, and you are going to Ireland to change her surname to mine, and when you come back and show me you have done this, then you can have her back. I protested immediately. She does not know anyone here well enough to stay with. I'm not leaving without her. Clearly exasperated, he shrugged. Just find someone, Sami. It doesn't matter who. Roja was not leaving Iran without her surname changed to his. Furthermore, Farzad was notifying the police, so if I tried to take her out of the country, he would ask for a DNA test, and I would be in trouble. Angry at myself for misreading him and putting us in this predicament, I spoke to Sarah, who said she would take care of Roja while I returned to Ireland. I begged her not to speak a word of what was happening to my parents. I didn't have the courage or heart to tell them. I returned to Ireland with Sabo after 2 weeks. There had been no point in going earlier, as it was Christmas time, and I would not be able to get anything sorted during the festive period, as so many government offices would be closed. The changing of my surname on Rojad's birth certificate to Farzad's surname was a fairly simple procedure, and then I went to the Iranian embassy in Dublin to have the certificate authorized. Sarah had called and told me that Roja had been crying uncontrollably since I had left her behind, so I knew I needed to return to Iran as soon as possible. I couldn't afford to take Sabo with me this time, so she happily agreed to stay with her father. Farzad's eyes sparkled when he saw his surname on Roja's birth certificate. You have done good, he murmured, studying the piece of paper. He promised me that he would immediately apply for an Iranian passport for Roja, but said it might take some time. I told him that as soon as it arrived, we would be leaving. Because Roja's Iranian visa had now expired, there was no way to take her out of Iran without her Iranian passport anyway. All I could do now was wait. Weeks turned into a month, and then 2 months. Any time I saw Farzad, I voiced my concerns that the passport was taking too long to arrive. He told me there was a holdup because of Roja's dual nationality, which made the process a little more complicated. The next time I saw Farzad, I stood in front of him, arms crossed, and demanded to know what was going on. No passport takes 2 months to be processed. Can't you see what is happening, Sami? He snorted, shaking his head and staring at me. I want you here with me. Here we go again. I reminded him that he was married, and that we would never be together. A smile spread across his face. I have Roja's passport, he confessed gleefully. It was sent to me a month ago. You can leave if you want, but Roja cannot leave without my permission. I wanted to scream, but kept my voice calm. What do you mean she can't leave? I am her father, and I am not allowing her to leave. The law is on my side. I told you it's a man's world here, he said as he laughed and turned away. With nothing left to say or do, I just stood there, numb. The man who had held me hostage now controlled my youngest daughter's fate. He walked away, still chuckling, leaving me infuriated and bewildered about what I had done. Chapter 8. I was not going to give up. I knew that much. I had gotten out of Iran before, and I would do so again. I was aware that people would be watching and expecting me to fail, but I was not going to allow that to happen. Even though I was stuck in Iran against my will, I was going to build myself up again. First a home, then a job. I had been at my brother's place for 2 months, and I knew it was time for Roja and me to find our own home. Salar and Sarah had been truly kind, but I am a private person and did not like staying with other people for long. Their place was too small, and I felt bad that Roja and I were constantly there. But how would I pay for it? I told Farzad that since he was the reason that Roja and I were in Iran, he should be the one to pay for our accommodations. Now that Roja was back in Iran, she was entitled to child benefits, but the money was paid into Farzad's bank account. He did not offer it, and, not wanting to do anything that would further aggravate him, I did not ask. Farzad said that since I already had an apartment in Iran, I had better go live there, because he would not support me. However, I had not yet told my parents about my battles with Farzad, and if I moved back into my apartment, then my parents, who received the rent, would know everything that had happened. They were elderly, and I feared both their reaction and what Farzad would do with their knowing. I wanted to get myself sorted out first before I revealed the problem to everyone. Fortunately, it was around this time that my divorce settlement from Jabbar came through. I had not been working for a long time, so the money was a blessing, and could not have come at a better time. A single woman renting a home in Iran is unusual. A single woman renting a home with a child, even more so. Because I was no longer married, in order to rent, I needed a man to sign my lease agreement. I despised this sexist regulation, but had no choice except to ask Salar to sign the lease documents for me. I signed a 6-month lease. How optimistic I was at the time, on a 2-bedroom apartment. Homes in Iran are not least furnished, so I was forced to buy everything I needed. Unlike when I was furnishing my home in Ireland, I put little effort into choosing the furniture. I did not care, buying only what we immediately needed. My apartment served a purpose. It housed Roja and me, but it was not a home, and it never would be. I needed to find a job to support us. I knew it would not be easy to find accounting work in Rasht. Professional jobs are hard to come by in Iran and are based on having connections. I did not know anyone in Iran who worked in my field. I thought about what else I could do, and do well, and my immediate thought was teaching English. I had been living in Ireland for 15 years, and my English was good. In fact, it was excellent by Iranian standards. I decided to approach every institute and college in Rasht that taught English and inquire about employment. The first 2 colleges gave me forms to take home and complete. On approaching the third, I decided to change tactics and asked if I could speak to the director of the institute. When she came up to me, I spoke with her in English about teaching jobs. I mentioned that I had been living in Ireland since 1995 and had studied accounting and finance at college there. She seemed quite impressed, so I asked if I could fill out a form with my details and leave it with her. Perhaps she could contact me if something suitable came up. She looked at me, surprised. A form? You don't need a form. Can you start tomorrow? I was absolutely delighted with myself, and I was absolutely terrified at the thought of standing up in front of a group of people. That night, as I went through my clothes to find something suitable to wear for my first day of teaching, panic set in. I was always nervous speaking in front of people. I looked at the clothes scattered on the bed in the little apartment in Rasht and could hardly believe that, come morning, I would be at the front of a classroom teaching English to a room full of students who would be scrutinizing my every move. As frightened as I was, I knew that this opportunity was a blessing. Unemployment was a pressing problem in Iran, and I was thankful to have a job to support Roja and myself. Too many educated people in Iran could not find work. I kept reminding myself that fortunately I had a skill, English, that set me apart. As I lay in bed that night, tossing and turning, I told myself that I could do this. I would do this. The following morning I awoke early and got ready. Sarah had kindly offered to come over to mind Roja until I could arrange for a full-time babysitter. Sick with nerves on the way to the college, more than once it crossed my mind to turn the car around and just drive home. Walking into class, I wondered how to even begin. A fellow teacher introduced me, and when she left the room, I suddenly felt all eyes on me. I smiled warmly. When the gesture was reciprocated, I relaxed. My first class of teaching went off without a hitch. In fact, it went far better than I had imagined. I explained to the young students how I had lived in Ireland and had learned English there. I could see the excitement in their eyes, their yearning to learn. Most English teachers trained in Iran did not know correct English pronunciation, nor were they as familiar as I was with all the different terminology and phrases. I learned quickly that the students had long been waiting for someone like me to teach them. Not only did I have real first-hand experience with living in an English-speaking country, but apparently my classes were fun, too. My classes soon came to be in high demand. Everyone, it seemed, wanted to learn English from the woman who had come from Ireland. I allowed the students to have freedom of expression and gave them permission to talk about any subject they wanted in class. This was a novelty for them, and they threw themselves into debate with gusto. Many discussions focused on their fear of the Iranian government. They told me they were afraid to speak openly of the government because many students had been killed during Mahmoud Ahmadinejad's election campaign in 2009 for saying they wanted a president who was not so much a hardliner. Some students confessed that they lived in constant fear, as their own friends had disappeared after demonstrating their personal dissatisfaction toward the government and Ahmadinejad at student rallies and protests in the lead-up to the presidential election and in the months after. The more stories I heard from my students, the more determined I became to provide Roja with the best life possible, far away from here. I may have been the teacher, but my students taught me plenty too. They told me the government had built many private schools and universities and allowed wealthy students to go to them without completing entry exams. As long as students had money, they could go to a university, so a young person who was struggling financially had no chance of securing third-level education, regardless of how bright he or she was. My students also complained about how hard it was to find a job. Youth unemployment in Iran was hitting the 24% mark during this time. Most of my students were working-class people who dreamed one day of leaving Iran for a better life elsewhere. I got immense satisfaction from knowing that my classes gave them hope and the opportunity to perhaps do just that. My teaching career in Rasht flourished. For some poorer students, I taught English at a reduced rate and occasionally for free. Not surprisingly, the English lecturers at the private colleges were not happy that I was taking business away from them. I felt no guilt, however, because I learned from my students that fees for those colleges were paid in advance and, as such, the teachers were not overly bothered with teaching English and often allowed the students to speak Farsi in classes to pass the time. I frankly didn't care that some of my students were not paying the going rate. I was happy with my work and with helping the students, and my salary was enough to live on. I might have made more money teaching for one of the government schools or universities, but I could not do it. There were several reasons. First, working in a government college meant I would have been closely monitored by the Revolutionary Guards and would have to abide by their rules. These rules varied from college to college, but invariably included a dress code, with chadors being the norm. Most significantly, working in a government college meant I would have been called to take an Islamic ideology test. This would have required in-depth study of the revolution, and I also would have to praise the current government. This would have gone against everything I believed in and had always believed in, that people in Iran deserved to live free and without fear. No amount of money or job security would make me sacrifice my personal beliefs, and there would never be any budging on that. Not wealthy by any means, I was well aware that I was one of the lucky women in Iran. I lived comfortably, and by myself provided for my daughter. Soon I was working mornings at one college and then crossing town to another institute for evening classes. I was busy, and at times it was draining, but at least it kept me occupied while I determined the best way to get Roja out of Iran. After about 6 months, I started receiving great reviews for my teaching and was assigned to teach a class of young men ranging in age from 16 to 25, who were known to be tough on new teachers. Their previous male teacher had left Iran to go to Canada, and his students had been very attached to him. The students had a good grasp of English, and the college was eager to find a competent and skilled teacher to take over the class. Numerous teachers had agreed to take the class, but none stayed. Apparently, the young men were difficult and demanding, which made the teachers lose confidence and patience. "Do you think you would be up to the challenge?" I was asked. "Of course," I replied assuredly, having yet to meet students I could not teach. Still, I must admit to being a bit nervous on the first day with them and could immediately see why the teachers before me had been intimidated. Introduced as their English teacher who had traveled from Ireland, I realized quickly that they did not know I could also understand and speak fluent Farsi. Right away they started mumbling. "She is sexy. No, she is as serious as a dog, and I am going to flirt with this one." They had no idea I could understand every word they said, and I did my best not to laugh. I silenced the comments by explaining that since this was an English class, that was the only language we would speak. In my experience, the majority of female teachers in Iran are particularly harsh. Many of them believe it is the only way to gain their students' respect. Also, Being friendly to Iranian men often gave them the wrong ideas, so it was understandable that female teachers were the way they were. Given this, I could understand that more than a few of the students may not have been pleased to see me standing in front of the class. They soon discovered, though, that my way of teaching was relaxed and informal. Slowly, the barriers they had put up crumbled. I'm not saying they were entirely happy with me. They still missed their previous instructor. But I persevered, did my best, and they seemed to accept me. These were easily the strongest students I had in Iran, and I even managed to learn new catchphrases from them. Truth be told, I soon found it a pleasure teaching that class. As part of the course, I assigned film projects. The idea was that the students would watch a short English language film in class and then discuss it with their peers. One evening, a few students asked if they could choose a movie themselves. I did not object, pleased to see them so enthusiastic and looking forward to dissecting a movie that was more to their tastes. After dimming the lights, I took a seat at the back of the class so that I could keep an eye on them. Within seconds, the movie began to play. To my shock, it was a pornographic film. Sniggering erupted around me. I almost ran and turned it off, but something made me remain seated. The movie continued to play for a few minutes. The students, one by one, fell silent. And finally, a young man a few years older than the rest got up and turned it off. He sat back down in his seat and murmured, "I'm sorry, Miss Hazari." I looked around and saw that every one of them had lowered their heads, and not a single one was able to look at me. My classes were usually quite animated, but on that day, you could have heard a pin drop. I did not scold them, since it was clear they all felt very bad. I simply said I was disappointed and had lost my trust in them. "The rest of the class for today is canceled," I announced. I really did not want to continue, and despite many apologies and objections, I could not be swayed. The students filed out solemnly with their heads down. They were very afraid I was going to report the incident to the school principal, which I obviously had every right to do. I decided against it, however, realizing there would have been serious repercussions for them, suspension, and the incident forwarded to the relevant Islamic punishing body. At my next class with them, they were obviously aware that I had not told the principal about what had happened, and were incredibly grateful. I was also pleased with my decision. They were just young men. It was difficult for young people to find an outlet for mischief in Iran. We all agreed not to speak of the incident again, and focused instead on preparing for their upcoming advanced English exam. Wonderfully, the class knuckled down, and everyone passed with good grades, meaning they could go on to the IELTS, International English Language Testing System exam, and then study abroad. The IELTS exam is a necessary prerequisite for students from non-English-speaking countries who want to study abroad in English-speaking countries. Happy for their success, I was also sad to see them move on with their studies. That class of rogues were decent young men at heart, and I was proud of them. Their futures no doubt were going to be bright. I only wished I could have felt the same confidence about my own. Chapter 9. Working in a job I enjoyed made life somewhat easier in Iran, but I had no intention of staying. I could not accept that this was going to be my life. Trapped in a country of men's rules, I was determined to get permission from Farzad to allow Roja to leave with me. My heart ached for Sabah. I spoke to her on the phone every day, but the sadness of our separation was not easing for either of us. One night, Jabbar announced that he would bring Sabah to live with me in Iran. I could not believe what I was hearing. Aside from her missing me so much, he also had his own reasons. Now a successful doctor, Jabbar's job had become more demanding. Constantly on call at the hospital, he was unable to leave a 9-year-old child at home on her own. Jabbar was also hoping to attend different medical conferences in Europe, but couldn't with Sabah in tow. Sabah was soon enrolled in school in Iran, but it proved difficult for her. Although she could speak Farsi, she was not at all familiar with the written language. She had been in 4th grade in Ireland, but there was no way she could continue in the same grade in Iran. I decided I would teach her at home. Oh my God, that was a tough job. I translated all of her Farsi books into English so that she would know what she was reading, and then I hired a private tutor to teach her written Farsi. I was delighted that after 4 months she was more than ready to return to school in 4th grade. Several months later, When Roja was 2.5, Farzad, without warning, showed up at my apartment and announced he was divorcing his wife. I had had it. "Don't do it on my account," I snarled, backing him up to the door. "I am not going to take her place." I spat out that I was being nice to him because I wanted the passport, but had come to realize he was never going to give it to me no matter what I did. I accused him of not loving Roja and demanded that he stay out of our lives for good. I took great pleasure in finally saying those words to him. They had certainly been a long time coming. For so long he had seen only the soft, accommodating side of me, and my harsh words now shocked him. Red-faced, Farzad started screaming and waving his arms around like a petulant child throwing a tantrum. He stormed out, and I slammed the door behind him. There was little time to bask in my moment of glory, because Farzad called a few minutes later. "I'm on my way to the police station to report you for not allowing me to see my daughter," he screamed. "You can expect to be arrested very soon." I had no idea if he was actually going to do it, or if he just wanted to scare me and regain the balance of power. Panicked, I called my parents, crying so much they could barely understand me. Sasan and my father arrived soon after and calmed me down. My father assured me that Farzad was just bluffing and could not have me arrested. Farzad left us alone for 2 years after I put him in his place that day. I pursued other avenues to get Roja out of Iran. I wrote to the Irish embassy in Tehran and even went to them and pleaded my case again and again, but I always received the same response. "There's nothing we can do." I didn't understand, having heard stories similar to mine, where the British government intervened to get British citizens out of Iran and back home. If Britain could do it, why would Ireland not help me? We were Irish citizens, after all. It was clear that Ireland did not want to get embroiled in a political situation with Iran. I am sure that the Irish embassy in Tehran viewed me as an annoyance that would not go away. Ireland's lack of help may have been enough for others to give up, but I would not. We would leave. My daughter would go home and be free. But it was going to take time. Wanting to improve our lives while we were here, I decided to sell the apartment I owned and was renting out and buy a new one in a nicer part of Rasht. My family at first was not pleased with this news, as the rent from that apartment had gone to my parents, but I had to think of my own children now and their futures. I also wanted to send Saba to the best school I could afford, which was in a different part of town. After a few months, I found and fell in love with an apartment on Park Shahr Avenue. The 2-bedroom apartment had beautiful ornate ceilings and was situated near City Park, where I had spent many hours of my youth walking with my brothers. My apartment sold easily. I bought the new one, and Saba and I decorated it together and turned it into an attractive little home. I can't say I was happy, as the longing to return to Ireland was always there, but I was more content than I had been since I had returned to Iran, and that was good enough for now. I missed Ireland terribly, especially the freedom. I would daydream about someone asking us to go somewhere with them. Unlike in Ireland, a woman going out in Iran with 2 young girls on her own was unusual and was likely to draw stares. And there were always the Revolutionary Guards on the prowl. One day, I took the girls to some nearby mountains on a rare day out for a picnic. We were enjoying the sunshine and peaceful surroundings when I was approached by a Revolutionary Guard. "Is that your daughter?" he demanded, pointing at Saba, who was playing with Roja a short distance away. "Yes," I said, getting to my feet. "What is wrong?" "Her clothes are too revealing and not in line with the laws of Islam," he said fiercely. I looked at Saba and did not understand. She was wearing a long-sleeved top and trousers. "What is wrong with her clothes?" I asked, puzzled. "The sleeves are too short, and she is showing her wrists," he said flatly. "She's only a child." When I pointed that out, the guard replied sternly that she was almost as tall as me and could be mistaken for an adult woman. There was no point in arguing with him further, as I might have been arrested. Saba became very upset, and we left the picnic early. Sadly, that type of occurrence was not uncommon for us. One evening not long after the picnic, I was driving with the girls and we were all singing along to one of Saba's favorite songs. The windows were up, as they always were when I played music in the car, because loud music in public is not allowed. Suddenly, bright headlights appeared behind us. We were being followed. A Revolutionary Guard had heard the music and began chasing us. Terrified, I darted in and out of traffic and managed to lose him. We pulled over onto a dark side street and sat, waiting. Saba was visibly frightened. As I looked at her, wide eyes brimming with tears, I remembered feeling the same way when I was a young girl. My girls will not grow up here. I had heard that life in the north of Tehran was similar to that in European countries, and some people were bribing the Revolutionary Guards to stay away from the north side. But the prices of houses and apartments there were not something ordinary people could afford. Besides, I had resolved not to pay anyone for my freedom. My daughters and I needed to leave Iran together. Lights and music off, I sat in silence with my frightened children. After almost an hour, I slowly drove out into the darkness and headed home. I worked long hours to provide for my children and really had very little time to myself, because when I was not working, I wanted to spend every moment with them. Lack of free time, combined with the difficulty of accessing almost everything online in Iran, including sites like YouTube and Facebook, discouraged me from going online or checking email. Contact with friends in Ireland now was via text message and the occasional phone call. One evening, however, I decided to go online and saw an email alerting me to a message on my Facebook account. Although accessing Facebook is illegal in Iran, like many Iranians, I could get to such sites by illegally downloading virtual networks that bypass the state's internet filtering system. I was surprised to see that the message was from a woman named Yasemen, Farzad's first wife, who had divorced him many years ago. She wanted to get in touch with me and wondered if I would be interested in contacting her. Without hesitating, I answered. We messaged back and forth late into the night. Yasemen opened up to me about her life with Farzad and all the horrible things he had done to her. She described in detail the emotional and psychological abuse she had endured at his hands. He had physically locked her in the house and refused to let her go to work or see her family. Our stories were so similar. As awful as it was to hear about her experiences, I felt a strange comfort in knowing there was someone out there who truly understood what I had gone through. She had gotten in touch not just to swap stories, but to ask for help as well. Her son with Farzad was now 10, and under Iranian law, mothers have custody of a child until the age of 7, after which time the father receives automatic custody if he wants it. I was well aware of the law, with Roja growing older and the clock ticking for us every day. Furthermore, if a mother remarries, her custody rights are instantly dismissed. Yasmin had been living in America with her son and new husband and had returned to Iran because of the death of her father. Farzad had not had any contact with her son, or any of her family since they had divorced. Nonetheless, she wanted to be prepared. Yasmin was working on an appeal to stop Farzad from getting custody of her son if, as punishment for her remarrying, he filed a claim for custody of the boy. Farzad clearly had no interest in his son, but now that his ex-wife was back in Iran, he would likely want to hurt her in the worst way he could, by taking her child. Yasemen wanted me to help her prove to the court that Farzad was not fit to be the guardian of their child. She asked for a copy of Roja's Irish birth certificate to show that Farzad was having children with different women who would leave him because of emotional and psychological abuse. I obliged without question. She began emailing frequently, telling me her concerns and how her case was progressing. I told her that I would be there for her if she ever needed to talk. Grateful, she offered to do anything she could to help me get Roja out of Iran. Several weeks after I had been contacted by Yasemen, Farzad called and asked if he could speak to me about an urgent matter. I didn't care. Not wanting to get caught up again in his dramatics, I refused to meet and hung up the phone. He called again the next day. I may have some good news for you, Sami, he said. I think it would be wise for you to meet me. I knew he was lying. He was just winding me up to see if I would fall for it. I did not want to see him, but a tiny part of me entertained the idea that maybe, just maybe, he was going to give me Roja's passport after all. We met at a park near my home. Nothing had changed. Farzad still wore the same dejected expression and burned with intensity. He immediately dropped the bombshell. "Why are you in contact with my ex-wife?" he demanded. My eyes widened, and I took a deep breath. How in the world did he know about that? Surely Yasmin had not told him, had she? Grinning, Farzad took a piece of paper out of his briefcase and handed it to me. I was startled at what I saw. A copy of my emails to Yasmin. He then gave me another piece of paper containing a Google translation of our emails from English into Farsi. He knew everything we had talked about. I shook with anger. How could he do this? How did he do this? He seemed quite proud of himself when he reminded me of a time when he had asked if he could use my laptop. He had discovered my email password and had been reading my emails for 2 years. Smug and still grinning, he admitted he had started looking at my emails years ago because he wanted to know why I would not commit to a relationship with him, and he suspected I was having an affair with another man. He said if he had found out I was seeing someone else, he had planned on taking me to court and getting custody of Roja. My rage grew. How dare he invade my privacy? "You make me sick," I screamed. "What you have done is criminal, and I can press charges for that." Farzad began laughing, and then stopped. "Welcome to Iran," he sneered. Disgusted and furious, I walked away, thinking of all the messages to family and friends he must have read over the years. All of my hurt, helplessness, and anger, he knew about it in detail. I could just imagine him reading about how dreadfully unhappy I was in Iran and having a good chuckle to himself that he was able to do that to me. The evening of that awful day, Yasemen called. She was furious, claiming that Farzad had just told her I had let slip she had taken their son out of Iran to live in America without his permission. He was now taking her to court to get custody of his child. Unbelievable. Yasemen now blamed me for everything. I tried to tell her she had it all wrong, but she was so angry she would not listen to what I was saying. "He read my emails, Yasemen," I tried desperately to say. "He has been reading them for years, and I did not know." "I was stupid to trust you," she sobbed, and hung up. I felt so terrible for her. She thought the only person who could help had betrayed her in the worst possible way, and now she would likely lose her child. The law regarding child custody in Iran does not take into account whether or not the father has any attachment with the child or what the mother and child want. Furthermore, Yasemen had remarried, which meant she had the fight of her life on her hands. Several weeks later, I heard through a family member that the court had decided to give custody of the boy to Farzad. I was told that on hearing the verdict, Yasemen had broken down and pleaded with the court to take into consideration all of the horrible things Farzad had done to her. It made no difference. She was ordered out of the courtroom, and the young boy had remained there in front of the judge, cursing his father, saying he was crazy and he hated him. But the verdict was final. The following morning, I was surprised to get a phone call from Yasemen. She was hysterical and pleading with me for help. "Please, Sami, you have to help me," she cried. "I cannot live without my son. You know Farzad is crazy. My boy is not safe with him." I felt her pain so deeply. If I were to lose Roja to Farzad, I knew my life would not be worth living. Without hesitation, I told her I would do all I could to get her son back. But how? The next day I called Farzad. "I heard you got custody of your son." "How's it going?" I asked gently. "This boy is wild," he complained. "He is moody and does not have any respect for me at all." His son was the same age as Saba, so I suggested meeting so that the children could play together. Not surprisingly, Farzad jumped at the opportunity and suggested we meet at a local entertainment complex. When I saw his son, I was startled at how much he resembled Farzad as a young boy. What I met that day was an ill-mannered and unhappy child, but could you blame him? I explained to Farzad that the boy was misbehaving because he wanted to be with his mother. Farzad shook his head, vowing to teach the boy a lesson and demand respect. It did not take long for the boy to be discourteous to his father. I then put my plan into action. "You should not speak to your father in such a rude and disrespectful manner," I said firmly. Well, let me tell you, Farzad grinned with delight at my words. I am not much of an actress, but I sat and listened to every one of Farzad's difficulties with his son all afternoon. I nodded when required, and showed shock and sadness when that was called for too. I went on to gently suggest that he did not have experience minding a child and would obviously need some help to manage doing so. To Farzad, my words were a green light to possibly rekindling our relationship. The next day, Farzad called and told me the young boy had put a knife to his throat and said he wanted to kill himself. Horrified, I begged Farzad to send the boy back to his mother. This was not a time to be teaching lessons. A couple of days later, Farzad called again and said he had done as I had suggested. He had met with Yasemen, and they had come to an agreement. She could have her son back as long as she never asked him for child support. Thankfully, a happy ending for her. Farzad turned the conversation to us. Will you meet with me again? I enjoyed that time we spent together. Knowing the boy was safely back with his mother, I refused. Farzad seethed and yelled, calling me a spy for helping his ex-wife. I hung up, not caring what he thought of me. Furious that I had tricked him, Farzad launched a new campaign of craziness and terror. He hated that someone had played him at his own game, and he vowed to make sure I learned that the hard way. If you do not come back to me, Sami, I am going to make you very sorry, he told me a few days later. Do you know how easy it would be for me to pay someone to hide drugs in your car and then tell the police you're a drug dealer? Being caught in possession of drugs in Iran is a very serious crime. Even getting caught with a few grams of marijuana can result in 70 lashes, and I, who had never seen or used illegal drugs, would not have been able to live with the shame. But I remained defiant. No threat was going to make me go back to him. Every time I needed to drive, I now made sure to search the car thoroughly. A terribly arduous task, checking every nook and cranny. When that tactic didn't work and I refused to rekindle a relationship with him, Farzad threatened to bribe a poor man to hurl himself in front of my car so that I would cause an accident and go to jail for reckless driving. Farzad also began sending emails to Saba. I told her to ignore them and block his email address, but Saba was so angry that she warned him if he sent one more email to either of us, she would tell her grandfather and Farzad would go to jail. Farzad went ballistic at her threat and then called me. I have a lovely nude photo of you that I think all your students would love to see uploaded on the internet, he laughed. My body started to shake. Those photos. Oh no. It is a lovely photo of you getting dressed. I hung up. Oh God. My heart was racing. How could he even suggest doing something like that? I had worked so hard to build up a professional life for myself in Iran and gain the respect of my peers and students. Farzad could ruin all that for me with one stupid photo taken without my permission. I didn't sleep that night. In the morning, I resolved to fight back and went to the cyber police department in Rasht to file a complaint. In Iran, the cyber police ensure that Iranian citizens are protected from threats to religious and community values, and also internet fraud. At the station, I was taken by a police officer to a small interview room and asked endless questions, including intimate questions I was not expecting. I explained that the photo Farzad threatened me with was one of me changing clothes. Have you had sex with this man? The officer asked, looking me up and down closely. It took me a moment to find my voice. The man went on. What positions were you in? Did he take any photos when you were having sex? Cringing with shame and embarrassment, I was now frightened to be in a room with a police officer asking such inappropriate questions. I explained again that the photo showed me changing my clothes. The officer sighed and told me I had gone to the wrong department and wrote down the right address on a piece of paper. Mortified, I left immediately with no intention of going back to any department. That night, one photo away from ruin, I allowed myself to cry. I wept about being trapped in Iran, about being a woman whose baby could not go home. How can I continue to live in such a place? All I wanted was to be back in Ireland with my children, but that dream kept slipping away. In that instant, I decided I could no longer live what had become my life. I walked over to my window. Such intense sadness. I cannot go on like this. I opened the window, blinking back tears. All of my pain would be gone. Finally, absolutely gone in a moment. I thought of all the horrible things that had happened in the past few years, and what lay ahead for Roja here in Iran. When she went to school and classmates found out that her mother had been married before and did not live with her father, my child would be ostracized. If I spent the next 15 years in Iran, until Roja was old enough to leave, Farzad would never allow me peace. But if I stepped out of that window, he could never hurt me again. 3 floors up, I looked out at what always greeted me, the sprawling Gilan National Gas Company building, which blocked the view of the beautiful city park. The night was still, the streets empty. I could hear traffic in the distance. Somewhere, dogs fought, presumably over scraps of food. It was bitterly cold and my warm tears fell fast. I closed my eyes. I cannot take this a moment longer. He has finally broken me. A dog suddenly howled nearby, startling me. I looked down at the drop far below, the sting of cold air like someone slapping sense into me. But my children. I took a step back, realizing that I could not kill myself. What would happen to my daughters if I did? I was in Iran and tolerating it all for their sakes. If I died, Roja would be handed over to Farzad, Saba would stay with her father, and my girls would be torn apart and never see each other again. I pulled the window closed and then sat down on the bed, my heart racing and my mind willed with new resolve. I am a fighter. We're going to get out of here. The only question was how. I had wanted to leave Iran the right way, but the legal road always led to the needs and rights of the father. It was time to consider other, more dangerous options. Chapter 10. We needed to cross the border, however we could. So did American Betty Mahmoudi nearly 3 decades earlier. Many years ago, I learned about her by watching a movie, Not Without My Daughter, that was now very relevant. Betty had married an Iranian man who convinced her to bring their daughter Mahtab on a trip to Iran to visit his family. Once there, he had taken their passports so that they could not leave. Betty could not speak the language and spent 2 years working out an escape plan. Eventually, she and her daughter were able to flee Iran after embarking on a 500-mile epic journey through Turkey. Escape had become even more difficult since Betty Mahmoudi fled Iran in 1986. She had the assistance of the American government, but I had no government willing to help me. Also, there were now many more border controls and checkpoints in Iran, and the new computerized passport system ruled out that avenue. After Farzad's lawyer had told him that once I got Roja out of the country, he would have no legal access to her, Farzad had made certain to alert the authorities that she was not to leave. This meant if her passport was scanned, a ticked box would indicate that Roja was not to leave the country unless he was with her. All passports were scanned at every border, so this meant Roja's Iranian passport, even if I were to somehow get a hold of it, was now entirely useless. I couldn't help thinking about what leaving illegally would mean for me. Once I left, I would lose my rights as an Iranian citizen and would never be able to return as long as the current government was in power. I would not be able to visit my parents and would never lay eyes on my homeland again. All of this would be a huge sacrifice, but I vowed not to let my daughters grow up in Iran. Thankfully, it was soon clear that Farzad's threat of uploading a photo of me was just another threat. Apparently, he no longer had the pictures. I focused all my energy on escape, by whatever means. The first opportunity to leave illegally came from one of my students. Tara was looking forward to passing her IELTS exam in order to travel abroad and study dentistry. She was a tall, pretty girl with dark hair and eyes and a deep tan. She had a sweet face and didn't really need the heavy makeup she wore. Pleased with my teaching, she asked why I didn't set up my own private English institute. I have no intention of staying in Iran. I have a passport issue with my youngest daughter, I told Tara. If it were not for that, I would be a long way from Iran. She looked surprised and paused for a moment. Ms. Hezari, she said carefully, you are well aware that in Iran you can get almost anything if you know people in government positions. She told me her father was an army officer who was active in the Revolutionary Guards and offered to talk to him for me and see what he could do to help. I was immediately suspicious. A Revolutionary Guard helping us escape? Tara, though, did seem reliable. She always paid her fees on time. Perhaps she was trustworthy. Tara's father was rough-looking, with a bushy beard and a no-nonsense demeanor. I was afraid of him, finding it difficult to maintain eye contact. He gruffly told me that he had served in Palestine and Lebanon as part of Iranian military operations there. He emphasized that he knew many powerful people in the government and could do almost anything if he were paid for it. For $10,000, he would procure Roja's legal birth certificate with my name on it and also get her a passport so that we could fly out of Tehran. The process would take 6 months. I usually charge a lot more, Miss Hezari, but as my daughter speaks so favorably of you, I have drastically reduced the fee, he said, leaning back in his chair, eyes on me. I agreed to the terms, overjoyed to hear what he was saying. My daughter and I had been trapped in Iran for almost 3.5 years. Another 6 months was not a problem. At my second meeting with him, I gave Tara's father half of the fee up front as instructed. He promised to begin working on getting the needed documents the next day. "You must promise not to breathe a word of this arrangement to anyone, Miss Hezadi," he warned. "If anyone finds out, it could jeopardize the whole plan." Seeing the end in sight and full of hope, I nodded. "I will not tell anyone," I promised, and meant it. I was grateful to Tara for getting her father to help me, and to drastically reduce the fee as well. Over time, she started to open up about her own family. "My mother was a very bitter woman, and she tortured me as a child when my father was away," she told me once after class. "If I ever disobeyed her, she would beat me severely, and one time she threatened me with a knife." Tara went on to confide that she wished she'd had a caring mother like me. I was touched by her story. She was helping me so much. Now I wanted to help her. I invited her to visit me any time, and she happily took me up on the offer. One day, I came home from work and found Tara playing with my children and chatting with Roja's babysitter, Sohaila. Tara was great with the children, and I really didn't mind her turning up unannounced. Being at my house and playing with my daughters made her happy. We all began spending more time together. It was interesting getting to know Tara, because at only 25, she had grown up in an Iran that was much different from the one I had grown up in. I could not help but be fascinated by her stories of young women in Iran today. She admitted knowing lots of girls who had several boyfriends, one who loved them, one whom they loved, and another who bought them things in return for sex. She nonchalantly revealed that she had fun with older men for what she could get out of it. Such matter-of-fact behavior surprised me. When I was a young girl, we seemed so innocent. It was expected that we loved just one person, and we were supposed to never look at another man, regardless of his financial prospects. Things had certainly changed. With the terrible shortage of jobs and wages, I could see how a young woman might be enticed to pursue married men for financial gain. Over time, I noticed Tara getting closer to my youngest brother, Sasan. As much as I liked her, this concerned me, because my brother is an emotional young man who falls for girls quite easily. I also didn't think it was love she was looking for from him, but rather money to be spent on her. I tried to warn my brother in a gentle way, not wanting to see him hurt. 3 months had lapsed since I had given Tara's father the first installment of the money for Roja's passport. I had been very patient and not told a soul, but was eager to know how the plan was progressing. I asked Tara to speak to her father for me. From time to time, he contacted me, but always had a different excuse for the delay in any news. I became frustrated and desperate for the call saying he had Roja's passport. I could not stop thinking about it. As each day passed without word, I became increasingly disillusioned, but never fully gave up hope. I wanted to assert myself more, but did not want to antagonize Tara's father and risk losing his help. More weeks passed with no word. One day, I received a mysterious phone call from an unknown man who said he was an army officer working with Tara's dad. He wanted to meet. What is going on? Disregarding the warning not to talk to anyone, there was no way I was going to meet an unknown army officer on my own. I called Sasan. We met the man in a small, secluded coffee shop as he had requested. He was of slight build and spoke quickly, his eyes darting around suspiciously. After introducing himself, the officer turned and whispered to Sasan, "It is not safe to talk here. Will you come with me to my house? It is not far from here." Sasan nodded, and we left the coffee shop in silence. The man's home was in a derelict part of the city that I had never been in before. He opened the door, kicking a baby buggy out of the way, and we piled in quickly and quietly. Once inside, with the door firmly closed, the man ushered us into a sitting room. I looked around for a couch to sit on, but there was not one. Instead, there was a large Persian rug on the floor with some cushions. A fragile partition separated us from a bedroom, marked by a few old mattresses on the floor. I sat down on the rug and tried to make myself comfortable. I was nervous and grateful that Sasan was with me. "I called you, Miss Hezadi, because there is something I think you need to know." I looked instinctively at Sasan, whose eyes were fixed on the man who was now settling himself on the floor near us. "Go ahead," Sasan said, nodding. "Miss Hezadi, the man you have paid to get your daughter out of Iran is a liar and a cheat." "Oh, no. How do you know this?" I asked. "I know this because I work with him. I saw your file and I saw how much money he has taken from you. The man looked ashamed. "Are you sure?" I asked desperately. "I am," he said regretfully. "I wish it were not true, but it is." "He told me he knew people in the government who could help him to help me," I said, now despairing. He shook his head. "Miss Hezari, he knows no one of any worth to you." We were all quiet for a moment. Sasan and I looked at each other. "Why are you telling her this?" Sasan asked. "Surely this is very risky for you." "It is, which is why I brought you here. I saw your file, Miss Hezari, and it angered me to see how much he has taken from you already. I am sorry to bring you such bad news." I truly felt as if I had been kicked to my stomach and just wanted to leave. Thanking the man and getting to my feet, I asked how much money he wanted in return for the information. "I want nothing, Miss Hezari," he replied kindly, shaking his head. "You have already paid enough." I was grateful for the information, but with my money already spent, I was not ready to give up hope just yet. Tara's dad was our only ticket to Ireland. A few months later, I was relieved to finally get a call from him. "Get ready to move," he ordered, gruff as ever. "The time is almost here." He told me he could not give me the actual date, but I had to be prepared now. I was surprised and happy at this news, but his next words were chilling. "Sami, you are to give Roja to me, and I will take her over the Turkish border. You are to fly to Ankara in Turkey, and we will meet you there." "What are you talking about?" I replied. "This isn't what we agreed on. I cannot let you take Roja. I will come to the border too." He refused this outright and said I must fly into Turkey. Absolutely not. There was no way I would hand my child over to a Revolutionary Guard, and certainly not one I now knew had dodgy credentials. It was clear to me that he planned to smuggle her into Turkey somehow, and the thought of that terrified me. My daughter would not leave my side. I protested that I had paid him a lot of money to legitimately sort out a passport for Roja. What about his claim that he could do anything? He did not like hearing this and began arguing back. "You have not lived up to your part of the deal, and I want my money back," I declared. Incensed, he started screaming that he had spent lots of money for arrangements I was not aware of, and that he would not return my money. He ranted and raved until he could scream no more and hung up the phone. Minutes later, Tara called me, outraged that I had asked for my money back, even though her father had not upheld his side of the bargain. I realized then that she was exactly like him. In a flash, I remembered all the outings we had gone on together where I had paid. She was simply using me, just as her father had done. Despite being cheated out of $5,000, I decided I would not allow myself to be too upset, because God only knows what would have happened if I allowed him to take Roja to Turkey. I now had to tell my parents what had happened, as my father had been asked to sell my apartment when I returned to Ireland to pay for the second installment fee. His reaction was exactly what I thought it would be. "You are stupid to trust people so easily," my father exclaimed angrily. He was right, but I did trust people easily. I could not understand how anyone could deliberately cheat people and blatantly lie to their faces. The truth was, my father's anger came in part because, being an honest man himself, he had been cheated out of money by his own family and friends. Many years ago, he had bought shares in his own home from his brother and sisters when house prices were down. My mother told him to make sure to go to the registration office to get the proper documents, but her urging irritated my father. Of course he trusted his own siblings, so there was no need for such paperwork. 10 years later, when property prices went through the roof, his siblings demanded more money. When my father refused, they had taken him to court. I was in secondary school at the time, and remember my parents arguing about what had happened. My mother blamed my father for foolishly trusting his family. My parents had to pay a high price, both monetarily and emotionally, to get their house back from my aunt and uncle. Although I was upset that my father was unhappy with me, I believe he was simply annoyed to see his daughter making the same mistake he had. We both believe in the goodness and honor of people, and we both keep paying dearly for it. Chapter 11. On my way to work one morning, I received a call from Farzad's lawyer saying he wanted to arrange for his client to visit Roja. Farzad had the legal right to do so. This came as a big surprise, because it had been a long time since Farzad had contacted me, and an even longer time since he had seen Roja. My daughter had seen her father only a handful of times, and I was not sure how she would react. I was also concerned about how I would react. I knew Farzad was expecting me to be anxious and afraid. His visit was about asserting rights and power over me, not about his love for his little girl. No matter how I felt, I would not be weak in front of him. When the day for his visit arrived, I was ready. A knock at the door, a deep breath, and I braced myself for what was to come. The Farzad on my doorstep was all smiles. He said a polite hello, and then made a point of looking over my shoulder, trying to see Roja and gently calling out her name. He played the role of doting dad well, but of course, I was not fooled. I had told Roja, now 4, that her father was coming to visit her, but she had not seemed overly interested and appeared to have little understanding of what it meant. Probably out of curiosity, she poked her head out from behind the sitting room door and looked at him. She then looked at me, and then at Farzad again, and ran and hid behind the sofa. I told Farzad I needed a few minutes to finish getting Roja ready, and grabbed her coat. That's when the battle began. She started jumping up and down, saying she would not go with him, and then wrapped herself around a chair. I tried to gently coax her off of it, but she screamed that she did not want to go. Roja had very little contact with men, with the exception of my father and brothers, so I had expected some resistance, but not this much. "Come to me, Roja," Farzad said, arms outstretched, but the child ran in the other direction. As she shot past him, Farzad tried to grab her. This frightened Roja, who continued to evade his grasp, her eyes pleading with me to save her. I told Farzad to be gentle with her, that she was just a little girl and not familiar with him, but Farzad became impatient. He started cursing loudly at her, which only made Roja more afraid. Sabah had no intention of seeing Farzad, but on hearing the commotion, she came out of her room. In a show of support, she stood defiantly next to me. On seeing her, Roja ran toward us and latched herself tightly onto my leg. The 3 of us stared silently at the man who continued to invade our lives. Farzad eventually gave up, screaming, "Fuck that child who won't come with me." I shouted, "You are not a father, but a monster. Get out." "You will never get her out of here," he yelled back. "You will stay here until your hair is as white as your teeth." Cackling loudly at his wit, he left, slamming the door. I knew there would be consequences, but I was not going to allow him to terrify my children. "Mommy, I am scared," said Sabah. All I could muster was, "It's okay, darling. He is gone now." I scooped a crying Roja into my arms and held her tight. This was what living a nightmare felt like. My parents soon heard through the grapevine that Farzad was telling people he was paying child support for Roja. This angered them greatly, because my parents knew he had paid nothing. They said I should tell people the truth, but I simply could not be bothered with such issues, and stayed focused on getting out of Iran. After a great deal of effort and expense, I managed to renew Roja's Irish passport. Sabah completed 5th grade with fantastic results, and I was proud of all the hard work she had put in to get the top marks in class. I enrolled her in all the extracurricular classes she wanted to pursue. Guitar and drawing were favorites. She was adjusting well to living in Iran, but that did not completely bring me peace. I wanted her to be able to do all of these things back in Ireland. And then Sabah was taken from me. In July 2012, Jabbar called and told her that he had accepted a great new job in Saudi Arabia and had gotten permission to enroll her in an Australian school there. I was absolutely furious that he had not discussed this with me first. Sabah was not only my oldest daughter, but she was also my best friend. I was a shy woman, and my social skills were not great, so I did not have many friends in Iran. Jabbar began speaking to Sabah on the phone every day and filling her head with images of all the flashy shops and big shopping centers that she had loved in Ireland and was not able to see in Iran. She soon thought of Saudi Arabia as a wonderland and was excited to have the chance to go to an Australian school there. How could life in Iran possibly compete with that? I protested but was fighting a losing battle and knew it. As part of our divorce settlement, Jabbar would get custody of Sabah if I ever returned to live in Iran. He could take her any time. And then he said something that totally crushed me. "You're not going to get out of there, Sami. And I can't let you ruin Sabah's life too." Oh my God. Those words hurt so deeply. Is that what he really thinks? Is that what everyone thinks? Has everyone given up on me but myself? I did not want Saba to go, but I did begin to accept that living with her father in Saudi Arabia would be a wonderful opportunity for her. If she attended an Australian school, she would be able to learn in English again and have far more opportunities than she'd had in Iran. It broke my heart, but I always wanted the best for my children, and I knew deep down that letting her go was right for our daughter. As planned, Jabbar arrived in Iran in September to take Saba to Saudi Arabia. With a breaking heart, I said goodbye to my little girl. I knew she would be back with me at the next school holiday, but that brought me little comfort. I could not imagine life without her, and this was by far the most difficult goodbye I had ever said to anyone in my life. It was difficult returning home without my firstborn. In fact, it was worse than I had expected. Everywhere I looked were memories. Saba's toys in her room, a hair clip on the coffee table. I saw her cheeky little face in every corner, laughing, being bold, calling out for me. She was everywhere I looked, and her absence made me incredibly depressed. I called work and told them to cancel my classes for the foreseeable future. I was too sad to focus on work or anything else, and felt dead inside. Even making the simplest of decisions became difficult. Roja missed Saba badly, too. Saba was her best friend, and now she had no one to play with. Such a kind and sensitive little girl. Whenever she saw me crying, which was a lot, she would bring me tissues and try to dry my face with them. Waking hours were unbearable, but sleep provided some comfort. I began taking sleeping pills to knock me out so that I did not have to face the lonely hours ticking by. Nothing could snap me out of my depression, not even the fact that Roja was relying on me. She would go to the fridge and fill her own bottle with milk and get into bed with me. The two of us would lie cuddled up in bed all day, barely uttering a word. I was wholly immersed in grief. Speaking to Saba on the phone did not make things easier. She told me how exciting and wonderful it was in Saudi Arabia, that she had made new friends in school. With all of these exciting developments, Saba barely had time to miss me. Of course I was happy for her, but I continued to miss her terribly. After 3 months of living like a hermit, I decided that I had to do something to sort myself out. I was sleeping all day and neglecting Roja. Any time I looked at Roja, worried little eyes looked back up at me. I realized she needed her old mummy back. My sister-in-law Sara started coming by every day, gently enticing me back into the real world by getting me to leave the house and do different things I'd been putting off. I made an appointment with the doctor and was given a prescription for antidepressants. I purchased the pills and took them home, but something stopped me from taking them. I knew of the side effects from my nursing days and decided on the spot not to rely on medication. Taking the pills to the bathroom, I flushed them down the toilet. I was determined to fight this depression and beat it, and I would do it on my own. Chapter 12. My depression thankfully behind me, I returned to my classes, but in June 2013, I became severely ill and was hospitalized with a raging fever. My absence brought many of my students to visit. I appreciated their genuine concern and realized how much of an impact I was making on their lives. Among the students who dropped by was Milad, a classically handsome young man with high cheekbones and thick dark hair. He would not have been out of place on a Hollywood film set. Surprisingly, he was shy and unassuming, and clearly well-liked among his peers. Soon after we met for the first time, he had revealed that his father dabbled in drugs and that the family's money was tight, so I allowed him to attend classes at a minimal cost. He also had told me that his uncle, one of the most famous surgeons in Tehran, planned to take him to Canada, and that was why he was learning English. Milad told me that he knew of people who would help him to get to Canada if the legal route fell through. He had become aware of my situation with Roja and thought perhaps those same people might be able to help me. I can talk to them about you, if you like, and see what they can do, he offered. I nodded. Here we go again. So on the day the doctors told me I was free to go home, my second illegal attempt to get out of Iran began to take shape. The following week, Milad introduced me to a man he knew called Muhammad. Muhammad was a burly, middle-aged man with a receding hairline and heavy stubble. He did not have a friendly face, and, sensing my concerns, Milad quickly reassured me that he trusted this man more than his own father. I had been teaching Milad for almost a year at this point, so I trusted his judgment. Mohammed proposed the same way of escape via Turkey as Tara's dad had planned, but with some notable differences. He would organize a fake Iranian passport for Roja, and, most importantly, we could cross the Turkish border together. The escape would not be cheap. He was charging $10,000, with $1/4 due up front and the remaining when I was back in Ireland. Having been deceived by Tara's dad and witnessing so much lying and corruption since my return to Iran, I was obviously wary of handing over money again to someone else. However, Roja was getting older, and I knew that once she was 7, Farzad would automatically gain custody if we hadn't left the country by then. "Let's do it," I told Mohammed. "I want to get us to Ireland." My bank account was nearly empty after my efforts in renewing Roja's Irish passport, so money was a problem. I knew I would need money to survive on when I returned, because Ireland was suffering from a recession, and it would take time to find work. The only way I could pay Mohammed's first installment, set up home in Ireland, and then settle his fee, was to sell my apartment. This was not a decision I took lightly, as I had come to love my cozy home. It was where I had been the happiest in Iran, and it was a home that Saba and I had made together. I needed to act quickly, and was forced to sell under the market value. I moved all of my belongings to my parents' house, giving a lot of the furniture to my brother Salar, because I knew he could use it. I had always helped him out financially when I was in Ireland, but I had been unable to do so in Iran. He was grateful for the furniture. I also gifted furniture and household goods to others whom I knew would appreciate it. My faith in Mohammed was strong. He called me constantly and kept me updated with the progress. The call finally came. 2 days, Sami," he announced. "In 2 days we leave, and you must be ready to go." He told me he would take us to Urumiyeh, which is situated in the northwest of Iran and borders Turkey. We would cross there. When the time arrived, Roja and I left our apartment and headed to meet Mohammed, who was waiting for us in his car a few hundred yards up the road. I opened the back door and got in with Roja. Mohammed smiled. "Is everything okay?" "Yes," I replied. "We are fine." And I was fine, mainly because I had asked Sasan to wait in his car nearby, and I knew he would be attentively watching us. Suddenly, Mohammed turned around and faced me. "There has been a change of plan. I need to take your Irish passports," he said. "Why do you need them?" I demanded suspiciously. "You shouldn't be asking me questions," he replied curtly. "Maybe the people who are taking you across the border want to go to Ireland with you." Was this some kind of joke? How can they come to Ireland without a passport or visa? And why do they want to come with us? "This doesn't make any sense at all," I said, half in disbelief, half panicked. The plan was, once we got across the border, we would have our Irish passports stamped by Turkish police, and then they could hand us over to the Irish embassy. Not listening, Mohammed kept repeating that he needed our Irish passports. When I outright refused, his tone changed immediately. "If you don't give me the Irish passports," he threatened, "I will call every border police checkpoint in Iran, and they will make sure you never get across." Frightened, I opened the car door and quickly slipped out, pulling Roja with me. Walking slowly toward my brother's car, I was silent, knowing I had once again been fooled. I could not even scream at Mohammed. Every step brought a new, terrible realization. How could I ever tell my parents I had been fooled again? They would be furious with me for losing everything. What was I going to tell Saba? I had promised her I would be out of Iran within a week. Where was the man who was meant to help me? But even at that moment of despair, a part of me continued to plan our escape. I suddenly remembered Sarah once mentioning some Kurdish friends who claimed they could help get my daughter and me across the border from the Kurdish side of Iran. At the time, I had dismissed the idea outright. Not only was it illegal, but it also sounded dangerous. Right now, though, it sounded like the best escape plan in the world. I was not sure if Mohammed really was going to contact all the border police, but I was not willing to take any chances and decided to move immediately. Once safely in my brother's car, I called Sarah, asking her to contact her Kurdish friends. When I met Sarah later that day, she called her friends and handed the phone to me. The man at the other end was named Jamil. He sounded kind, and I was delighted and relieved when he said that yes, he would help me. He also seemed quite expert and confident and appeared to have done this sort of thing many times before. Jamil agreed to arrange for an Iranian driver to pick us up at the town of Sardasht on the Kurdish border of Iran, and he would drive us to Erbil in Iraq. The fee for the driver would be $300, a pittance compared to what I had forked out for the previous escape attempts. I explained to Jamil that I had nothing to lose. I didn't, and he said he could arrange the border crossing for the following night if we left for Sardasht that day. Wow, this is fast. I agreed immediately, and, just like that, another attempt was underway. My father agreed to drive Sara, Salar, Roja, and me to the border. I said goodbye to my mother and held her for as long as I could. It might be a very long time until I saw her again. Like many Iranian men, my father's method of driving is fast and furious. He was 73 years old at the time, but his senior years had not slowed him down. We zipped along Tarim-Zanjan Road, a long and winding mountain road renowned for its incredibly dangerous bends. Imagine a roller coaster with all its loops and twists. That's Tarim-Zanjan Road. Not as used to my father's driving as I was, Sara's eyes were filled with fear. Several times she whispered, "I'm scared, Sami. I think I need to throw up." I told my dad to slow down, but he kept driving as he always had. My father has never been patient when it comes to driving, and this day he was a man on a mission. One thing I knew for sure. If we made it to the border alive, we would also make it in record time. After 2 dizzying hours, we reached the city of Sardasht. What a beautiful place. Nestled between sprawling, lush green hills, Sardasht is tiny in comparison to Tehran and Rasht. Despite the city's natural beauty, however, I struggled with the idea that anyone would choose to live so close to the Iraqi border. The city had a tragic past. In 1987, Iraqi bombers had attacked the city, dropping chemical weapons on crowded areas, killing and injuring thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was 7 a.m., and already around 30 degrees. Looking up and down the streets, I thought it a pity that the place seemed so neglected and dirty, as it could have been developed into a thriving tourist spot. Tugging at my arm, Roja again asked when we were going to reach Ireland. She had never been on such a long journey and was exhausted, as were we all, so we decided to look for somewhere to get some sleep. We were meeting a driver to take us to the border at 11 a.m., and a bit of rest would help to make us fresh for stage 2 of the journey. On our way through the city, there had not been much in the way of accommodations, but after scouting the town thoroughly, we found a small hotel. The manager, a local man, bombarded us with questions which made me feel uncomfortable. He wanted to know everything, including the purpose of our journey. "We are meeting friends here who are coming from the Iraq border," I stammered. Caught off guard, I did not know what else to say, and that was the first thing that came to my mind. Apparently satisfied with my story, he told us to fill out some forms. He said the Revolutionary Guards visited him every evening to take a list of guests and their intentions. He claimed to have no choice but to provide them with this information because if he did not comply, he would be forced to close his business. Suddenly in the distance, shots rang out. "That's them," the hotel manager said casually, shrugging. "The guards shoot anyone trying to cross the border illegally." What was I leading my little girl into? Chapter 13. Seeing the fear on my face, Sara took my arm and guided me to our room. Taking a deep breath, I nodded and looked at her. Terrified, yes, but I was not calling off the escape. I had wanted this for too long. We had booked a family-size hotel room with 4 beds, and it was honestly the filthiest hotel room I had ever seen. I found some old, thinning towels and put them on the disgusting bed for Roja to lie on. I knew I needed to sleep and tried to will my brain to shut down and give me some much-needed peace, but my eyes would not stay closed. I was so afraid of what lay ahead. I just wanted to fast-forward time and be in Ireland with this nightmare finally behind. The shrill sound of Sara's cell phone ringing a few hours later woke up those who had managed to fall asleep. It was the driver, telling Sara that he would meet us outside our hotel. From here, we would be driven to the part of the Iraq border where we were to cross, approximately 2 hours away. Nobody said much as we waited for the driver to arrive. We all knew how dangerous the situation was, and no one wanted to speak of what might happen. I was grateful for that. The driver was a middle-aged local man dressed in traditional Kurdish clothing, casual gray trousers, matching jacket, and a wide belt. He smiled when he saw us and introduced himself as Hussein. On seeing our party, he told my father that he could take only women with him because if we were stopped at a checkpoint, he could vouch that we were his sisters or wives and Roja his daughter. He said the women's identification would not be checked, but men might create problems. My father was concerned, but understood his reasoning. Salar, on the other hand, was very distressed to be separated from his wife. "You stay here, Sara," I said. "Roja and I will be fine on our own." I wasn't sure we would be fine, but I did not want Sara making the long return journey back with the driver on her own. Sara said defiantly that she was going with us. Seeing Salar's anxiety, Hussein told him not to worry. He would protect her, as if she were his own sister. Not quite convinced, Salar asked again if he could come, but Hussein insisted it would look suspicious and could put us all in danger if the guards asked for his identification. Hussein led us to a dusty, heavy-looking, ancient white Toyota van. It was an open-back van with no back seat, so we had to all squeeze up front. Sara said her goodbyes and climbed in next to Hussein. I said a tearful farewell to my father and brother and stepped up into the van, sitting next to the window with Roja on my lap. The van was so dilapidated that the passenger side interior door panel was missing. Screws jutted out, and I managed to acquire several decent scrapes on my arm as I got in. This was going to be an uncomfortable ride. The farther we drove into the wilderness, the worse the road became. Every bump drove the screws into my body. Soon my whole right side hurt. I was relieved when Roja said she preferred to sit on Sara's lap, because it was much more comfortable. Apparently my legs were too skinny, and she was getting a pain in her rear, sitting on my lap. As we approached our first checkpoint, Hussein told us to remove our sunglasses, as they made us look suspicious, and he wanted us to appear as Kurdish as possible. We would pass checkpoints every 6 miles, 4 checkpoints total. He urged us to look relaxed and not do anything that might prompt questions. Easier said than done. In no way could I have anticipated the fear that gripped me at the first checkpoint. The guard looked terrifying, and as he approached us, I could not take my eyes off the gun in his hand. He stuck his head inside the van, and I watched his eyes methodically sweep over the interior. After a long pause, he nodded for us to drive on. My heart was racing, and I wondered how I would ever be able to go through that again, let alone 3 more times. Approaching the remaining checkpoints never got easier, and my heart was constantly in my throat. At the final checkpoint, the guard asked us where we were going. "We are going to Siran Band, to meet family friends," Hussein replied casually. Siran Band is a small village on the border of Iraq. I held my breath and prayed. And the next thing I knew, we were moving forward. I permitted myself to let out a massive sigh of relief. We had done it. So far, so good. The quality of the road disintegrated drastically. Huge boulders were strewn about and had to be navigated carefully. The van rocked and shuddered repeatedly, digging the door panel screws again and again into my right arm. After almost 2 hours, my right arm and leg were numb. Blood mixed with the sweat in the sweltering heat and made me nauseated. Roja was asleep in Sara's arms, totally oblivious to everything that was going on. Sara was calm, chatting with Hussein. I still could not quite believe she was doing all of this for me, risking her own life to help Roja and me return to Ireland. As a young girl, I had longed for a sister, and in that moment, on that frightening journey, I realized Sara was a sister to me. No longer concerned about the checkpoints, I was able to relax a bit and take in what we were passing. Such difficult lives in this forgotten part of Iran. Hoses in Kurdish village centers to wash dishes and cook with. People lining up to bathe under a makeshift shower, which was nothing more than a hose strung up to a pole and surrounded by an old sheet of plastic. I thought of all the wealthy people in Tehran and Rasht, and how they lived their lives seemingly oblivious to conditions in other parts of the country. I asked Hussein about hospitals. Smiling, he said, "We have a doctor, but no clinic or hospital." "And what if people get really sick?" I asked. "What about pregnant women?" He replied, now solemn, "Sister, lots of people die here due to lack of medical assistance." Suddenly, Hossein pointed up ahead. That is where Iran's border ends. Beyond those mountains is Iraq, he said. In front of us rose the stupendous Zagros Mountains. Some of the peaks, even in June, were covered with snow. Some of the mountains towered more than 2.5 miles into the deep blue sky. My heart was beating fast with anticipation, and I looked up in awe at the magnificent mountain range looming higher and higher above us as we drew nearer. Reaching the skirt of one mountain, Hossein stopped the car. Now, he announced, we climb. I looked up. Way up. Oh, God. But that mountain must be about 3,000 feet high, I stammered. Probably closer to 6,000, he said. Come on, we must go now. He assured me we did not have to climb the whole mountain, just part of it, till we reached the Iraqi border. There were other ways we could cross that were easier, but the Revolutionary Guards patrolled those areas, so it was too dangerous. This mountain path was our only option. Already tired, as I had not slept at all during the drive the previous night, I now cursed myself for not having grabbed a few hours' sleep at the hotel. Awakened suddenly, Roja was not happy to see the big mountain in front of her that she had to climb. This was no time to be arguing with a 5-year-old, so I said I would carry her, and she reluctantly climbed up onto me. I did not allow myself time to think and started climbing up the mountain. Roja was heavy, and the weight of her on my injured right arm was excruciatingly painful. The heat was so unbearable that I felt my skin starting to burn. With each step I took, I feared I would slip and Roja and I would tumble down the mountain, so I had to focus on the ground and watch carefully where I was placing my feet. The slope in places was near vertical, and loose limestone rocks and boulders threatened to come dislodged as we climbed past. Hossein was ahead of us, followed by Roja and me, and then Sarah, who was carrying my small bag. After about 15 minutes, I called out to Hossein to stop. He was skilled at traversing the mountain and was powering on up ahead, trying to set the pace. The heat was making me dizzy, making it difficult to choose my steps carefully. It was too dangerous carrying Roja, so I put her down and told her she would have to walk. 1,600 feet high. It was blistering hot and there was little shade, save for a few stunted Persian oaks in the distance. We endured. Donkey poo littered the slope, and Roja chanted, "Ew!" every time she stepped over some. Hossein asked to carry Roja. She is slowing us down, he said, looking worried, and we need to get over the mountain before dark. I was grateful to accept his offer, and Roja happily climbed up on his back. 3,900 feet high. We trudged on, careful step after careful step, always higher. I ran out of water. After what seemed like hours, we eventually crested a ridge. There was no time to stop to mark the momentous feat. We simply kept moving. Going down the hill was easier in one sense, but in another it was more dangerous, because the mountain was far rockier on that side. We cautiously picked our way down among the shale and rocks. Eventually, Hossein stopped and pointed. Across that river is Iraq, he declared, turning toward me and smiling. The announcement renewed our energy, and we all picked up speed. As we got closer to the bottom of the mountain, I could see 2 men in the distance. Sarah confirmed they were her Kurdish friends, Jamil and Sattar. While happy and relieved, I was so worn out when we reached them that all I could manage was a shy, awkward smile. Hossein's job was done, and from here we would be in the hands of Sarah's friends. Sarah was told to contact Hossein when Roja and I were safe. He would then travel with her back over the mountain and drive her the 2 hours back to Sardasht. I thanked Hossein from the bottom of my heart for all he had done for me, but he just kept saying it was no problem, and he had been very happy to help. He wished us good luck and waved as we walked over to a gray car parked nearby. I ached all over and winced with pain as I bent to get in, but once inside, the prickle of air conditioning on my sunburned hot skin made me feel as if I'd never been in a more luxurious car. The 2 men sat up front, and Sarah, Roja, and I rode in back. It was a large car with plenty of room. We were stopped at the very first Iraqi checkpoint by a rough-looking guard who demanded to see our passports. Dressed in a green uniform with a black hat and carrying a pistol, he terrified me. I was no different from anyone else in Iran. The war was fresh in my memory, and I hated Iraqi soldiers, including this one. Surely they loathed me as much, and here I was presenting myself at their mercy. On seeing my Iranian passport, the interrogation started. Why was I entering Iraq illegally? How did I get there? What was the purpose of my visit? I explained that I was hopeful they could just let us go so I could get an entry stamp from Iraq on our passports, and then I could fly out of the country and on to Ireland. Jamil offered to take us to Erbil so we could have our passport stamped there to show we had entered Iraq. The guard whirled and barked at him to be quiet. The interrogation continued, and I was so tired that I could barely string a sentence together. Finally, the exasperated guard told Jamil to take us back the way we had come. I managed to shout a defiant, "No!" and took a step toward the guard, who raised his gun. Falling to my knees, I begged him to please deport us to Ireland, but this only made him angrier. He then threatened that if we didn't leave right then, he would deport us back to Iran. I was certain that if that happened, I would be imprisoned for taking Roja out of the country without her father's permission. Jamil asked if he could take us to the nearest army checkpoint, saying he had a friend who was working there and could help us return to Ireland. Surprisingly, the guard allowed him to take us there, on the condition that Jamil's ID card be kept with them until he returned. The army camp consisted of one large building surrounded by huge yards, presumably where the soldiers did their training. High-ranking officials in navy suits were present, along with the soldiers wearing green uniforms and black hats. The Iraqi soldiers outright refused to give us entry stamps on our Irish passports, which was imperative for us to fly out of Iraq, and we were harshly told to return the way we had come or be deported immediately to Iran. I asked them to deport us to Ireland, but it was no use. They knew we had come from Iran. I begged and pleaded with them, but the soldiers stood there, blank-faced. Please, oh, please. Eventually, in desperation, I opened my arms and cried, "Just shoot me now. I don't care. Just please don't send me back to Iran." Unmoved, they simply repeated the order to go back home. Because the border closed at 7 p.m., Jamil said we would have to stay in Iraq overnight and offered us a place to stay. At his nearby friend's house, totally exhausted, resigned, and alone in the night, I fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 14. The crushing reality of the day before lay heavy all around, in sore limbs and diminished spirits, as we reluctantly got out of bed. It was still early when Jamil's friend drove us to the Iraq-Iran border, where Hossein awaited us. Hossein was visibly sorry that the escape plan had not been a success, and thankfully did not press me for information. The whole colossal failure was just too upsetting to talk about. We began our return across the mountain. Although it was early, the heat was already scorching. I was so broken-hearted and could not see a future. No home to go to, no job. And how could I face anyone with this failure on my hands? Upward we climbed, again. It was treacherous picking our way back up the steep, rocky slopes that we had navigated down the previous afternoon. Every step had to be chosen with great awareness. Carrying Roja would have added to the danger, so my young daughter had to scramble up the mountain on her own. The heat was too much for her, and a few times she stopped to vomit. On the plus side, if there was one, no schedule drove our return. We had plenty of time for our journey over the mountain, so we set a slower pace. I held Roja's little hand tightly, and on we went. No one had the energy or spirit to say a word. We had been walking for some time when I spotted a small village in the distance. It seemed so far, and I did not think I had the energy to make it. "We will reach it in 10 minutes, said Hossein, encouragingly, but I may as well have had a marathon ahead of me. My legs were so weak that I could barely feel them, yet I had no choice but to push on. As we approached, the villagers spotted us. We must have looked terrible, because they started shouting and running toward us with a jug of water and a cup. The dirty ceramic cup was pushed toward my mouth, and I took a sip of water without looking at it too closely. I passed it on to Roja, who was now sitting on the ground, crying and complaining of pains in her little feet. As I put the cup to her mouth, she opened her eyes wide and pulled back to see what was in it. On seeing the filth, she let out a gasp of "Ew!" before downing the contents in one huge gulp. Thankfully, I knew the people would not have known English, as the last thing I wanted was to offend them. The cup was refilled and passed around until the jug was empty. Knowing that Roja was not well, Hossein said we were to stay there until he returned with the van. He left Roja, Sara, and me in the hands of the villagers, who were incredibly kind. They even offered to drive us to Sardasht themselves. I was taken aback by their generosity. These people had so little, and yet they wanted to help, for nothing in return. Grateful for their hospitality, I explained we had our ride to Sardasht taken care of. Eventually, the dusty old Toyota appeared, bumping toward us in the distance. I knew it would mean more cuts and bruises from the screws, but at least I did not have to walk. Again, we thanked the villagers, and then one by one piled into the van. It was a long journey back to Sardasht, and Hossein stopped at different places along the way when he saw water pipes so that we could rehydrate. No one said a word. My father and Salad were waiting at the front of the hotel when we arrived. I got out of the van, feeling horribly discouraged. My father began crying, taking me in his arms. "Be patient, child," he said as I wept. "You did your best. You're only human and can do no more right now." His words brought me little comfort, however. I felt like such a failure. We stayed in that embrace, both crying, for a long time. My father suggested I drive back to Rasht from Sardasht. It would be a welcome distraction, so I accepted, driving the first 12 miles fast and recklessly. I inherited my father's fast and furious style of driving, but as to this day, I keep reassuring passengers I am more careful than he is. I suppose I just had to get what happened out of my system. When my thoughts returned to the precious people in the car with me, I became calm and slowed down. Back in Rasht, the sorrow in the faces of my family was clear. I felt terrible for bringing them such pain and distress. My father suggested I go to my brother Sina's house in order to get some peace and quiet and to pull myself together. Once there, the first thing I did was turn off my cell phone. While it in no way stopped me from thinking about what had happened, minimizing contact with the outside world gave me space to breathe and rest. As much as I wanted to hide away, I knew that was not possible. I could not stay long-term with my brother, and I needed to start working again. I was once again unable to rent a place without a man's signature, so Sina offered to help. As it turned out, luck was on our side, as on the third day of searching for somewhere to live, I found a suitable place. With Sina's signature, Roja and I were able to move in right away. I was able to get back some items in storage at my parents' home, but I had given a lot of furniture away to different people who were in need, and I was not going to ask for that back. Although I had very little money, I was still able to turn the apartment into a lovely little home. I have a flair for decorating, and got great enjoyment out of buying things for next to nothing and turning my home into a comfortable, warm retreat. After feeling so discouraged, it was wonderful to be able to revel in something I had created. I began working privately for myself, teaching English. Word soon spread of my success at the colleges. Slowly but steadily, I built up a decent list of students. Sleep eluded me. So many nightmares about the failed escape. Huge men with evil red eyes brandishing guns, and a rocky mountain that I would climb and never reach to the top. Roja, too, wrestled with nightmares that would wake her. Sometimes out of nowhere she would say, "Mommy, I never want to go back to Donkey Poo Mountain." I would promise her that we would never go there again, which satisfied her, until the next time she would say it. A week after we moved into our new home, Sabah called. She had finished her exams and was coming to Iran for the summer holidays. Roja and I were so happy that it was all we could think about. Things had been so difficult of late, and having Sabah back with us could not have come at a better time. We had an emotional reunion at the airport. Life was as good as it could be, but unfortunately, the feeling did not last long. Several days after Sabah's arrival, I received a call from my former neighbor at Parkashat Avenue. I was surprised to hear from him. "You have a court summons here," he said. "I think you should come and collect it." Frightened, I asked him to tell me what the summons said. He read the words slowly. Farzad was taking me to court for denying him access to his child. The crazy man was clawing his way back into our lives. Chapter 15. Why a court summons? I had never stopped Farzad from seeing Roja. Admittedly, the last time he saw her, I had thrown him out, but I hadn't said he could not visit her again. In fact, since that incident, he had never once asked to see her. Clearly, this was about him trying to get my attention one more time. I immediately sought out a lawyer. A family friend recommended a female attorney, which I was grateful for, being far more comfortable represented by a woman in a family matter. My first meeting with Niazi, my lawyer, was not what I expected. A petite woman in her mid-50s dressed in Islamic clothing. She had a calm voice and spoke slowly and carefully. Before I even got the chance to tell her my situation, she launched into an elaborate spiel about God and the power of positive energy. I assumed she was quite religious and felt somewhat uncomfortable listening to a lawyer expressing such views. When she finally took a breath, I told Niazi about my situation with Farzad. She did a great deal of gasping and sighing and appeared very sympathetic. So much so that I thought finally I had a woman on my side that might be able to help me get Farzad out of my life. Her total fee would be $15,000, extortionate by Iranian standards. I could not help but think it was no wonder she spoke so highly of positive energy when she was charging so much to provide it. I eventually persuaded her to lower the fee to $10,000. It was still a great deal of money, but I was saving everything I earned. I did not spend money on myself going out, and Roja was happy to play at home. Despite the high cost, Niazi had been recommended to me, which made me feel I could trust her. I had not yet given Niazi any money when she told me she wanted to speak to my family. I thought that was strange. "This is not Europe," she said calmly. "A judge needs to see that a woman belongs to a decent family who are supportive of her, and no backward cleric wants to see an independent woman." I did not like the idea of involving my family further in the situation with Farzad. Talk of him always distressed my elderly parents, but Niazi told me that she could not begin her work until she had met with my father, so I had no choice. As expected, that conversation was a horrible ordeal. I sat there and listened to Niazi tell my father everything I had done wrong in my efforts to leave Iran. I felt like a naughty child being scolded, and could not wait for the meeting to be over. Niazi had an annoying habit of calling my cell phone once and then hanging up. This was meant to be a signal for me to call her. She called all the time, asking questions and stressing how complicated my case was. I was not sure if this was her way of justifying her fee or not, but I was well aware that my case was not simple. It was difficult to get her to stop once she started talking. She would repeat the same information again and again, and I was always the one footing the bill for these long, meaningless conversations. It bothered me, because she was already getting so much money out of me as it was. One day, not long after the meeting with my father, Niazi instructed me to take Roja to a child psychologist. "But Roja is fine. Is it really necessary?" I asked. "It is very important," Niazi explained. "The judge will need to see a psychological report." Roja attended 5 sessions with a child psychologist, and it was no surprise that the report stated that Roja was a happy and bright child who loved her mother and big sister dearly and wanted to continue living with her mother. The cost of the psychologist was a lot more than I could have imagined. Once he realized I had lived in a European country, the price went up significantly. Niazi then encouraged me to prepare Roja for the inevitable meeting with her father. Prepare meant training Roja to be as wild as she could be when she was around him. My lawyer instructed that I must teach Roja to attack Farzad on sight. Kicking, punching, biting, pulling his hair, tearing off his glasses, and screaming at him loudly. I told Niazi that I would not follow her instruction. Roja was a lovely, polite child, and that sort of behavior was totally out of character for her. Refusing to teach Roja to behave like a crazed animal, I couldn't help but question what kind of lawyer Niazi was to even suggest it. In her frustration with my taking such a stand, she told me to learn to play by the rules. "This is Iran," she said. "We have to fight fire with fire." I could see what she was saying, but I remained defiant. I was not going to do that to Roja, and that was the end of it. Now I could see why people had changed during all those years while I was away from Iran. Despite Farzad's incessant attempts to cause trouble, I enjoyed a wonderful summer with the girls. I canceled my afternoon English classes for the duration of Sabo's vacation and went to work early in the mornings when the girls were sleeping. Saying this was the best summer she had ever had, Saba wanted to go to the beach every day. How could I refuse? Even on the scorching hot days when I would have preferred to simply go home after work and lie down, I made sure to pack a picnic bag for the beach and head straight out. We were often accompanied on our beach trips by a new friend of mine, Ava. I had met her through the wife of one of my brothers. Tall and slender, she had a great sense of humor and always made me laugh, which, given my circumstances, was something I needed. When she asked me about learning English, I did not hesitate to teach her free of charge. Her daughter was a year older than Roja, and the two quickly became inseparable, which warmed my heart. I loved seeing Roja happy. Ava and her husband, Vahid, ran a small kebab shop not far from where my parents lived in Rasht. Life had not been easy for Ava. Her mother had died when she was young, and she had married Vahid shortly after and had always struggled financially. She dreamed of a successful life, but so far it had eluded her. One brilliant, warm afternoon, we picked up Ava and her little girl and headed off to the Caspian beach, about 28 miles from Rasht. The beach has a male and female side, separated by large hanging curtains. Before we got onto the beach, our bags and clothes were searched to make sure we did not have cameras, phones, or any other items that were considered suspicious. This really infuriated Saba, who, now 13, was a typical teenager and very attached to her phone. She wanted to be able to lie down and listen to music, but the law forbade cell phones, so we had no choice but to abide by it. At the end of that afternoon, we packed up our belongings and were getting ready to leave. Saba was walking ahead of me, lugging bags in both hands. The warm wind was blowing, and her lovely scarf billowed above her head like a multicolored kite. Doing a final check to make sure we had left nothing behind, I told Saba it was fine for her to go on ahead and wait at the car. I'd be there in a few minutes. It was always difficult to get Roja off the beach, and this time was no different. Satisfied we had left nothing behind, and with a reluctant Roja in tow, I started walking back toward the car. Suddenly Saba appeared, running toward me, tears streaming down her face. Dropping everything, I ran to her, asking what was wrong. Her face was so red, I thought she'd been slapped. "I hate it here, Mummy. I hate this country so much," she cried. I tried to get her to calm down and tell me what had happened, but she was sobbing so heavily. I couldn't understand her. I told her to take some deep breaths, and when she was able to speak, she told me some Revolutionary Guards had stopped her near the car. She said they were extremely rude and frightened her by threatening to take her away for showing her hair in public. Outraged, I raced to the car to find them. Imagine terrifying a child because her scarf had come loose. I was unable to find them. The cowards had scared a young girl and then left. Saba kept repeating she hated Iran and never wanted to come back. "I only came here for you, Mummy," she cried. She suddenly became very quiet, looking around, paranoid, just as I had been all those years ago when I was a teenager. We drove home in silence that afternoon. A mother and her daughters who would never stop insisting on our freedom from a crazy man and a stifling country. And then our situation became more dangerous than ever. Chapter 16. One hot summer day, Niazi telephoned, demanding I go to her office for an emergency meeting. "This is very important, Sami, and cannot wait," she told me, an urgency in her voice that had not been there before. I asked my mother to mind the girls while I was out. As soon as I arrived at Niazi's office, she began bombarding me with questions about my marriage to Jabbar. "When were you married? For how long? What date did you separate? When was the divorce finalized?" I answered to the best of my memory as she furiously scribbled down notes. Confused, I asked Niazi why she needed such old information that was not relevant to Roja's situation. She put down her pen and looked at me intensely. "Farzad has told his lawyer that you were in a relationship with him when you were still in a marriage contract with Jabbar," she said. "No, I wasn't," I replied, starting to panic. I had been separated from Jabbar since 2002, and I met Farzad in 2006. We were waiting on the divorce in Ireland to be finalized. I trailed off, now understanding the urgency of this meeting. Niazi's eyes remained fixed on me, and I realized my suspicion was correct before she spoke. "Farzad is insinuating that you committed adultery." I gasped loudly. Adultery in Iran is punishable by death by stoning. I could see Niazi's lips moving, but could not hear anything she was saying. I started trembling and wanted to run from her office, but was unable to stand. Farzad now hated me so much, he wanted me dead. Niazi brought me a glass of water. Speaking softly, she told me to listen to her carefully. I did my best to focus, but by God, it was hard. Farzad has a dangerous mind, and he will do anything to get you to go back to him. If he can't have you, he doesn't want you to live. I blinked back, tears in shock. He is doing this to get me back? What kind of idiot is he? I screamed through my tears. He thinks if he accuses me of adultery and threatens my life, I will go back to him? He is insane. I would never go back to him. I would die before I go back to him. Niazi nodded and went on, still calm. You are to get a certificate from the Islamic Cultural Center in Dublin immediately to satisfy the courts in Iran that you have not done anything illegal. I already have a certificate saying I was no longer anyone's wife under Islamic law when I was getting engaged to Farzad. I gasped, between sobs. That is a start, Niazi replied. The problem is that your divorce under Irish law had not been finalized at the time you were with Farzad. I told Niazi that Farzad had been well aware at the time of my Irish divorce situation, but he had been desperate for us to marry. I had refused, even though he himself had claimed that since I had not been living with Jabbar for almost 4 years, I was automatically divorced under Islamic law. How could he now level such a horrible allegation against me? I drank the water in fast gulps. What kind of monster is happy to see an innocent woman stoned to death? I sobbed into my hands. Would this nightmare end only when I was dead? After letting me cry for some time, Niazi eventually spoke. Sami, try to not worry. We will know in advance if this is going to happen. All Farzad has done is accuse you of the crime. His attorney was not sure about the facts. So, as it stands, it is just an allegation. No court date has been set yet. I knew that was meant to be good news, but it sure didn't feel that way. If this matter goes to court, you will have to leave the country in a hurry, Niazi continued. He can't stop you from traveling, but we won't have time to do anything about Roja. I can't leave Roja here, I cried. Everything I have done here has been for her. He does not want her. He never wanted her. He just wants to punish me. I looked at my lawyer. He is mentally ill. Surely we can get him tested and the court will see who is the better parent, yes? Calmly, Niazi shook her head and then spoke about a female client she had recently worked with. The woman had divorced her husband because he was physically abusive and had a drug problem. She was horrified at the thought of her daughter going to live with the father and had collected a great deal of evidence to support her claim of his drug problem to present to the court. The court had eventually decided the father was not fit to have the child. The custody of the child, however, was not given to the mother, but to the 90-year-old grandfather on the father's side. I slumped back in my chair. The thought of Roja staying with Farzad's parents did not bring me peace. They would never love her the way I did. Even though they lived only a few streets away from me, they had never bothered to visit her, nor had they ever acknowledged her birthdays. Exasperated, I could not remain in that office and hear Farzad's name mentioned a moment longer. I wiped my tears and tried to compose myself, not wanting the girls to know that I had been crying. I thanked Niazi for seeing me and left. Driving home, all I could think about was being stoned to death and what would happen to my children if I died. I remembered a 2008 film called The Stoning of Soraya M. The film was the true story of a young woman who was falsely accused of adultery and stoned to death in Iran. The poor woman had been buried up to her waist, and people from her village, including her own father and young sons, threw stones at her head and body until she died. I had been deeply upset watching the film, but now I was terrified. I then remembered that women in Iran who were accused of adultery were sometimes hanged instead. At least that would be quick and relatively painless. Many women accused of adultery were kept in prison because the government was afraid of the international attention given to stoning. I decided that I would prefer to die than to rot in prison for a lifetime. Despite Niazi's many attempts to delay Farzad from seeing Roja, the court decided he would have access to her for 4 hours per week. My poor little girl. I had always tried to protect her, but it was now out of my hands. I had no choice but to obey the court order and allow him to see her. On a rainy afternoon in September, I took Roja to meet Farzad at his lawyer's office, which was the designated place for him to pick her up. I walked into the building with Roja at exactly 5 p.m., as the court had decided, to a reception area where Niazi waited. In front of us stretched a long hall with offices on both sides. I could see Farzad chatting with his attorney through the doorway of one of them. He was looking at me, but trying not to be obvious about it. I sat down next to Niazi and we made small talk about the terrible weather and how long it was expected to last. Meaningless chat that proved a surprisingly good way to diffuse a very stressful situation. Seemed like we sat in that reception room for a long time, and it was probably only about 5 minutes. I figured it was Farzad's way of trying to gain the upper hand by keeping us waiting on him. He loved power, and I knew he would be reveling in seeing every one of us waiting in that reception room because of him. Finally, Farzad and his lawyer emerged from the office, both sets of eyes looking steadily at me. Roja was holding my hand, and I felt her grip suddenly tighten. Farzad looked down at her, no love on his face. This was nothing but a silly game to him, a game he wanted to win, regardless of how it affected anyone. Farzad took 2 steps toward us, and Roja instinctively put her free arm behind her back. Ignoring this obvious display that she did not want him to touch her, he stepped closer and grabbed her arm. Every fiber of my being was screaming to push him away, but I resisted. I had to. Roja started to cry and looked up at me instinctively for help, but I pressed my lips together firmly and did not move. Farzad knelt down, murmuring, "Daddy has missed you, my dear. Don't you want to come to Daddy?" Roja just looked at him, clearly afraid. I reassured Roja, but I knew she was confused. She barely knew this man who called himself Daddy. She stayed silent, looking at the floor and making circles on it with her foot. Niazi took the opportunity to bring up the allegation of my infidelity. "I'm working on that with my lawyer," Farzad smirked, getting to his feet. Chilling words. I wanted so much to pull Roja back and just hold her, but could do nothing. I pried her little hand from mine and watched helplessly as she was jerked away and led down the long hall by the man who wanted me dead. Roja suddenly halted and turned back to me with her arm outstretched, willing me to reach for her hand. But I knew I could not go to her. "Goodbye," Farzad called back, chuckling, taking my precious daughter, my world, with him. Niazi had encouraged me to relax, but how could I? I left the office and went outside. Saba, waiting in the car, ran to me, screaming, "Did he take her?" I nodded, tight-lipped, and got in the car. My elder cousin, Farkhande, accompanying us for moral support, suggested that I not go home, fearing I would only focus on Roja. Farkhande is small, like me, kind and thoughtful. "Let's do something nice," she declared. "Let me drive us to my house." When we arrived at Farkhande's house, her elder sister, Farah, was there. If Farkhande was small, Farah was tiny in comparison. Both sisters are striking, but there is sadness in their eyes, although it was not something I had really noticed when we were younger. Sympathizing with my plight, Farah began sharing her own painful experience to get her son back after her marriage ended 22 years earlier. I had not heard this story before, and appreciated her sharing it. Farah's ex-husband was a physically abusive alcoholic. She had endured him for years, so that she could stay with her son. Eventually, however, the beatings became so frequent and severe that she feared for her life. She decided to leave her husband and move in with her mother. Farah said she had been granted access by the court to see her boy once a fortnight for a few hours at a local police station, but sometimes her ex-husband would not bring her son to the police station. Soon, long periods of time passed when she was unable to see him at all. Now, tearing up, Farah confessed she had missed her son so desperately that sometimes she would hide in the bushes at his school to try to catch a glimpse of him. He was growing up so fast, and she was missing out on all of it. Farah's mother could not afford to support her financially, and after a period of time, told Farah that she had to remarry and move out, which Farah eventually did. Once that happened, Farah lost all rights to her child. She cried as she told me that she felt she had no choice because she could not stay with her mother. Despite having graduated from the Islamic Azad University of Rasht as an English translator, she could not find a job and was unable to afford to live without a man's support. Fortunately, when her son turned 16, he reached out to her, and they were reunited again. Her ex-husband had attempted to poison her son's mind by saying she did not love or want him, but the young boy remembered the truth about how loving his mother was. As he matured, he was able to see that his father was just a very resentful man who was punishing his mother for leaving him. Farah's experience made me sad and angry. I could not help but think about what lay ahead for me as Roja grew older. A mother in Iran, I reasoned, is a little more than a babysitter until her child is 7. After that, it is up to the father to decide what relationship, if any, a child is entitled to have with the mother. As I helped Farhonda tidy up, my phone rang. My brother Salar was at my parents' house and told me to get there as soon as possible. Roja was with them. What happened? Is she all right? I asked quickly. It was only 8 p.m., and Roja was not due back for another hour. Yes, she's fine, replied Salar. Farzad was tired, so he brought her back early. Tired? He was tired? After all the effort he went through to see Roja, he could not even last the full 4 hours? I thanked my cousins, especially Farah, who had been so honest and open. 15 minutes later, Saba and I were greeted by pure chaos at my parents' home. I could hear screaming inside as we approached the door. Once inside, I immediately spied Roja sitting quietly on the couch, looking confused. She had never seen my parents and brother angry like this before, and my father was quick to tell me why everyone was so enraged. When Farzad had dropped Roja off, he made a big spectacle of himself on the doorstep, saying he was a deprived father who was being denied access to his child. Aware that this was nothing but lies, my father had told him to go, and firmly shut the door in his face. Not satisfied, Farzad had stood out in the street, loudly repeating his claim, until all the neighbors heard how unfairly he was being treated. My mother was mortified and deeply shamed. My father and brother looked ready to explode. My family are well known and respected in the area where they live, and Farzad would have been aware of this. I could do nothing but listen to their angry words, believing it was all my fault, and, as such, I deserved to bear the brunt of their anger and shame. I hated that Farzad was able to bring such chaos and mayhem to my family. I went to Roja, who was sitting with an empty potato chips bag by her side. Aware that my parents did not keep junk food in the house, I knew they had come from Farzad. It struck me that those chips were one of a handful of things, mostly junk food, he had given his child since the day she was born. And now he was telling the world that he was being treated unfairly. I peered down at Roja, but she looked away, a clear indication that she was not happy with me. When I sat next to her, she defiantly crossed her arms and turned her body away. I couldn't blame her, but I did my best to explain that I had let her go with Farzad and that if I had stopped her, the police would have put Mummy in jail. She didn't want that, did she? She spun around, flinging her little arms around my neck and burying her face into my hair. No, Mummy, she said. I was almost afraid to ask her what had happened, but I needed to know she was all right. She told me that she was okay and had just watched cartoons at Farzad's house. She said he kept insisting that she call him Baba, which is Farsi for Daddy. I was somewhat comforted if that was the worst part of the whole experience for her. The following Thursday afternoon, I got Roja ready and took her and Saba to the park near my home, which was the court-allocated meeting place. I anxiously waited for him to arrive. As the minutes ticked on beyond 5 p.m., I started to feel relief. Maybe he would not show, but was afraid to hope. After 30 minutes, however, I decided we had waited long enough. I had no intention of calling to find out where he was. I wasn't annoyed, but instead thoroughly delighted. The next Thursday, we went to the park again. Roja played on the swings with Saba while my eyes were glued on the road that led to the parking lot. Again, we waited for 30 minutes, but Farzad never showed, so we all happily returned home. It was almost time for Saba to return to Saudi Arabia. My oldest daughter surprised me by asking if I would host a small birthday party for Roja early so that she could celebrate her little sister's birthday with her before she left. Roja's birthday is October 2nd, and Saba's is October 16th. So I agreed it would be a lovely idea to throw a joint birthday party early for both of them. The celebration turned out to be a lovely occasion, even if it was only a small affair with my parents and some relatives. Saba had ordered a My Little Pony cake for Roja, because Roja loves anything to do with ponies. She was so excited about having a birthday with her big sister that it took her a long time to even spot the special cake that Saba had laid out on the coffee table. As I cleaned up afterward, my mind kept circling a thought I was desperately trying to avoid. Roja was now 6 years old. At this time next year, she would be taken away from me. The next Thursday evening, we waited for Farzad at the park, but he never appeared. I began thinking that now that he had proved the point that he could have access if he wanted it, he was no longer interested in the court arrangement. Unfortunately, I was wrong. Several days after the third no-show, I got a call from Niazi. Farzad's attorney had called, claiming I was preventing him from taking Roja. That is a lie, I snarled. Exasperated, Niazi asked me to give Farzad a form to sign every time he took her, preventing future false allegations. I was very anxious taking Roja to the park that week because I had a hunch he would appear. 10 minutes later, Farzad pulled up. The greatest engineer in Rasht was still driving the little gold Peugeot he had owned 7 years ago. I got out of my car with Roja, and the first thing he muttered was, "Nice car you're driving there," pointing jealously at my little Jeep. "And living in a nice part of the city, too," he said, still eyeing my vehicle with suspicion. I did not quite know what he was implying, so I just said yes. I worked long hours teaching, sometimes from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., to afford my lifestyle, not that it was any of his business. He roughly ordered Roja to come to him, but Roja hid behind my legs. "I don't like you," she told him in broken Farsi. "But we had a nice time together last time, didn't we?" Farzad asked, reaching for her. "I have better cartoons at home," she retorted. Now angry, Farzad reached out and tried to grab her arm. I told him to be gentle, but Farzad, as always, did not like me telling him what to do. He snapped that I had raised an impolite child who did not show respect for her father. I had had enough. "Father?" I spat, furious. "You call yourself a father? You have never provided for her. You don't even know her. How can you call yourself a father?" Roja stared at us, with big, round eyes. Pointing at Farzad, she said slowly but clearly, "You are not my Baba." Incensed, Farzad turned to her and screamed, "Shut up, you stupid child!" He tried to grab her again. Pulling Roja to me, I ordered him to get away from my car and to never speak to Roja like that again. Farzad exploded. "Soon she will be mine," he thundered, the spittle flying. "I will put a court order against you. You will be tried for adultery, and I will not stop until you are dead," he screamed, storming back to his car. Roja burst into tears. "Go to hell!" I yelled back as he squealed out of the parking lot. I had reached my limit. "Do whatever you want." Time was running out. Chapter 17. I could not sleep. Shortly after the showdown with Farzad, I was lying in bed on a hot, heavy night, worried, restless, and miserable that Saba would be leaving soon. So much was happening so fast. Farzad's lawyer had informed Niazi that his client would allow us to leave, now for an astronomical sum of $100,000. When I refused to pay them for my child's freedom, the lawyer promised that a court date for the allegation of adultery would take place soon. Nightmares took hold in the darkness as I imagined all sorts of terrifying scenarios. I have to get out of here. Fast. The loud ring of the house phone jumped me. It was just after 1 a.m., and I had no idea who would be calling at that hour. I dashed to the phone, hoping the girls would not wake. My immediate thought was that something terrible had happened to my parents. "Hello," I said anxiously. "Sami, it's me, Ava. Why is my friend calling in the middle of the night?" "We have found the right people to take you from Iran. We have found them," she screamed. She was talking so rapidly I could not quite take in what my friend was saying. I had never asked for her help and was confused. "Please, slow down, Ava." After taking a deep breath, she said her husband's cousin had come to visit them from America. This man, Mohsen, claimed to have many powerful friends in Kurdistan. That evening, she had brought up my story over dinner. She had told Mohsen that I was especially concerned about leaving Iran because Roja was turning 7 next year, and that would mean her father would get custody if he wanted it. And I was certain he would want it, simply to punish me. Moved by my plight, Mohsen offered to get Roja and me into Iraq across the Kurdistan border. We could then buy tickets from Erbil International Airport to fly us anywhere we wanted to go. Trying not to get my hopes up, having been let down so many times, I asked Ava if she had informed Mohsen that we would need an entry stamp on our Irish passports to enter Iraq. She replied quickly that yes, she had told him, and he had assured her that all the immigration police at Iran's and Iraq's borders were under the control of Mohsen's friend's gang. I could hardly believe what I was hearing and could only repeat over and over again my thanks. I hung up the phone and went straight into the bedroom where the girls were sleeping. I bent down and kissed them both gently on the cheek. Saba stirred and sat up. She said she had heard me talking on the phone and asked what time it was and if everything was all right. "Yes, baby," I said. "Everything is fine. Maybe this time it will be. Go back to sleep," I murmured, kissing her cheek again. I lay down with her, but still could not sleep. Was this finally it? Was Ava going to be the person who helped me get home? Tossing and turning for a long time, I finally slipped away, exhausted from thinking too much. The following morning, as planned, Ava came to see me. I was desperate to believe her. But my plans to escape had failed repeatedly over the years. "I appreciate your kindness, Ava," I said gently, "but I can't find it in me to believe this is really true." Ava became upset. I think she expected me to be jumping around like an excited child. She accused me of being stupid in the past for giving money to all the wrong people to help me leave. "Okay, Ava," I conceded, throwing up my hands. "I will meet and speak to Mohsen if you want to arrange a meeting." I tried to sound enthusiastic. Mohsen was a middle-aged man with an unusual accent that I could not quite place. Speaking in broken English, mixing English and Farsi, he recounted that he had lived in Japan for 15 years, where he had met his wife. They now lived in Texas and had an 8-year-old son. "Your story moved me greatly, Sami," Mohsen said sadly. He stared at me for a long moment. "It must be difficult being away from your other child." "It is heartbreaking," I replied, looking at him closely. "Can I trust you?" Making tea, I reiterated what the situation was and what we needed. To get into Iraq and have entry stamps placed on our Irish passports so that we would be able to fly from there to Ireland. Mohsen nodded his head as I spoke, indicating he knew the situation. He seemed sweet and did not mention money, as if doing a favor for a dear friend. "You can trust Mohsen as I trust him," Ava's husband Vahid promised me. "Rest assured that if Mohsen says he can get you and Roja out of Iran, you can take him at his word." I was very much comforted to hear these words from Vahid. I had trusted him to the point of letting him and Ava babysit Roja. If he said his cousin was dependable, then I believed him. It was not just Vahid's words that put me at ease, however. Because he lived and worked in America, Mohsen was not desperate for money, unlike the other people who had offered to help me. He also told me that he would accompany us to Iraq so that I would not be on my own. I was relieved to hear this. Relaxing back into my seat, I heard a door open and saw Saba's head poke around into the sitting room. She walked into the center of the room and stood in front of Vahid. "I heard you talking," she said to him. "Can you please help my mom to get my sister out of here? I want us all to live as a family again." Vahid smiled at Saba. "We care for your mom very much. We're going to get you all home. Maybe this time." Chapter 18. While we hoped and waited, and the possibility of a court date for the charge of infidelity loomed closer and closer, Saba returned to Saudi Arabia at the end of September to start a new school term. Turning 6 meant by law that Roja also had to go to school. I had encouraged her to speak English from the moment she could talk. She was so fluent that many thought it was her mother tongue. She was able to speak Farsi, but spoke it as a foreigner would, and was always making people chuckle at her cute foreign accent. My English classes were proving to be more popular than ever. One of the people who called to inquire about classes was a 32-year-old man named Hamad. We started chatting and got along well on the phone. We spoke for a long time, and then out of the blue, he asked me if we could go on a date, which was completely unexpected. I had been single for so long that the thought of a date was nerve-wracking. I found myself constantly on my guard when it came to men in Iran. Can you blame me? I did make a few male friends through my teaching, being introduced to educated, mature students who worked as university lecturers, engineers, or doctors. Those relationships remained platonic. Like most women, I did want to find a partner who loved me as much as I loved him, someone I felt able to be myself around, and someone who would not try to control me. As time had gone on, however, I had stopped thinking about men romantically, preferring to devote myself to my children. The fact that I had lived in Western culture and spoke English, however, made me a novelty to Iranian men. The fact that at my age I was single and fended for myself, even more so. During those years, many men approached me, but invariably they were married and bored with their wives and lifestyles. As lonely as I was at times in Iran, I would never consent to being with a married man. It angered me that those men would claim they were single when they were not. So now, after all this time, here was this man whom I had never met and was 10 years younger, asking me out. When I mentioned our age difference, he laughed and remarked that a broad-minded woman such as myself should not be bothered by something as minor as a silly age gap. Hamad persisted. Somewhat intrigued, I agreed to meet, asking that we get together at a coffee shop in a remote part of the city. I was worried some of my students would see us. Or worse, Farzad. The man who stood before me was not at all what I had imagined, tall, dark, and handsome, but also quite shy. In fact, he was so shy he could barely look me in the eyes, which is probably a good thing, because I could not take my eyes off him. We ordered coffee, and I soon found myself completely comfortable in his presence. I was normally the shy one, but this time I led the conversation. Hamad had a keen sense of humor and a carefree outlook on life, which I found very refreshing. We ordered coffee after coffee and laughed and joked until I noticed the time and explained I had to get home. That evening as I went to sleep, I could not help but think, what does this handsome, charming young man want with me? In the following days, he called me several times to meet again. He seemed totally at ease with being seen with an older woman around the city, but I had thought about it at length and had a real problem with it. He called me again. Sami, I have arranged for a picnic with a friend of mine and would love for you to come along with me. I'm sorry, Hamad, I replied gently. I can't go with you. Hamad was not pleased, telling me that he had proudly told his friend he had met this lovely woman and repeating that age was not a concern for him. If this is about age, Sami, he went on, talking quickly, I have never been interested in younger women. They talk too much nonsense. Most of my friends are older than me. Hamad, this is not America or Europe, I replied, sighing. Why don't men understand rejection? We are not movie stars. We are just ordinary people, and people in this culture would not understand this relationship. Despite his offer being turned down, Hamad continued to call, and I was glad, even if I refused to admit it to myself, and our friendship blossomed. Given the age gap and that I had been single so long, I considered him a friend more than a boyfriend. I kept our friendship a secret, but was so happy for the first time in a very long time that I was bursting to tell someone. I decided to tell Ava. Her reaction surprised me. He is just like all other men, Sami, she said, shaking her head. He is looking to have sex with you, and then he will forget you. Don't be stupid. Ouch. Ava had far more experience with Iranian men than I did. Maybe she was right. With his looks, surely Hamad could have just about any woman he wanted. Why was he bothering with a woman 10 years older with 2 children? I stopped trusting my instincts with him. The truth was, I had proved myself to be a terrible judge of character, especially when it came to men. Following Ava's advice, I began making excuses when Hamad called. I wanted to let him down gently, but he persisted. When I mentioned this to Ava, she asked to see a photo of him. I want to see for myself what all the fuss is about, she said. I knew by the way she rolled her eyes and nonchalantly put her hand out for my phone that she was not expecting much. Hamad had sent me a few photos, which I showed to my friend. I waited for her to say something, but all she could do was stare with her mouth practically on the floor. Ava was impressed, although she appeared determined not to show it. She looked at his photos for a long time, and I knew she was thinking of something negative to say, but was obviously struggling. Hamad was an exceptionally attractive man, and to deny that would have only made her look jealous. She handed the phone back to me, without saying a word. I decided to trust my own judgment this time and see him. It had been years since I'd had a man in my life to spend time and joke with, and God knows I needed to laugh, Hamad was a fun-loving man, and I had only been with serious men before. What a breath of fresh air. Although we were both busy people, we began meeting every second or third day, even if just for a short drive and coffee. I knew that I was falling for him, and I really didn't enjoy the way it was making me feel. I had already endured 3 failed relationships, and I was scared to death to start another one that might soon be ending anyway if Mohsen's plan succeeded. With escape possible soon, I was incredibly conflicted. I was overwhelmingly drawn to Hamad, but also trying to keep my distance to prevent any sort of attachment and inevitable heartbreak. For the last 5 years in Iran, I had not gotten close to a man. Even at the depth of harassment by Farzad and threats against my life, being with Hamad reminded me of what it was like to love again. It was as if my heart had been frozen for a long time and was slowly starting to thaw. Chapter 19. October 2014. I had been seeing Hamad barely a month when Mohsen called and announced that I had to be ready to go to Iraq the next day. "But I am not ready," I sputtered, shocked. "Now?" "I told you a month ago to be ready, Sami," he said in a rather abrupt tone. "I thought you would be willing to seize the first opportunity." I am willing," I stuttered. "But if I am leaving for good, there are a few things I need to do first. Money, for one thing, saying goodbye to my family, and Hamad." I resolved to think about him later. I was surprised, but I was not going to argue. Mohsen had been arranging the whole escape from beginning to end. Our options were increasingly limited, and I was well aware that our future now depended on him. I immediately called Vahid to confirm Mohsen's news. He told me that our departure had to remain secret until we were across the border. Where to get money? I had only recently resumed full-time work again, and only $2,000 was left in my savings account. Unfortunately, I did not have time to sell my car to free up more cash. I was very concerned because I knew the money on hand might not even cover our last-minute booked flights to Ireland from Iraq. Vahid said confidently that he could loan me $3,000 in cash. If I made him power of attorney for my apartment, he would take the money I owed him from the deposit, minus the amount he had borrowed from me the previous month. "My father is already my power of attorney," I told Vahid. "You will have to cancel that and hand it to me," he replied quickly. I was uneasy about this, but before I could say anything, Vahid reminded me that he was helping me in a way no one had done before. I reluctantly agreed. The first thing I did was write down the names and phone numbers of the colleges I taught at, as well as those of my private students, so that Ava could contact them and cancel my classes if the escape was successful. Things were happening so fast that when Ava and Vahid offered to drop by and see me that evening, I was grateful for their company. We sat in my living room and tried to absorb what was going to happen the following morning. I made us some food, and I was so anxious I could barely sit still. I decided to leave all of my furniture in the apartment. I told Ava and Vahid that if I made it successfully to Ireland, my parents could take what they needed first, and then Ava and her husband could have what they wanted from the rest. "After all you have done for me, it is the least I can do," I said as they shared an unreadable glance. Too caught up in the next steps of what I had to do, I gave their look little thought, instead handing over Roja's tablet computer and scooter to Ava for her little girl. Packing up a few of Roja's favorite toys, I asked Ava to please keep them, thinking if Roja ever returned to Iran as an adult, she might want to see some of her childhood things. "I will keep these safe," she said, smiling at Roja. Vahid eventually left to go home, and Ava offered to stay overnight with me, since I was a bundle of nerves. I then made a phone call I had been dreading, to Hamad. My heart was breaking, but it had to be done. I could not just leave without saying a word. He deserved far more. When he answered the phone, sounding so pleased to hear from me, my stomach curled into a big knot. There was no easy way to tell him, so I just announced that I was calling him to say goodbye and was very sorry, but I had to leave. Silence, then a gasp. "What do you mean you have to go? Go where?" "I'm going to Ireland, Hamad. I have people to help me escape, and we leave tomorrow," I said softly, tears now trickling down my cheeks. "I need to see you," he implored desperately. "I'm sorry, but I don't have time. I only found out this evening, and I have to sort out so many things before leaving." He said if I had always intended to return to Ireland, I should have told him. I answered that we had only been seeing each other a short while. It was only this evening that I learned I would be going back. Hamad asked me to stay, but I explained that for the sake of my children, I could not do that. Apologizing profusely, I wished him the very best and hoped we could see each other again one day. He became quiet, sad, and stunned at my revelation. I did not blame him. God, I hated hurting him. After a good cry when I hung up, I chose a suitcase for the trip. I could not take much. Pajamas, 2 pairs of jeans, some sweaters, and a jacket, knowing it would be cold in October in Ireland. I grabbed several handfuls of Roja's warm clothes and shoes and pushed them down into the bag. Roja came running in with her hands outstretched. "My ponies, Mummy!" she exclaimed. "I can't leave them here." She hastily tossed 2 little handfuls of miniature My Little Ponies into the bag. I dragged the packed suitcase to the sitting room and stared at it. If things worked out the way they were meant to, I would soon be lugging it through the airport in Dublin. That possibility seemed a world away, though. As I looked at the suitcase, the enormity of what we were about to do hit me hard, and I nearly panicked. Stay the course. We must do this. I managed to finally get some sleep, but woke very early. My fridge still full, I filled plastic bags and decided to take the food to my parents' house. I left Roja and Ava at home sleeping and made the short drive. My mother answered the door. "Is everything all right, Sami?" she asked, worried, her lined face peering at me. "Why are you here so early?" It was so hard not to blurt out. "Mom, Roja and I are going back to Ireland today." Instead, I bit the inside of my cheek and lifted the plastic bags of food. Bringing me inside, she asked about the food. I took a deep breath. I'm going to Tehran for 10 days for a conference, so you may as well have all this food, because it will just go bad otherwise, and I'll have to throw it out," I lied, talking too fast and avoiding her eyes. "Who is going to mind Roja?" she asked, puzzled, looking over my shoulder to see if Roja was in the car. "She's coming with me. The conference has childcare facilities," I lied again, racked with guilt over the string of falsehoods. Having been ill for some time, my mother did not have the energy to think too much about what I was saying. She looked so frail standing in her kitchen, and I held back tears as I looked at her. "Is this the last time that I will ever see you?" I wondered. I hugged and kissed her, and said goodbye. My father was still asleep. As much as I wanted to say farewell to him too, I knew it would look too suspicious waking him up. With a heavy heart, I walked out to the car and did not look back. I drove the short distance home. The streets were empty, and despite the trauma of the past 5 years, I almost felt sad to be leaving my native country. I could never return. With Rasht so quiet and peaceful that early morning, it was easy to feel sentimental. Vahid was waiting for me when I returned, as we had agreed upon the day before. He took me to the registration office to cancel my father's power of attorney and give it to him. Sitting there, I felt uneasy as I recalled the look Vahid had exchanged with his wife the night before. Something is not right here. Or am I just being paranoid after so much deceit and lies from all the others who were meant to help me? Not willing to take any chances, I instead added him as a secondary power of attorney. Vahid was not happy and became tight-lipped, but I was not going to make anyone else a power of attorney over my father. Vahid did manage to get me the $3,000 he had promised. With the $2,000 in savings, there should be sufficient money to get us to Ireland. The whole process took less time than I had anticipated. When we arrived back at my house, I just had to do it. I called Hamad and asked if he would like to see me before I left. "I'll be there in 10 minutes, he promised eagerly. True to his word, Hamad was at my door almost immediately. We spent my final hour in the city of my youth driving around while Roja stayed at home with Ava. It was a wonderful final chat. We talked about how we had first met, how we had both been so nervous. We spoke about my escape, and how scared I was, but excited as well. When he dropped me off at home, Hamad smiled and vowed, "I will visit you in Ireland." Such incredibly sweet words. I knew it would not be easy as that for Hamad to visit. Visas to Ireland were very hard to get with an Iranian passport, but I did not want to upset him further with that information. I simply smiled a final time and said goodbye, wishing he could come with me. Teary-eyed, I waved to Hamad and walked slowly into my home for what I hoped would be the final time. Vahid and Ava were sitting on the couch when I entered. "Ready?" asked Vahid, standing up. I nodded. Vahid took my bag. I took Roja's hand and pulled the door, and that chapter of our lives shut behind us. We all got into my car and Vahid directed me to Mohsen's house. Seeing us pull up, Mohsen quickly came out and got into the back seat with Ava and Roja. I then drove back to my house and dropped Vahid and Ava off there, as they said they would do a final tidy-up in my apartment and then drive home. Getting out, I gave them my house key and thanked them. I really did not know what to say. How could thank you be enough for someone who was doing for me what they were doing? In all my time in Iran, I had been looking for a way to leave, and they had been the ones who had found a real opportunity for me. Returning to my car, I was surprised to see that Mohsen had moved himself into the driver's seat. Not wanting to start the long journey off on bad terms, I got into the passenger seat and said nothing. It was almost 3 p.m., and we had a long journey ahead of us. I looked out the window as we drove down my street and away from the city that had been my life for the last 5 years. It was Mohsen who eventually broke the silence and started talking about the trip ahead of us. The plan was to head north up the coast to Ardabil, and then westward to Piranshah, near the Iraq border, where we would rest at the home of Mohsen's friend Akbar. Consumed with thoughts of the crossing and escape, all I could manage was to nod and smile. And then it got strange. I would have liked to have made contact with you earlier, but I got the feeling Vahid and Ava did not want me to, he said, glancing over at me. Huh? What an odd statement. I have spent much time with Ava and Vahid, I replied. When I get back to Ireland and am earning a decent wage again, I plan to send them some money. They are really kind people. Are you crazy? Mohsen snorted, obviously startled. You should be focusing on your own family and not Vahid's. Taken aback at his outburst, I stared at him and did not reply. He went on, becoming more agitated. Do you not think I could help them if I wanted to? He asked. Of course I could, but I choose not to, because Vahid cannot be trusted. If he cannot provide a good life for his family at the age of 37, he never will. As Mohsen continued to criticize Vahid, I became grateful that I had given Vahid only second power of attorney for my apartment. I was already worried about what the trip was going to be like, and now I had to be concerned about people I thought were my friends. What I would have given to have been able to take a sleeping pill and wake up in Ireland with Roja. If our journey were only that simple. Mohsen now shifted his chatter to himself. I asked him about his work in Japan. His reply made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I was in prison there for 5 years for exporting cars illegally, he said casually. A startled, "Oh," was all I could reply, as I turned quickly to peer out the window. He roared with laughter at my reaction. Don't worry, that is all in the past now. You can think of me as an angel sent from God to rescue you. I was far from convinced, and it appeared Roja wasn't either. She leaned forward. If you are an angel, where are your wings? She asked innocently. Good question, my little girl. Chapter 20. If the drive was awkward, it became even more so once I learned about Mohsen's criminal past. Trying not to think about what I had just heard, I kept my eyes fixed on the window. We whizzed past the Caspian Sea, so still and empty that day. Roja fell asleep quickly, and Mohsen drove on toward Astara, a town that borders Russia and is the site of the Great Khan Market, which is hugely popular with Iranian people, as you can buy goods there far cheaper than in the cities. I was anxious, but Mohsen was happy to keep talking about himself, so I just listened. He spoke of his job as a taxi driver in Texas, and said he did not like it, because it was a low-class job and paid little. I bet it pays a lot less than smuggling cars. He talked about where he had gone to school. We had discovered that my late uncle had been his English teacher. I liked him very much, he said. It also transpired that he knew one of my cousins well. I must admit, I felt a bit more comfortable once those familial connections had been established. We reached Astara within 2.5 hours, and then turned onto a highway and headed toward Ardabil. It was starting to get dark, and I could see we were driving farther and farther into what was now clearly desert terrain. My daughter and I were alone with this relative stranger in the wilderness. I was nervous, and though very tired, dared not sleep. I desperately wanted to trust Mohsen, but something simply did not feel right. I doubt I would have been able to sleep even if I had wanted to, because a storm broke as we sped into Ardabil. It was a big storm, and the raindrops sounded like boulders crashing down on the car in pitch darkness. Frightened, I would have been happy to pull over and wait it out, but Mohsen pressed on, driving slowly. Not that he really had a choice, as we could barely see more than a few yards in front of us. The storm woke Roja. Groggy and confused, she asked if we were close to Ireland. I explained again that we needed to get on a plane before we got to Ireland, but she always forgot that detail. She had been waiting almost her entire life to get there. It was little wonder she expected to arrive at any minute. We had been driving for almost 4 hours when Roja said she needed to go to the bathroom. Mohsen stopped at the next highway restaurant, and Roja and I went in together. When we came out, Mohsen was standing right by the bathroom door and startled me. He stared at the phone in my hands. "Turn your phone off," he ordered once we were back in my car. "It is not safe for anyone to know our location." I didn't dare argue. Alarm bells were ringing, but I tried to reason that he merely wanted to keep us safe, and nothing more sinister was at play. On we drove, in the darkness, the uneasy feeling continuing to eat away at me. I realized no one except Mohsen now knew where Roja and I were. At 3:30 a.m., we reached Mohsen's friend Akbar's house in the Kurdistan city of Piranshahr. Despite the time, Akbar came outside to greet us. Akbar had a big mustache and a receding hairline. He looked me up and down appraisingly, which made me feel uncomfortable. I was grateful when his wife came outside and joined him. Romri was a tall, striking woman. "Let's get you both inside," she said warmly. "You must be exhausted." Romri guided us into her home, into a room that had been set up so we could sleep on the floor. It was a large house with 2 balconies and a sprawling backyard that housed a washroom. Half asleep, Roja was confused to see so many new people. I told her we would just be resting for a few hours, and then we would be on our way again to Ireland. She was even more perplexed when I took her to the toilet, and it was an Asiatic squat toilet. Romri led us to a spare room that had been arranged with blankets and cushions on the floor to sleep on. Roja tossed and turned for a short time, trying to get comfortable, and then nodded off. I lay down on the floor next to her and, having fought the urge to sleep for hours, finally succumbed. When I awoke several hours later, the first thing I did was to look for Mohsen. He was nowhere in sight, but I did find Romri in the kitchen. "Good morning," I said. "Have you seen Mohsen?" "Not for a while. He went off with Akbar earlier to do some business, I think." "Where is he? We're supposed to be leaving soon for the border." I became apprehensive on hearing this, but Romri said not to worry. Surely they wouldn't have gone far. She poured me a cup of tea. "I have to go to a relative's wedding this morning," she said. "You and Roja will have to come with me." I shook my head. "Oh, I think we will pass, if that is okay." "No, you will have to come," Romri insisted. "I'm not leaving you here." I really hoped this was a joke, but it wasn't. Good grief. During my escape from Iran, I had to attend the wedding of a stranger in Piranshahr. Looking me up and down in my jeans and plain top, Romri asked if I could put on something a little more sparkly and apply some makeup. I told her that I had brought nothing suitable to wear to a wedding, so if I was going with her, this was it. Unfortunately, Romri just smiled and nodded her head. There was no question of my borrowing anything of hers either. We were totally different body shapes. She was tall and broad, and I was just over 5 feet with a small frame. That settled, Romri encouraged me to sit down and enjoy my tea. As unhappy women tend to do, she started to open up about her life and her husband. Her in-laws were constantly at her house. She told me sadly that she had no privacy or freedom to go anywhere or do anything. Standing up, Romri beckoned me to follow her. She took me to a room in the back of the house where a little old lady, her mother-in-law, sat in a chair by a window. Romri confided that not only was she required to look after her mother-in-law, but also, as the youngest daughter-in-law, their door was always open for the children of family members who lived in the village. She claimed that it was impossible for her to visit her own relatives or go for a holiday anywhere. Suddenly, flashing back to my 3 months of confinement by Farzad all those years ago, I felt sorry for Romri. How trapped I had felt, and over time how depressed. I didn't know how she had managed to endure for so long. I was saddened by that little old lady as well. She had not said a word, and seemed so alone. Roja had woken up by now, and had gone into the old lady's room several times to try to communicate with her. "Mommy, she does not speak Farsi or English," she said. "Is she a foreigner?" I explained to Roja that older people in Kurdistan never learned Farsi because they spoke their own language, although it was now compulsory to learn Farsi everywhere in Iran. Romri was clearly fond of Roja, whom she called a beautiful little girl. She explained that she had 2 sons and had always wanted a little girl too. Looking at her watch, Romri excused herself and said she needed to finish getting ready for the wedding. She returned a short while later and asked if I would mind driving her and her 2 adult sons to the wedding hall in my car. I did not mind at all, but her sons immediately refused to come with us. It is an insult to a Kurdish man to be driven by a woman, the eldest son informed me. Iran was a country ruled by men, but it was particularly oppressive for women in Kurdistan. By comparison, women in the major cities like Tehran and Rasht, who wore Western clothes, worked and drove cars, seemed liberated. Looking at the sons, I shrugged, thinking it all silly. If you want to walk, fine by me. Driving Romri and Roja to the wedding venue, I turned heads left, right, and center because I was a woman behind the wheel of a car. I had never liked drawing attention to myself, so the trip was rather embarrassing. I spotted only one other woman driving. What a brave woman, I thought, breaking the boundaries in Kurdistan. Good for her. Roja and I were odd pieces at that wedding. Everyone was dressed in their colorful traditional Kurdish clothes, while Roja and I looked like we had just come from a stroll around the park. It was mortifying for us to keep getting stared at by people who undoubtedly wondered what in the world we were doing there. I don't blame you. We stood in a corner by ourselves, trying to look inconspicuous, but thankfully, no one came up and asked what we were doing there. That would have been an interesting conversation if someone had. Despite how out of place I felt, I really enjoyed the Kurdish songs and dancing. The music is much different from Iranian music, and almost hypnotic. Tiredness eventually getting the better of Roja, she asked if I would take her back to Romri's house so she could lie down. I took the opportunity to use that as an excuse to leave, and asked Romri if we could go back to her place and rest. I will go with you, she whispered. I only came because my in-laws said I had to. Poor Romri, I sadly thought again. How many women in the world cannot refuse no matter what is asked of them? They're forced to concede, to surrender, to go along with everything they are told to do. It seems that some men are so afraid of their wives having a little independence that they need to control every aspect of their lives. As disconcerting as it was to glimpse Romri's life, however, I first and foremost had to deal with my own problems, right now. Where is Mohsen? I had been calling his cell phone since I had woken up, but he was not answering, which concerned me a great deal. Was he intending on abandoning Roja and me with these strangers? What about getting us across the border? He finally picked up. Trying to stay calm, I asked him to please come back to the house and tell me what was going on. Arriving soon after, he assured me that he and Akbar were working on important business trying to arrange for our passage. He reported that the arrangements were all going to plan and that we would be leaving in 2 days' time. 2 days? I gasped. Why did you make us come here so early? Is Mohsen making this up as he goes along? A frightening thought. Don't argue with me, Sami, he said, bristling. I have it all under control. You have to trust me. I have no choice. If I became too demanding, Mohsen might cancel everything, and I would then be forced to return to Rasht, the victim of yet another failed escape attempt. And so we waited, at Akbar's house, through the day, in an unknown place among people we did not know, guided by a harsh man who did not want to hear my questions. The following morning, Mohsen abruptly informed me that the price of our escape would be $10,000. I had always intended to pay Mohsen some money for helping me. But $10,000? He had originally told me he was helping me because he felt so bad about my situation. I explained to Mohsen that I simply did not have $10,000 to give him, but it appeared he had already thought of that. You can transfer the ownership of your car over to me to settle the fee, he said smoothly. But my car is worth $15,000, I protested. How will you pay me back the difference? He promised he would give me $5,000 in cash at the border the following morning. I didn't believe him, but effectively being held hostage so close to escape, I had no choice but to agree. I spent the day bitter and trying to remain calm, staying out of everyone's way in our room. That evening, Akbar, under instruction from Mohsen, arranged for a man from a local registration office to come to his house to oversee the transfer of ownership of my car to Mohsen. The man who arrived was tall, bulky, and surprisingly clean-shaven. He asked me how long I had known Mohsen and Akbar. I told him that I did not know Akbar at all, but Mohsen knew some of my relatives. He handed me the paper to sign, all the while eyeing me up and down. He told me that he had studied law and wanted to go to Malaysia and get his master's degree. I could not have looked less interested if I had tried. Eager to get away from him, I signed quickly. He then approached and started to lightly brush my face with the back of his hand. "Such a simple, innocent woman," he murmured, leaning in. "Get away from me," I said harshly, shoving his hand away. Angry, he stormed out of the room, and I broke down in tears. I hated being in this place, with a dirty man thinking he had a right to lay his hands on me. I was so afraid, and just wanted to grab Roja and run away. But where can we go? Composing myself, I went to Mohsen and told him I had signed the document and demanded to be taken from that place tomorrow morning. Fingering the paper, he agreed. "You will be taken to the border tomorrow morning." Satisfied, I nodded and walked away. I could handle one more night, but only just. Early the next morning, I said goodbye to Romri. She looked at me with sad, pleading eyes. I was so happy to be leaving, and she was aware of that. But there would be no escape for her. This was her life. Before I left, she took me into a room, checked that no one was listening, and said quietly, "Whatever happens, do not leave your little girl. Stay with her, no matter what." This was not advice from one mother to another. It was a warning. What does Romri know? Akbar and Mohsen had already left together late the previous night, driving to the Iraqi border to arrange our passage. Akbar's nephew, who was about my age, and Akbar's eldest son, would drive us to a different side of the border near Sardasht, where Mohsen's friend would stamp our Irish passports with Iraqi entry stamps. Once Roja and I were safely across the border with our Irish passports stamped, Mohsen and Akbar would be waiting there to take us on to Erbil International Airport. The drive to the border in the car I had signed over to Mohsen took nearly 3 hours. After having a restless night of sleeping on the floor, Roja fell asleep almost immediately. We drove in silence, with the exception of Roja, who woke up every so often asking the same question. "How much longer till we get to Ireland?" I only wish I knew. We reached the border town of Sardasht around 1:30 p.m. There were a great many border crossings around Sardasht, all of them monitored heavily by the armed forces. It had been a difficult journey, the roads full of potholes and otherwise in disrepair. I was told that the rugged condition was the result of hundreds of trucks that regularly travel on them, exporting heavy goods across the border. The 2 men pulled over, got out of the car, and went to talk to the border police. These police did not wear uniforms. They were trying to look inconspicuous so that they could pounce if they saw illegal activity. If you looked carefully, though, their clipboards concealed under their arms gave them away. Roja and I waited in the car for what seemed like a very long time. I could not understand the delay and began thinking something was wrong. My suspicion was confirmed. Returning to the car, Akbar's nephew demanded, "You have to give Roja to me." "What?" I asked, putting my arms around her. "Why?" "You have an Iranian passport, so you can cross where Akbar and Mohsen went over. But Roja will have to be smuggled over. I have a man ready with a truck." I stared at him, aghast. "I can't put Roja on a truck and leave her," I declared firmly. He looked at me, now exasperated and shaking his head. "If you are not going to give Roja to me, then you need to pass together, on foot." He pointed up ahead, and in the distance I could see a small group of 5 or 6 people assembling near the border crossing. As I was about to speak, he muttered, "Go now. A truck will meet you on the other side. Hurry." A truck? Confused and scared, I tried to think our situation through. "I need my bag. It's in the trunk," I said quickly. "You cannot take your luggage," he replied urgently. "You will draw attention to yourself. Go now. Hurry. We will get it to you on the other side." Grabbing Roja's hand, I ran toward the group of people preparing to cross the border. This was likely my last chance to get Roja out before Farzad could apply for custody of her. I had no choice but to run and pray. Chapter 21. It was absolute chaos at the border, with smoke-spewing trucks and frantic people swarming everywhere. There were weary-looking truck drivers waiting to have their documents checked. Groups of stressed young men, clearly sick of waiting, and a few families clustered together. Holding Roja's hand tightly, I weaved my way through the mayhem and over to the small group pointed out by Akbar's nephew. I had no idea what to do, but before having time to process anything, A tall Kurdish man approached and whispered in my ear with a strong Kurdish accent, "Take off your sunglasses and cover your face with your scarf." Scared to death, I immediately did as he said. "You do not have Kurdish features," he continued. "Keep your heads down and do not look at any of the police officers." Nodding, I pulled Roja close, telling her quietly to look at the ground and keep her head down. I positioned us in the middle of the group, and soon we all started to slowly shuffle across the border. My heart was beating rapidly, but I did as the Kurdish man had instructed. Within minutes, Roja and I were standing on Iraqi soil. I was told by the tall man to follow the small group we were with, comprised of 2 women, a man, and 2 small boys, and get into a large black van nearby, because the police officers were still tracking people, and we were not out of danger yet. I complied, and piled into the van with Roja and the others. We sped away from the border, racing along a dusty road for a few miles. The van then stopped suddenly, and the driver turned around, scanning the blank faces. He stopped on mine. Pointing at me accusingly, he turned around and pointed at a gray truck parked up a few hundred yards in the distance. He clearly did not speak Farsi, but I understood what he was telling me: to get out and continue our journey in the truck. Continuing to follow orders, I thanked him, grabbing Roja in my handbag, and got out. I carried Roja over deep potholes to safety at the side of the road and stood there motionless as the van roared away, spraying dust. The truck ahead was now backing toward us and stopped at my feet. It was small compared to many of the others at the crossing, and I noticed it was not gray after all, but white and smothered in dust. The driver, a young, tired-looking man, beckoned us to get in immediately. Once inside the truck, a strong, almost sour odor of grapes from the back immediately assailed us. Since alcohol is illegal in Iran, I presumed the grapes were being taken over the border to make wine. We took off quickly. I tried to introduce myself, but there was a clear communication barrier. The driver spoke only Kurdish, and I did not know a word of it. Afraid, I focused on the dusty road we were speeding down, and could just make out the van we had gotten out of ahead. Eventually, it was only a small puff of dust in the distance. Growing up during the Iran-Iraq War, I had been terrified of men from Iraq. I had heard so many awful stories from that time, but the one that terrified me the most was hearing that Iraqi troops were claiming parts of Iran and raping women as they went. I tried not to dwell on that story as I sat in the truck with this unknown Iraqi driver, and instinctively pulled Roja closer. Possibly sensing my fear, the driver leaned forward, inserted an Iranian CD, and smiled at me. Hearing songs with words I knew brought me some comfort. It was a kind gesture, and I allowed myself to believe he was not going to harm us. We continued to drive on, following a road that was narrowing and rougher. Numerous potholes threw us around roughly in the van. The sour grape smell intensified. Even with the windows down, it was difficult to breathe. Roja soon fell asleep, for which I was grateful. I glanced over at the driver and could see the pain of weariness in his face. I imagined what it must be like driving this truck back and forth on these dangerous roads in such extreme heat. A hard life. Every line on his face evidenced that. I tried to call Mohsen several times, but he never answered. He did eventually send a text message that he was waiting for me near Erbil. To say I was furious with him would be an understatement, but I dared not let on, because I knew I still needed him. We were now in Iraq illegally, a dangerous situation for a woman with a young child. After a short while, we reached the first Iraqi checkpoint. I tried to remain composed, but as the truck drew closer, I started hyperventilating, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I tried to sit on them, but nothing would stop the tremors. As soon as the truck stopped, 2 police officers with guns in their hands strode forward and ordered us to get out. The driver, seeing the state I was in, indicated for me to stay seated as he opened the door. Before the driver could explain anything, one of the police officers came close to the window and barked, "Why did you not obey me? I said get out!" Roja was lying across my lap, so I woke her up and quickly got out of the truck. Still groggy, she immediately fell back asleep on the seat. Within minutes, I was surrounded by a large group of brutish police officers, all glaring. Dressed in green army-style uniforms and sporting big mustaches, they terrified me. This is where my life ends. I needed to remain calm for Roja's sake. One by one, other officers left the trucks they were inspecting and surrounded me, the pack of wolves circling the helpless lamb. It was clear that very few women ventured into these parts. I was so intimidated by them that I could not make eye contact. My mind was telling me, "You must be brave here, Sami. Don't show fear. Look them in the eyes." But I could not make eye contact with them. The fear was too great. At first I decided not to speak Farsi. If they realized I was Iranian, things could get very bad. However, because the officers did not speak English, I had to use my mother tongue. There was no other way. "Why did you enter Iraq illegally?" one of them demanded. "Why did you choose this road?" I was so afraid to say the wrong thing. But he was staring at me intensely and waiting for an answer. I had to tell him something. "I did not know I had entered illegally," I stammered. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I instantly regretted saying them. "I just paid some people money to get me to Iraq so that I could go to Erbil International Airport and fly home to Ireland." "Show me your passport," he ordered, "and your visa. Show them to me." Knowing I was in deep trouble, my hands still shaking, I fished into my bag and produced our Irish passports. I handed them to him, claiming I did not think Irish nationals needed a visa to go to Iraq. He told me to be quiet and began flicking through my passport. Recalling my last interrogation with Iraqi officers the previous year, I knew this time I had to be stronger. They can't see me weak. "Why were you in Iran?" the officer barked. "To visit my parents," I replied, my voice starting to shake. "How did you get there without a visa?" I knew he was trying to trap me into saying I was Iranian. I tried to tell him that I'd had some trouble in Iran and that I believed the Iraqi police to be nicer than the Iranian police, but he did not fall for that. He repeated his question, this time grasping my passport tightly. "How did you get into Iran without a visa?" "I am not Iranian," I said. "I was born in Ireland and have lived there all my life." He eyed me curiously. "How do you speak Farsi so well if you lived your whole life in Ireland?" he asked. "Are you Iranian?" I threw back at him. "Careful now." He looked at me, disgusted, and spat, "No. And how do you speak such good Farsi?" I asked. That stumped him, but he was not satisfied and called out to his supervisor to come over. I explained to the supervisor that I had not come to Iraq to stay and simply wanted to get to the airport in Erbil so I could fly home. A supervisor dressed in a smart suit then took over the interrogation, asking the same questions over and over, expecting me to give him different answers. He looked at Roja's Irish passport and asked why her surname was different. I explained that the name on her passport was her father's. He was huffing and puffing and speaking in Kurdish to the other officers who tightly encircled us. I had no idea what they were saying, but I knew it was not good. Time passed by, and I became increasingly concerned. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Roja get out of the truck. Panic gripped me. I prayed for her to stay where she was and not come to me. She would be very frightened to hear men speaking to me so harshly. With every step closer, my panic grew. And then, my prayer answered, she stopped, bent down, and started playing with some rocks on the ground. I sighed with relief. I was allowed to call Mohsen and Akbar, but, not surprising, they did not answer. Suddenly I heard someone speaking in English in the distance. A young man walked quickly toward us. He was dark and masculine-looking, with a mop of frizzy black hair, and was now running. "Lady, are you having trouble with these people?" the young man repeated in broken English as he got closer. "Yes, I am." I asked if he could please convey to the police officers that I just wanted to go to Erbil so I could fly to Ireland. The young man explained this in Kurdish to the officers, but they still demanded to know how I had entered Iran without a visa. We were getting nowhere fast, and the interrogation had been going on for so long. Would the young man get fed up and leave? I suddenly had a thought. These police officers would not have had much contact with European visitors. These parts of Iraq were not exactly tourist destinations, and they would know very little about the rules and regulations regarding European passports. I asked the young man to tell them that I had traveled to many European destinations, such as Spain, Italy, France, and Germany, without a visa, so I had presumed I did not need one for Iraq since I did not need one for Iran. The young man relayed this information and then told them that he had a British passport. Taking it out of his pocket and showing them, he claimed he had visited different European countries many times, and Europeans did not need visas to enter countries. Their passports were enough. The young man continued to follow my lead and started to push the point quite aggressively. "She is a woman with a young child," he declared, shaking his head. "Why don't you believe what she says? When you have a European passport, you do not need a visa to enter countries. Did you not know that?" He was starting to point out their apparent ignorance, and the officers did not like that at all. Flustered, the supervisor eventually agreed that I could go, on the condition that Roja and I get Iraqi entry stamps in Erbil. As the officers disbanded and went off to interrogate others, I turned to the young man and thanked him for all he had done for me. He was now joined by a few other drivers praising him for helping the woman in distress. Leaning in close, he whispered, "You are welcome to stay at my house tonight." He obviously desired a bit more than appreciation for his efforts. I told him flatly that I already had a ride arranged and pointed to the truck driver who had driven us to the checkpoint. He was sitting quietly in his truck, watching us. I was so grateful he had not driven off and abandoned Roja and me. Shrugging his shoulders, the young man sheepishly walked away. I headed over to the truck, collecting Roja, who was still playing happily nearby. On seeing me approach, the driver got out and opened the door for me. He looked sad, and I thought maybe he felt he should have hidden us in his truck. It was not his fault. I nodded and smiled to indicate that I did not blame him for anything. Surely he was risking his own safety even having us with him. As we pulled away from the checkpoint, I realized that my heart was still racing. It had not stopped the entire time I was being interrogated, which had been well over an hour. As we resumed the journey, I tried to calm myself by closing my eyes and taking deep breaths. All I wanted was peace, but it was not to come yet. Chapter 22. My phone suddenly rang, and I opened my eyes. Akbar was calling. He claimed he was waiting for Roja and me beyond the second checkpoint. Second checkpoint? My heart was still racing from the previous one. I braced myself for another round of interrogation as our truck crawled forward at the checkpoint behind several other vehicles. This time, the police officers approached, stuck their heads in the window, gave a quick look around, and indicated to the driver to go on. Thank God. As we drove on, I spotted a small white car parked along the side of the road in the distance, 2 men standing beside it. As we got closer, I realized one of the men was Akbar, and the other, a tall, bald man I had not seen before. As we sidled up to the car, I could feel anger starting to rise again. I was furious that Akbar and Mohsen had changed the plan and left Roja and me to fend for ourselves. But we still needed them, so I did my best to remain calm and look happy to see him. I thanked the weary truck driver, who smiled and waved goodbye, driving away quickly. It was strange thinking that I would never see that man again, a man who had helped us. Roja and I walked over to the car, but before I could say anything, Akbar spoke. The head of police was not at the border this morning. That is why I could not get the message to the border for you to get your entry stamps. Of course he was lying. They both had my phone number and could have warned me. But I played dumb and accepted his explanation. Full of his own self-importance, Akbar introduced the man with him as Nawaz. Surprisingly, Nawaz spoke to me in Farsi, not Kurdish. He explained that he had lived for many years in Tehran until his first marriage had ended. He told me he had then remarried and settled in Iraq. Once the introductions were out of the way, we got into the car and drove for an hour until we stopped at a large, 2-story house where Mohsen was waiting. The house was quite different from any I had ever seen. It looked as if it had been flat-packed and put together with little attention to the design. A large balcony surrounded the house, and children were running around everywhere. I was told we were at the home of Nawaz's nephew. Not surprisingly, Mohsen did not have much to say for himself, only mustering a pitiful, "Hello." I knew if I started to talk to him, I would not be able to hold my tongue, so I merely acknowledged his greeting and left it at that. Without warning, Akbar and Mohsen began walking rapidly toward the car. I called after them, asking Akbar what we were doing in this house. He told me to stay with Nawaz while he and Mohsen went to Erbil International Airport to talk to the police there about entry stamps on our passports. When Mohsen got in the car, he turned and shouted, "It might be a good idea for you to call the Irish embassy in Erbil." Confused, I shouted back, now running after them, "But there is no Irish embassy in Erbil." The car sped off. What is going on? Watching the car disappear into the distance, I knew Mohsen and Akbar were not going anywhere near Erbil International Airport. They could not get away from me fast enough. I realized with a heavy heart that everything again was a lie. I was now stranded in Iraq, illegally, with a small child. I knew no one, and I had no way of flying to Ireland. I would also likely be arrested if I tried to re-enter Iran. Never in my life had I felt more alone. I walked slowly back into the house where Nawaz waited for me. "I'm sorry, but I don't know what I am doing here," was all I could utter. Nawaz smiled reassuringly and introduced me to his wife, Sakineh, who busied herself making us tea. Nawaz began telling me how he had come to be involved in my situation. I wasn't even sure if I could bear to hear it, but I knew I had to understand how he fit in. Nawaz had received a call from Akbar the previous day. Akbar had told him he would be coming to Iraq with his rich American friend, Mohsen, to close a lucrative business deal. Nawaz claimed they did not tell him the details. He had heard nothing more from them until that afternoon, when they said they were going to be coming to his nephew's house. When they arrived, Akbar asked for Nawaz's car to pick up someone from the border. Nawaz had driven Akbar, and that is when he was introduced to me. I wanted to scream, but had nothing left inside. I was a business deal. They had only ever wanted my car and had dumped and abandoned us with strangers in a foreign land without another thought. "I'm so sorry, Sami," Nawaz said, looking truly sad and shaking his head. "I don't know what I am meant to do either." Shortly after this, Nawaz's phone rang. It was Akbar, who announced that he and Mohsen were driving back to Iran to find a way to get me out of Iraq. I needed to stay with Nawaz until then. But how could I stay with this unknown man's family indefinitely? I asked Nawaz how he knew Akbar and was surprised at the answer. Akbar was a neighbor of mine 30 years ago. I had not seen him in the last 20 years, and now he calls, having got my number off my parents, and turns up here. He sounded bewildered, and I did not blame him. He went on, looking at me searchingly. "I can see you are a good and trusting person, Sami, but Akbar is not a good person. He was arrested several times when I knew him for illegal activities." Nothing surprised me anymore. Nawaz asked me if I had paid the money. I told him they had taken my car as payment. "Payment for what? What did they do for you exactly?" he asked, puzzled. I explained that Mohsen had claimed that his friend was a powerful figure in Kurdistan and could help him to arrange for entry stamps for us. Nawaz laughed bitterly. "That Mohsen is a crook and does not know anyone. All they did was drive you to the border in your own car and leave you there." Sympathetic, he offered to take us back to his home in Erbil with his family in 2 days. Having no choice, I agreed, grateful for his kindness. I was given a small room to stay in with Roja and appreciated being left alone. I did not want to impose. I also did not want to talk about what had happened to us. At one point, I heard a gentle knock on the bedroom door. A young woman introduced herself as Nawaz's niece. "I'm sorry to bother you, but would you like a shower to freshen up?" Her kind voice brought tears to my eyes. "Yes, thank you," I replied, and then remembered I did not have my bag. We had no change of clothes. This realization was the final straw, and feeling desperate and defeated, I sat on the side of the bed and sobbed heavily. She walked over to me and stroked my head. "Don't worry about your clothes. I can give you some clean clothes for you and your daughter." She returned with items a few moments later. Pointing across the hall to the bathroom, she told me to take as long as I needed. I looked down at the clothes in my hands, numbed and sad, genuinely taken aback by her kindness. After my shower, I was so tired, I climbed into bed next to Roja. Please, God, keep us safe. When I awoke several hours later, Nawaz informed me that he had contacted Akbar about my bag. It would be dropped off at Nawaz's house in Erbil. I was enormously grateful for this. It may have been just clothes, but these were our only belongings, and I desperately wanted them back. When the time came to go to Erbil, I thanked Nawaz's niece and nephew for their hospitality. Such a tight fit in Nawaz's car with Nawaz, Sakineh, their 2 children, me, and Roja, but we managed to get settled and drove off. Heading deeper into Iraq, I became incredibly anxious, afraid someone would find out we were in Iraq illegally. Sakineh sensed my worry. "Don't worry, Sami. Nawaz is well able to protect you." Well, maybe. I did my best to try to relax. And then the text messages began, leading to a bigger revelation. Ava messaged me while we traveled to Erbil, telling me how sad she was about my situation. I messaged back that her husband's precious cousin Mohsen had taken my car and abandoned me at the border. She responded that he had come back to Iran to contact the police department in Iraq to fix everything for my departure. No way. I insisted that she was deceiving herself, but she did not want to hear a bad word about Mohsen. Clearly, Ava and Vahid had been in on the deal as well, bringing Mohsen to me originally. Furious about their betrayal, I decided that when we got to Erbil, I would have to talk to my father about my situation. The drive to Erbil took approximately 2 hours. Perhaps under different circumstances, I would have found the barren landscape unique and wild, the mountains breathtaking. But I could not relax. I was acutely aware that I was not meant to be where I was, and that feeling stayed with me the entire journey. Roja was oblivious, laughing and playing with her 2 little friends. I prayed constantly that we were going to be safe. But how could I relax? As he drove, Nawaz frequently swigged from a bottle of whiskey he kept down on the side of his seat. Driving into Erbil was an eye-opener. I knew it was an industrial city, but still I was not prepared for the sprawling metropolis and offensive smell that hit me almost instantly. Nawaz was quick to explain that some parts of the city do not have proper sewage systems for disposing of human and animal waste. I accepted this answer, not wanting to know anything more. Unlike conditions in Rasht and Tehran, domestic animals roamed the streets freely in Erbil. Roja, who loves animals, was jumping around in her seat, pointing them out. As we proceeded slowly in heavy traffic, I spotted little clusters of women and children begging for money and food. My heart broke as I saw women diving into rubbish bins while their children stood by, motionless and blank-faced. Of course there is poverty in Iran as well, but there you are more likely to see the poor peddling flowers, pocket editions of the Quran, or spand, a spice that when burned is believed to ward off Satan and negative thoughts. Poverty in Iranian cities was nothing like what I now saw in Iraq. In stark contrast, there were clearly some wealthy people in Erbil. Every so often you would see someone driving a huge new Hyundai, Honda, or Toyota around the city. A large shopping center came into view, and Sakina told me it had been built by the Americans in English to facilitate their needs there. My heart lifted. Seeing that Western-style shopping center, I realized how close we were to getting home. Suddenly, I spotted a checkpoint ahead. Armed police were inspecting cars. Scared, I looked at Nawaz, but he just smiled. Don't worry, Sami. They are not looking for you. They are looking for ISIS. It was not a comforting answer. I was illegally in the land where ISIS was killing and raping Shia Muslims. I don't remember anything else after that comment. Nawaz, Sakina, and their 2 children lived in a modest 2-bedroom house close to the city. When we arrived, I was thankful to be out of the car and able to stretch my legs. Nawaz brought my bag upstairs to the children's room, where I was told I could sleep on the bed. They would sort out a makeshift bed for Roja and their children on the floor. Incredibly, Nawaz seemed relaxed about my situation, although I attributed his attitude to the alcohol that he fervently denied affected him. He offered to take me to the Iraqi Department of Foreign Relations the following day, saying he knew some people there. I was greatly relieved to hear this news. That evening, alone in my room, I made the phone call to my father that I was dreading. I had no choice. Too much was at stake. Of course he was shocked to find out where I was, but I kept insisting Roja and I were safe, and with a good and kind family. I told my father to remove everything he could from the apartment and inform the landlord of my departure. This would mean I would be eligible to get the lease payment back, and my father could then forward it to me. Unfortunately, it wasn't all plain sailing. My father called me back shortly after and told me that Vahid refused to give him the key to my apartment. The betrayal, while sickening, didn't upset me. I now knew these friends for what they really were. I did not want to upset Vahid too much, because I was afraid he would alert Iranian authorities about where I was. I had to think of a plan, and quick. I thought about what would entice Vahid to cooperate, which wasn't difficult, and then made the phone call. Vahid answered almost immediately, sounding sheepish. I told him that I would give him more money than I owed him when I got my lease deposit back if I could remove his name as my second power of attorney. The silence hung in the air. Vahid clearly ruminating over the new proposal. Thankfully, he said okay, and agreed to give the key to my apartment back to my father. I then contacted the registry office in Rasht and told them to cancel Vahid's secondary power of attorney immediately. Satisfied that a crisis had been averted, I resolved to try to sleep. but that proved impossible. My mind was mulling over what the morning would bring. I could be leaving Iraq deliriously happy, or the alternative was too frightening to think about. At first light, I got up and dressed, and then woke Roja and got her ready. There was no movement from Nawaz's room. He did not work, so all I could do was wait. And wait. Eventually, Nawaz surfaced. He was in no great hurry, which was absolutely excruciating. I was here illegally. I had to fix this problem immediately. When Nawaz was finally ready, we set off. I asked him who he knew at the Department of Foreign Relations, and realized by his stammering that he did not know anyone there at all. He was clearly just boasting. My heart sank. At our destination, we were directed to a string of people with different titles who seemed to keep passing us off around the building. Roja looked exhausted, so I told her that everything would be arranged soon. I was trying desperately to convince myself of it, too. Eventually, we met a man who listened to Nawaz tell my story in Kurdish. I did not need to hear the outcome of the conversation, as the man was shaking his head as Nawaz spoke. Nawaz turned to me. He said that since you entered Iraq illegally, his hands are tied, and there is nothing he can do, Nawaz said sympathetically. I wanted to fall on my knees and beg the man to please help, but I knew from his stoic expression that he would not be swayed. Can you ask him to please deport us back to Ireland? I asked Nawaz desperately. There's no point, Sami. You entered illegally. He will not do anything. Please just ask him, I begged. He won't help you. I will help you get back myself, Nawaz said. I did not reply. Something was telling me that Nawaz was not as eager for us to leave as he should have been. It wasn't only that he was not asking the man to deport me as I had requested, but earlier I had heard him say to Roja that he loved her as his own daughter and that we could stay in Iraq as long as we wanted. He was buying her sweets and saying she was part of his family now, and that was beginning to concern me. Back at Nawaz's house, I managed to find a contact number for the British Consulate General in Erbil. The man took my details and said he would call me back. I spent the next few hours staring at my phone, but no call came. When I could not wait any more, I asked Nawaz if he would mind taking us to the British Consulate General office inside the Khanzad Hotel in Erbil. Nawaz said it was best to wait for the man to get back to me. But I protested. I'm here illegally, Nawaz, I cried. I'm very frightened, and I need to get us a valid visa to be here or get out of Iraq as quickly as possible. Realizing I would not be persuaded otherwise, Nawaz finally agreed to drive us to the hotel. The trip took almost an hour. Nawaz again began claiming he knew people who work there. I just looked out the window, not bothering to ask who he knew this time. Roja was sitting quietly in the back. I knew she sensed my fear and did not want to add to it by asking questions. It was getting late when we finally arrived at the Khanzad Hotel. I dashed to the reception desk, frantic and hoping someone would still be there. I asked the man at reception to direct me to the British Consulate General office, pointing to a phone at the end of the desk. He told me to press an extension number that would go directly to their office. The phone was answered by the same man I had spoken with from Nawaz's house earlier. If you go to the second-floor lobby, he instructed, I will meet you there. I was so anxious to meet him that I paced robotically up and down that lobby until he appeared 10 minutes later. Given the man's accent on the phone, I expected to see a young Englishman, but he was in fact Kurdish with impeccable English. I tried as best as I could to summarize my situation briefly and calmly. Please, I implored him, please tell me what I should do. He was genuinely concerned, but it appeared his hands were tied. I can do nothing until we get approval from the Irish government to act on their behalf, he said gently, handing me a piece of paper with a phone number. Looking down at Roja, her frightened little eyes glued on him, he smiled. This is the number for the Irish embassy in Ankara, Turkey, which is the nearest Irish embassy. I took the piece of paper from him. They will be closed now, he said, but call them first thing in the morning. They open at 9:30 a.m. I knew he could see the tears in my eyes and how frantic I was. If we can help you, we will, but you must continue to stay strong and focused, he said kindly. Honestly, I would try, but I did not know how much longer I could keep going. Chapter 23. Nawaz drove me home from the British Consulate General office in silence. When we arrived, I saw my bag in the bedroom, dropped off by a man unknown to Sakina. Thankfully, our clothes were there. Seeing how worried I was, Sakina told me I was thinking too much. "Why don't you cook the evening meal tonight to take your mind off everything?" she asked. She told me she did not like cooking. When her mother came to visit, she always got her to cook for the family. I wanted to tell her that I hated cooking as well, but given that she was allowing us to stay in her home, I did not feel I could say anything. She left all the ingredients out for me to make chicken curry, vegetable curry, and several other dishes. Cooking certainly kept me busy, but it did not take my mind off anything. That evening, some of Nawaz's relatives came around, and I deliberately made myself scarce by going to my room and pretending to sleep. I woke up numerous times that night, sometimes because of nightmares, other times because I was sleeping in a small child's bed, and it was difficult to get comfortable. I woke early again, and clock-watched until it was 10:30 a.m., as Turkey was an hour behind Iraq. I had been so anxious to call, I had not even thought about the voice that would answer at the other end. When I heard a young woman with a familiar Irish accent asking, "How may I help you?" I almost burst into tears with emotion. I relayed my story to her and could hear the concern in her voice. "Are you and your daughter safe?" she asked me. "Yes," I replied, "we are safe for now. We are staying with a Kurdish family, but the British consulate said they cannot help us unless Ireland gives Britain authorization to act on their behalf." "I understand," she answered. "My name is Sinead," she said. "I will contact the relevant authorities in Dublin straight away and get someone to call you back as soon as possible." The sincerity in her voice touched my heart. I knew she wanted to help, and this time it wasn't because she wanted something from me in return. Sinead asked for my cell phone number, and I gave it to her. I also gave her Nawaz's number, because a friend in Ireland had told me she had been unable to connect to my Iranian phone in Iraq. Iraq was 3 hours ahead of Dublin, so I knew if I was to hear back that day, it would be by 8:30 p.m. at the latest, presuming I was being contacted during office hours. I realized it was going to be a very long day. My dinner the previous night had proved a big hit, and Kamal asked me if I would mind cooking some Iranian dishes for lunch. So that is what I did while I waited for the most important phone call of my life. Minutes turned into half hours, and then hours. Nothing. I put on a brave face and tried to remain hopeful, but as time ticked by, I became increasingly pessimistic. After lunch had been cooked and devoured, I tidied up the kitchen and then helped Sakina clean the house. She told me how lovely it was for her to have us there. Although I appreciated the sentiment greatly, all I could think about was that phone call and leaving. That evening, Nawaz and Sakina again entertained family and friends. Everyone was relaxed, chatting, drinking alcohol, and smoking shisha tobacco, but I was holed up in my room in despair. By 8:30 p.m., I had heard nothing. Ireland was not going to help us. Sakina kept coming upstairs and inviting me to go down and meet her guests. She was persistent and wanted everyone to meet her new friend, so in the end, I went downstairs, said hello, and smoked a cigarette with her. I was not a regular smoker, but this time I did not need to be asked twice when she pushed an open packet toward me. That night, I lay awake looking up at the ceiling for hours, pondering my diminishing options. The next morning, Sakina offered 2. I could stay with them for as long as I liked, or I could find my own Iraqi man. She was content with her life in Iraq, and obviously thought I could be happy there too. Later that day, I received a text message from an unknown Iraqi number. It was from a man, telling me to forget about Ireland and marry him, and he would look after Roja as his own daughter. I was so angry and depressed. I did not know how the man had gotten my number. I mentioned it to Sakina, who thought it was hilarious. "You see, people want you to stay here," she laughed. Her little girl then pulled on my top and asked if I would stay there, saying her English teacher was not very good and she would like it very much if Auntie Sami were her English teacher. Oh, my greatest God, please get me out of here. At the end of my rope, I went to my room and called Sinead at the Irish Embassy in Ankara. When I told her that no one from Dublin had called yet, she was shocked and said she would follow up on what was going on. I hung up, not knowing what to think. And then I remembered I had given them another number. Nawaz's. I found Nawaz in the kitchen and asked if he had received a call from an unusual number, such as an embassy. I felt foolish asking. Surely he would have told me if the embassy had called. He paused and looked at me blankly. Yes, he finally admitted. I had a missed call from someone yesterday, Sami. It slipped my mind. It was a private number, he explained hastily. What to do? I so much wanted to scream at him. I was trying to decide if we should call the British consulate or go there when Nawaz's phone suddenly rang. He answered and started to talk in Kurdish. Looking at me intently, he then handed over the phone. It's for you. It's the British consulate. Taking the phone from Nawaz, I could barely speak. Hello, I whispered. The man on the other end introduced himself as Rebin, from the British Consulate General. Oh my God. Finally. Chapter 24. Rebin had received confirmation from the Department of Justice in Ireland that we were Irish citizens, and that the Irish government had given authority to the British consulate to intervene on their behalf to get Roja and me home. As I kept repeating, thank you, he asked me to meet at the Iraqi Department of Foreign Relations the following morning at 9 a.m., where he would arrange for a visa for us so that we could fly out. Nawaz was adamant that he would take me to meet Rebin the next morning. I did not want to rely on him, because he was clearly not an early riser, and I absolutely needed to be on time. He insisted, however, and I reluctantly agreed that it was probably safer to be with someone who spoke Kurdish than to be on my own in case I ran into trouble. The next day I was up and dressed by 7 a.m. and hurriedly got Roja ready. We waited impatiently for Nawaz in the guest room. As soon as I saw him, I asked him if we could please leave early. Yawning, he replied that it was not even 8 a.m. yet, and that we still had over an hour until the meeting. He disappeared and puttered about while I stared at the clock and tried not to explode. I knew that traffic would be busy with people going to work and children being taken to school. Truth be told, I would have happily spent the night camped out in front of the Department of Foreign Relations if I had been brave enough to do it. I had almost chewed off all my fingernails by the time he was ready to leave. I glanced at my watch. It was 8:55 a.m. I was furious, but what could I do? When we started out, Nawaz announced that he was going to take a different route to beat the traffic. The new route made no difference. We were soon in bumper-to-bumper traffic, and I was experiencing terrible stomach cramps. Please, God, let Rebin wait for me, I fervently prayed, trying not to vomit. I looked at my watch. It was now almost 9:30 a.m., and we still had some way to go. Roja sat in the back, quietly taking in her new surroundings. I asked her if she was all right, and she nodded her head and smiled. At least one of us was okay. Reaching the Iraqi Department of Foreign Relations at 9:45 a.m., we raced to the front of the building. A man stood out front. Out of breath, I gasped. Rebin? Yes, Sami? He was a young man with a warm smile that put me at ease immediately. And Roja. He smiled, looking down at my little girl, who was almost standing on top of me. Shaking my hand, and then Nawaz's, Rebin asked about the delay. Bad traffic, Nawaz shrugged. Once inside, Rebin told Nawaz he would need to wait and asked me and Roja to follow him. Once we were away from Nawaz, I apologized to Rebin for being late. He smiled and told me to relax. As we walked together, he told me not to worry and that he felt responsible for us. How wonderful. I could have hugged him right then and there. He guided us to a chair to sit down. Wait here for me, Sami, he said calmly. I need to present your case to some officers, but I may need you to come in, so don't leave, he said. I will be right here, I assured him. Settling into the chair, I pulled Roja up onto my lap and took the time to look around me. Huge halls, the place buzzing with influential-looking people, including many young Americans in army uniforms. Obviously, I was in a very important place, and that made me incredibly nervous. I wondered what it was that made those young men stay so far from their families. What were they actually doing there? I asked Roja again if she was all right. She nodded her head. I cuddled her close and said we had to be brave now. My eyes returned to the door where Rebin had disappeared. Whenever it opened, I prayed for him to appear and bring me hope. 20 minutes. I was so tired. and my eyes burned from lack of sleep. Maybe he can't do anything to help me. Maybe they do not want to believe him. Maybe Akbat informed them that I am Iranian, and they hate Iranians and will not help. Should I talk to an American army officer? They look nice and have power, but... Suddenly, Rebin appeared. "Is it okay if your passport is stamped with deportation?" he asked. "Stamp it with whatever they want," I replied eagerly. "As long as we get to leave, I don't care what they stamp it with." Rebin nodded and left again, and I returned to my thoughts. I was so anxious sitting there, waiting, and worriedly wanting to know the outcome. When Rebin walked up to me again, I expected to hear my fate, but instead, he instructed me and Roja to come with him. 2 serious-looking police officers waited for us in a small, starkly lit room. I sat down across from them, heaving Roja up onto my lap. They both looked at me for a moment. "Do you speak Farsi?" one officer asked. "I would prefer to speak in English," I replied, grateful that Rebin was there. "Very well," the officer said. "I want you to tell me what you are doing here in Iraq." I could not lie to these men. A wrong response, and I was doomed. I did not know what Rebin had already said, and did not want to get him into trouble either. I went to visit my family in 2009, and my ex-partner took my Irish-born daughter's Iranian passport, and she has been trapped in Iran since. I continued that I had trusted certain people to bring us to Iraq, who had promised an entry stamp on our Irish passports, and that instead they had left us at some stranger's mercy. "What border did you cross?" one of the officers demanded. Startled by his gruff manner, Roja turned and buried her face into my hair. "It was one of the borders near Sardasht. I'm sorry. I don't know the name of it," I replied honestly. "I don't believe you," the officer retorted dismissively. I was so frightened. I wanted to tell him the right answer, but the truth was, I did not know where we had crossed. The name had never been told to me. Besides, the sign on the road at the crossing was so dirty that I could not even see the name of the place on it. "Where is your husband?" the other officer asked harshly. I looked at Rebin, confused. "I do not have a husband," I replied. "I was not married to Roja's father." At this, the officer turned to Rebin and started shouting at him in Kurdish. I did not know what he was saying, but he was very angry, and I felt responsible. I felt sudden pressure on my chest. Roja was pushing her body into me. My poor little girl was terrified. "Please, officer, don't shout at him," I pleaded. "He does not know anything about me. He is just a young man trying to help me get home." My voice was trembling, and I looked at Rebin, who held his hands up and told me that it was okay. The officers were looking at me like I was a despicable human being. The first officer then asked why I had entered Iraq at the Kurdistan region. "Because that is where people who promised to get me home took me. I would have gone to any border to get home to Ireland. Please let me get through this." I did not blame the officers. I knew it was not personal, and they were just doing their job. They were suspicious of all foreign people who entered their country illegally. Silence. The officers stared at me, and I was too afraid to say anything. "How long do you intend to stay here for?" asked the same officer. "I will book a flight out the minute you give me an exit visa. I don't have any intention of staying here another day," I blurted out. The officer looked at me, surprised, and then told his colleague to approve Rebin's letter from the British Consulate General. What was he approving? The lack of sleep had caused my mind to become foggy and slow. I felt like I was in some kind of trance and was not able to understand simple statements. I looked at Rebin, who was standing next to me, now clearly relaxed. As soon as we were outside the door, Rebin announced quietly, "Sami, you and Roja are going home to Ireland." His words did not sink in. Following him to a different department, I was issued a visa with Roja's name on the back. I was now legitimately in Iraq, and, most importantly, could therefore legally leave with Roja. I told Rebin that words could not express my joy. He told me he was just doing his human duty, but he had done far more than that. He did not have to champion us so steadfastly. I would be indebted to him forever. I bent down to Roja. "We are going to Ireland, baby," I said, scooping her up. Looking back at Rebin, I asked, "How much do I owe you?" Nothing. He smiled. This did not sit well with me. I had paid so much money for help in the past 5 years, and now the one person who had really aided in our escape would not take anything. I pleaded with him, and he eventually relented. Okay, give me $20, which just happened to be the price of the visa that he had paid for. $20 is my fee, he said firmly, refusing to take a cent more. I placed a $20 bill in his hand, knowing that it was the best $20 I would ever spend in my life. Back in the lobby, Rebin told Nawaz firmly that I had 6 days to be out of Iraq, and that it would be best if I left as soon as possible. He recommended not flying out of Erbil, since it is a large airport and houses many immigration police, and instead driving 3 hours south to Suleymaniye International Airport in Kurdistan, which was smaller and had more direct flights to London. He then gave me his cell number and email address and told me if I had any trouble, I could call him at any time. As soon as we left the building, I asked Nawaz to drive me to the nearest travel agent. He said he knew one and would call them when he got home instead. No way am I taking any chances. I emphatically said, "No, Nawaz, call now or take me to a travel agent." Surprised at my tone, he immediately called the travel agent. Soon, Roja and I were booked on the next direct flight to London Gatwick at 1:30 p.m. the following day, which was October 17th. I then realized that today was October 16th. I had been so consumed by thoughts of leaving that I had forgotten Saba's birthday. Rather than calling, I sent her a text message, wishing her a happy birthday. I was afraid my voice would give away all that was happening. When we returned to Nawaz's house, I told Sakina the wonderful news. She was a bit unhappy to see me going, joking that she was going to lose her lovely maid. Now that I had a visa, I was free to leave the house. "I want to go to the supermarket, Sakina. Will you take me?" I asked. We went to a local supermarket, and I bought lots of food and special treats for the children. When we arrived back at her home, I offered to take everyone out for a meal, a thank you for keeping us safe. The children were very excited and wanted to have pizza at an American-style restaurant. We all headed there for what I hoped was my last meal in Iraq. I tried to enjoy the meal, but my mind was consumed with so many thoughts. It was surreal, knowing I would be flying out the following day. Tomorrow, I thought, as everyone chatted around me, this epic journey might at long last come to an end. Chapter 25. I was thankful when morning light broke through. Peering out the window, I saw it was already sunny. Good weather for the long journey ahead. As usual, I was up well before everyone else. Roja soon rose, followed by the other children. They were a noisy bunch and all wound up about the big trip ahead. I hoped Nawaz would not be able to sleep through the commotion, and sure enough, he stumbled out of the bedroom far earlier than I had ever seen him up before. Right before we departed, I hid $500 behind the TV, along with my bottle of Calvin Klein beauty perfume that Sakina had confessed she loved. With Nawaz not working, money was tight for them. I only wished I could help them more, but I was also concerned about my own financial situation after reaching Ireland. I was pleased when we all piled into the car and pulled out of the driveway just after 8 a.m. The journey to Suleymaniye Airport was anything but peaceful and scenic. We passed many checkpoints where officers stopped the car, asked to see our ID cards, and inspected the vehicle for weapons. I hated seeing the officers' guns. "You have your visa now, and no one is going to worry too much about a family like us. The officers will just presume we are both Nawaz's wives," Sakina reassured me. On that momentous journey, my mind drifted to an ancient Persian tale about a warrior named Rostam. He had to overcome 7 struggles to be victorious, and I believed, just as Rostam had, that I had to overcome my struggles, including this final hurdle. I plastered a smile on my face. I had to be optimistic, and I prayed like I had never prayed in my life. We were stopped at the entrance to the airport and asked to leave the car so that the police dogs could search inside for anything suspicious. I tried to focus on Rebin's words, that all would be fine, but a terrible sense of foreboding kept growing. I had fought so long for this moment, and had been disappointed over and over, that I couldn't believe we were going to escape this time. When we arrived at the departure terminal, I was so nervous that Navaz promised he would not leave the airport until I was safely waiting for my flight. We said our final goodbyes, and I walked into the airport, gripping Roja's hand tightly in mine. Rebin was right. It was a very small airport with only a handful of passengers walking around. I had no problem getting our boarding passes. 2 hours until we leave. But then, we had to go through the immigration police check with 2 people ahead of us in line. I had a bit of time to compose myself. Once the couple was through, I was asked to approach by a young officer who looked at my passport and wanted to know where my entry stamp was. I was not going to get into my whole story, so I told him that I had been granted an exit visa by the Iraqi Foreign Relations Department, quickly presenting it to him. He smiled at me. I understand, but I will need to get my supervisor. Panic. I could hear the thud, thud, thud of my heart beating through my chest. A moment later, a fierce-looking uniformed man approached and demanded we follow him into a private room for questioning. Before I had even sat down, he bellowed, "Where did you get this passport?" What sort of question is that? This is my passport. I got it in Dublin, in Ireland. Why don't you have an entry stamp? He demanded. Because I crossed the border illegally, I replied. Which border? He shouted. I don't know the border, I said. How many times do I need to say this? We went to Sardasht in Iran, but I don't know the name of the border in Iraq. The name was written in Kurdish and I could not read it. He eyed me intensely. Unless you tell me the name of the border, you will not be going anywhere today. I felt completely helpless and began tearing up. Don't cry. There is no need to get all emotional. Just answer the question. I cannot answer your question, I replied, fighting back tears. I just want to get home, to Ireland. But you're not going to Ireland. Your ticket says you are going to London. I wanted to scream at him that there were no direct flights to Ireland from Sulaymaniyah, and did he not know that Dublin is an hour's flight from London? I then told him to look at the date on my visa. I told him that the date was yesterday, and here I was the day after, trying to leave his country. Could it be any clearer that I just wanted to leave? Roja reached up and patted my eyes with a tissue. Saying nothing, he grabbed a phone and started speaking rapidly in Kurdish. Oh my God. While he was on the phone, I tried to call Rebin. When he didn't pick up, I realized he probably did not recognize my Iranian number. I called Navaz and urgently asked him to please call Rebin for me, as I was having trouble with the immigration police. Moments later, Navaz was brought into the immigration office. I was startled, but relieved to see him there. He began talking to the supervisor in Farsi so that I could understand what he was saying. He told the supervisor the same story I had, and when his phone rang, he said it was Rebin, and passed it to me. Rebin told me to stay calm. They could not prevent us from flying. He said I had a visa, and that would be enough for them. He then asked me to pass my phone to the supervisor. I passed the phone over and looked at my watch. 90. Safe here, I plead, pulling her up. 3 minutes until we leave. The most horrible realization gripped me. If this man keeps questioning me for much longer, I will miss my flight. Everything, our futures, depended on this call between Rebin and the supervisor, but I did not understand a word they were saying. Navaz was stone-faced, but mouthed to me to stay calm, which I did my best to do. When the supervisor finished the call, he handed the phone back to Navaz and said he could go. I had no idea what lay in store for me, but I said thank you and goodbye to Navaz again. Once the door was closed, the supervisor looked at me for a few long moments and handed back our passports. You are free to go and get your flight. Stunned, I grabbed Roja's hand and left the room quickly, not giving him a chance to change his mind. 75 minutes. A long line now snaked its way to the immigration police area. As we walked up to the end, and I despaired, the young policeman who had called the supervisor beckoned us over and said we had already waited long enough. He smiled, and I watched as he placed exit stamps on our Irish passports. For him it was routine, but I had waited 5 long years for this moment. I beamed back at the young officer. He had no idea what that stamp meant to me. You can bypass the next barrier up ahead, he said as he called out something to the man in the booth ahead of us. As we approached the booth, the man inside smiled and told us to pass through. No questions asked. We walked on through a small transit hall and found our departure gate. My legs felt like jelly, and I dropped into the first available seat in the waiting area, pulling Roja up onto my lap and hugging her tightly. She had been silent during the whole process. I was so proud of her for being so good when she was frightened, too. 60 minutes. I opened Roja's passport and ran my fingers over the exit stamp. I think I had to see it again to realize it was actually there. It was such a tiny stamp, and hard to believe that the faded-looking print that had taken me so long to secure was Roja's ticket to a new life, full of wonderful opportunity, in Ireland. I couldn't relax. I have waited to board many flights, but never have I wanted to get on a plane so desperately in my life. Suddenly, a young policeman stormed toward me, and I gripped the sides of my seat. "I need to take your passports," he barked, stretching out his hand. "Stay here." Panicked, I handed the passports over without saying a word. Everyone had turned to look at us, and I could do nothing but watch the officer walk off with our passports and those precious stamps on them. "What is happening, Mummy?" Roja asked. "Are we still going on the airplane?" I could not answer, my little girl. 40 minutes. Not long after, an announcement was made that our flight was boarding. As the other travelers started to shuffle into line, my heart started to race. The flight was going to leave without us. 20 minutes. The line got shorter and shorter. No! Refusing to give up, I stood, looking around frantically for that policeman. Suddenly he appeared, round a corner up ahead, sprinting toward us. "Here," he gasped, out of breath, tossing the passports to me. "Don't miss your flight." No way in the world was I going to miss it. I took Roja's hand and we raced one more time toward our freedom, reaching the departure gate just as it was beginning to close. Inside the plane we took our seats, and I helped Roja with her seatbelt. She was so excited that it was hard to get her to sit still. Every second seemed to last forever. I was still afraid that officers would storm the plane and drag us off, so I kept my eyes fixed on the door and watched until it was yanked shut. Slowly, oh, so slowly, we taxied along the runway. I closed my eyes and willed the plane to accelerate. It finally did. Moments later, it lifted off the runway, and we floated up and away. My eyes filled as we climbed higher and higher, every second moving us farther away from the horror of a man and a country that had tried to take so much away from me and my daughter over the past 5 years. I thought of all the people who had lied and cheated me out of money, and all those who had selflessly helped me escape. The people who had asked for nothing had gotten me and my daughter on that plane. The tall man at the border who warned me to cover my face, the weary truck driver who drove me to the first checkpoint and waited until the interrogation was over, the young man at the checkpoint who spoke English and helped me to convince the officers to let us go, Nawaz and his family, who kept us safe in Iraq, Sinead at the Irish embassy in Turkey, who had been so supportive and active in getting the Irish government to help me, and finally, Rebin, the wonderful man who felt responsible for us. The tears kept falling, and this time, finally unafraid, I let them. When Roja took her eyes away from the window and saw me crying, she looked worried. "Are you afraid of flying, Mummy?" "No, baby," I said between tears. "Mummy is just very happy. We're going to Dublin now." "But I thought we were going to Ireland," she said, confused. "I mean, we are going to Ireland," I laughed. Satisfied, she nodded and turned back to the window. Her little face pressed against it, her eyes widened with delight, enchanted by the white clouds shimmering and dancing as we soared through and above them. Watching my precious daughter peer ahead into her bright future, I rested my head on the back of the seat, took a deep breath, and smiled. We had done it. We had won. Epilogue. 1 year later. It is a good day. A very good day. It's Roja's 7th birthday, and I bought a cake and surprised her with toys she had hinted that she wanted. Next year, I tell her, when I have money, we will have a proper birthday party for you and all your friends. That will be good, she says, pirouetting around the living room in her new princess outfit. Later that night, I wake to the sound of my youngest daughter crying. "I had a dream you left me," she sobs. reaching out for me. I kiss her forehead and hold her tight. I am not going anywhere. I am right here, I murmur soothingly. I will never leave you, but one day you will leave me. Roja pulls back and looks at me solemnly. I will never leave you, Mummy. Cuddling her close, I say softly, one day you will go to college and get a job and leave. That is what happens when children grow up. Roja shakes her head defiantly. Not me, she vows, smiling. Once Roja is settled, I go back to my room. Sitting on my bed, it suddenly dawns on me. Roja's 7th birthday. If I had not gotten us out of Iran, I would have lost her that very day to her father. Maybe, if I had been lucky, I would have been allowed to see her every 2 weeks. Pulling the covers over me, I lie awake, thinking for a long time. It has been almost a year since Roja and I arrived safely at Dublin Airport. We had gone to Jabbar's house there because it was vacant while he was working in Saudi Arabia. I will be forever grateful to Jabbar that we had somewhere to stay and, more than that, for immediately returning Saba to me in Ireland. A year ago I had arrived, broke but determined to find a job as quickly as possible. Ireland was not long out of a recession, so perseverance and patience were required. I was well used to both. I spent my days on my laptop, applying for any job I could, but rejections kept coming. If it wasn't the 5-year gap in my resume that raised eyebrows, it was that I was overqualified. As weeks of seeking a job turned to months, I realized I had to do something to keep my mind active and decided to write my story. At night, when Saba and Roja were asleep and the air was still, I wrote about all that happened to me. Reliving the past was incredibly painful. Many tears were shed. But I felt compelled to write. Night after night, I typed till my fingers hurt and my eyes grew heavy. But I refused to stop. Would anyone want to know about me and what I went through? Maybe my story could inspire others who were trapped by their own circumstances and desperately searching for a way out. As I wrote, I questioned again and again the actions of that vulnerable woman all those years before. She was almost unrecognizable to me now. She had made such rash decisions and paid such a heavy price. Wanting answers, I enrolled in a part-time degree in psychology. Finances were very tight, but it had been so long since I had done anything for myself that I vowed to make it work. From the first lecture I attended, I knew I had found what I wanted to do with the rest of my life, to help others who were struggling like I had. And then, after almost 11 months, the call came that I had been waiting for. I had landed a job as an accountant. Juggling full-time work, study, and raising 2 children has not been easy, but being busy does not bother me. I have a lot of living to catch up on. And that is what I am doing. Last week, I drove my children home from a party. Saba was sitting up front next to me, texting her friends. Roja was in back, singing along to a CD. Without thinking, I turned up the volume and began laughing. It was just another wonderful day in our amazing life, and we were free.